May call your next witness, please. All right, Mr. Focus, you may call your next witness, please.
Karen Ordonez. Morning. Just go stand up in the chair. I'll swear you can have a seat. Do you mind raising your right hand? Do you solemnly swear from the evidence you're about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. If you do us a favor, state your name for the record and then spell it for us.
Carolyn Ordonez, Caralyn Ordonez.
Ms. Ordonez, where do you work and what do you do?
I am employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Sciences, also known as the State Crime Lab or the GBI Crime Lab.
How long have you been doing that?
About 7.5 years.
What's your educational background?
I have earned a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Science and a minor in Chemistry from the University of Central Florida. Since being employed by the GBI, I have completed a 20-week National Latent Print Examiner Training Academy in Mississippi, as well as the latent print processing and latent print examination training housed at the GBI Crime Lab. All of this training took about 3 years to complete, and since then I have been partaking in continuous education with different courses and classes throughout the years.
You mainly deal with fingerprints, is that?
Yes, I am a latent print examiner.
I can turn you down.
Thank you, Judge. I apologize. If you would, just kind of tell the jury what you have to do, what type of training. We've heard about some of your training, but kind of just in layman terms, tell us what type of training you have and how do you identify fingerprints?
So with fingerprints at the GBI, we do provide in-house training. So I did have external and internal training on fingerprints, which took about 3 years to complete. But as a latent print examiner, I do both latent print processing and latent print examination. So that includes processing physical evidence for the presence of latent prints, as well as photographing any prints that may be developed on those items. I also am trained in taking known and post-mortem impressions, as well as comparing any latent prints. So that's unknown origin prints, meaning we don't know who they belong to, comparing those latent prints to known prints or known individuals. I also utilize the Automated Fingerprint Identification System, that is AFIS, that's the Georgia Fingerprint Database, as well as the FBI's Next Generation Identification System, that is the FBI's database. Both of those are fingerprint databases that we can utilize to try and make an identification on fingerprints. I also will write up my results in official reports and testify in court when subpoenaed.
To get your job, did you have to take any tests or was it competitive in any way?
Yes, so prior to working at the GBI, we did have to have a bachelor's degree in a scientific field. And then with application to the GBI, we had to successfully complete a visual acuity test. That's essentially looking at each individual's visual acuity to see if you can distinguish between different or minute differences in images and stuff like that. As well as throughout training, we had several different kinds of tests, both oral, practical, hands-on tests, and then written examinations as well.
Now, in your job, you don't have a badge or carry a gun or anything like that, do you?
I do have a badge, but it's just a civilian badge, just saying that I work for the GBI Crime Lab, but I don't have a gun and I'm not a sworn law enforcement officer.
You don't normally go out to crime scenes or talk to witnesses or do anything like that, do you?
I do not. I only work in the crime lab.
And where's your office at? Where's it actually located?
We are located down in Decatur.
And if we could see your office, what would it look like?
My office itself is a cubicle. There's a few of us that share an office. There's a few cubicles in each office, and then we also have the laboratory, which is where we will process all of our evidence.
So you're one of what I consider a CSI type scientist for the GBI, is that right?
I'm not a CSI.
Okay. But you are a scientist, I guess, or in the field of science?
Yes, I am a forensic scientist.
And how many fingerprints do you think you've examined in your career?
I don't keep track of a specific number, but easily several thousand, both throughout training and now with having worked several hundred cases.
And how many of those in a year do you actually do? Just trying to do examinations for law enforcement or things like that?
Casework, I complete roughly 20 to 25 cases a month, and each case can involve anywhere from 1 to 200 latent prints that involve comparison. So really it does vary, but I have looked at several thousand latent prints and comparative prints as well.
And is the GBI a professional organization that they're accredited by another organization?
Yes, we are.
And who is that?
The GBI Crime Lab is accredited by ANAB. It stands for the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
Do you have to do any continuing education as part of your job?
Yes, I do.
Tell us about that, if you would, please.
With being a forensic scientist, especially in the field as itself, but also within GBI policy, we do have to have continuous education. So we are continuously taking different courses, whether it be online or in person, throughout each year.
Do organizations, agencies, other people in criminal justice, do they ever rely on you for training or opinions just to help with what they do or cases?
Yes, we do work with several agencies, both with if they have any kind of case questions on how they would handle something or how we would handle something, as well as we do help with training as well.
And have you ever testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
13 times.
Just this time, I'm going to tender the witness as an expert in latent fingerprints examination.
No objection.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, we've got that out of the way, so let's quickly go to why you're here today. Did you have an opportunity to examine the knife in this case?
Yes, I did.
And that's, the knife's been tendered already. It's actually State's Exhibit 83. Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, just kind of hold the box up and open it. This is the knife in the case. And if you can, the only thing I want to do is, I believe, there it is. What is that number there I'm pointing to in the box of this knife?
It is the GBI Crime Lab case number.
And what is the number that's on this sticker here on the box?
It is the GBI Crime Lab case number and item number specifically.
Is that the same one you report?
Yes, it is.
Tell the jury what the DOFS case number is and how we track things.
In this case, the DOFS case number is 2020-1031455. And in our laboratory, items, each case is given a GBI Crime Lab case number. And each item that is submitted in that crime lab has a specific item number. So in this case, the knife was item 10, and so it's given a barcode with that listed GBI case number and item number. With that barcode, we are able to track the chain of custody, so anytime it moves between an individual in the lab or a storage location, we are scanning that barcode so that it can constantly be tracked as to where it is from the moment we receive it to the moment we release it back to the agency.
Here, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 99. I think that's your report, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I tender the evidence now, State's Exhibit 99.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, let me ask you a question. What date did you issue this report?
This report was issued on February 18th, 2021.
Let's see if I can get technology to work with me here. All righty, can you see that?
Yes.
It states 99 on the screen. And so we've got the DOFS case number on the top right, is that correct?
Yes, that is.
And then below that should report date, is that right?
Correct.
And then it's, what is the requested service?
The requested service was LP processing, so that's latent print processing on the item submitted.
And then it was requested by the Canton Police Department.
That's correct.
And then we have agency requested by, then subjects and victim under the case individuals.
That's correct.
And what date did you receive the knife in this case?
The evidence was submitted to the GBI Crime Lab on December 11th, 2020. That is not the date that I specifically received it. That's the date that it was submitted to the GBI Crime Lab for testing.
And then we have your expert opinion in this case is what?
Based on latent print processing of this item, I physically and chemically processed it for latent prints with negative results, meaning that there were either no latent prints present on that item, or those that were did not have the potential to be suitable for comparison.
And what I want to ask about that is, sometimes when we try just to see if we can get prints off or things like that, in this case, we have the knife submitted to you. tell the jury first, what is a fingerprint and what things are you looking for, and then why sometimes even when you know someone may have a knife, you don't find a fingerprint on the item.
So going back to what is a fingerprint, on the palms of your hands and soles of your feet, you have a type of skin called friction ridge skin. So it contains raised portions called ridges, which form different patterns. For example, the pattern on the top joint of your hand or your finger is referred to as your fingerprint. Those ridges don't flow continuously across the surface, however, they form different ridge characteristics. For example, a ridge that flows and suddenly stops is referred to as a ridge ending, whereas a ridge that flows and splits into two, similarly to a fork in the road, is referred to as a bifurcation. So those different ridge characteristics are what I am looking at during my processing, but particularly that's what I'm looking at during my examination to see if I can use those ridge characteristics in a comparison and ultimately make a conclusion of identification or exclusion. With the fingerprints, a latent print, so that we use the terms latent print and known print. A latent print is an unintentional or a chance reproduction of those ridge characteristics on the skin when you touch or handle an item. A latent print is not always visible to the naked eye, so it requires us to process it using different chemical techniques in order to render it visible, then allowing us to preserve it and examine it for comparison. Whereas known prints are those that are intentional reproductions of the ridge characteristics on the skin, and those are collected for comparative purposes to any latent prints that are collected at the skin, or at the scene, excuse me. What was your follow-up question afterwards?
Sometimes, why would you not find a fingerprint? What can get in the way or cause a fingerprint? Even though if you know someone held a knife, it may not be there.
There are several factors that can play into whether a print is left on an item at the time it's handled, as well as if it may be developed later on or not. In regards to if a print is left at the time of being handled, some of the factors to consider is whether if there is even some kind of transferable material, either on the skin or on the item being touched. So on that friction-ridge skin, it is lined with pores, which are constantly producing sweat. So that sweat on the friction-ridge skin is what is deposited when you handle an item. If there is no sweat or a residue on the skin when you touch an item, you may not be leaving a fingerprint on the surface, or if you are, it may be too fragmented for us to be able to work with it. So there has to be some kind of transferable material, either on the skin itself or on the item. And when I say a transferable material on the item, if you have blood, grease, paint, even something really dusty, if you have that on the surface and you touch that surface, you can essentially do a takeaway print where you're removing whatever's on that item, and you can leave friction ridge detail as well. So as long as there's some kind of transferable material, you can typically leave a fingerprint on an item. Another factor to consider is the item itself, if it is even conducive to accepting latent prints. For example, a surface that is dirty or very rusty may not be as conducive to accepting prints, as well as an item that is very textured versus an item that's very smooth. The smoother surface, typically the better a latent print may be left on that surface. As well as if the surface is hot or cold, wet or dry, dirty versus clean, all of that can affect if a print is left on the surface. In regards to if a print is developed after handling, one factor to consider is the environment. If it's left out in humidity, if it's hot versus cold, that can evaporate some of the latent print and essentially evaporate any detail that's left in that print, as well as if it was wet versus dry. So if it did rain on that item, or if it was thrown into some wet environment, that can essentially damage or remove some of that latent print detail, as well as how the item was handled both at the time it was touched as well as after. So if you touch an item and it's a clean touch and release, you may leave a fingerprint, as opposed to an item that's handled a lot, where if you're moving your hand around a lot on it while using it, or a door handle, which many individuals are constantly using that, so that with door handles or type surfaces like that, it's constantly being handled, so you're constantly damaging or removing latent prints that may be present on that item. So there are several factors that could play into whether a print is left at the time that it's handled, as well as if a print is even developed afterward.
And on this knife, you didn't find any prints, is that right?
That's correct.
Nobody's, not the defendants, no one else. You found no prints whatsoever?
Correct. There were no late imprints developed on the eye.
And whether or not a fingerprint could be there, it could be because of the type of material, like the knife itself was made out of, could have a factor.
Yes, it could be the knife itself, or in this case, there was a reddish brown residue on the knife, so that could interfere also with any late imprints that may be present.
So blood or a lot of blood can interfere with the leaving of a fingerprint.
That's correct.
Just that's all I have.
I don't have any questions of this witness.
Thank you. You can step down. Call your next witness, please.
Carly Blomquist.
Good morning. Yeah, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Okay, you can have a seat. Can you state your name and spell it, please?
Carly Blomquist, Carliblomquist.
Okay. Do we want her to adjust her microphone down a little bit? Can you just pull that down just a smidge? Yeah.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you tell me how you're employed?
Yeah, I'm an emergency room physician at Northside Cherokee Hospital.
All right. And can you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background and training?
Yeah, I went to undergrad pre-med at Emory University, graduated in 2005, and then I went to medical school at Medical College of Georgia, graduated in 2010, and then I went back to residency where I trained based out of Emory University at 5 different hospital sites, including Grady primarily, and then after that, so I finished that in 2013, and I've been a practicing ER physician since then at Northside Cherokee, so for a little over 10 years.
Okay. And in your practice as an emergency room physician, what does that mean?
So a lot of things. There's a variety of patients that I take care of. I don't work at a level 1 trauma center anymore, but I trained at Grady, which was one. We do get occasional traumas. But we don't get the bigger traumas unless they're very, very critical and they have to come to us. But I take care of heart attacks and strokes and sepsis patients, and occasional traumas, car accidents, and then basically patients that are, they lose their pulse on the way to a trauma center, so they have to come to us instead.
Okay. And you say on their way to a trauma center. Northside Cherokee ER is not a trauma center?
It's not.
Okay. And does that influence what types of patients are brought to you in like an emergency setting?
Yes. So if there is a serious trauma, then they should go to a trauma center if they can make it there. But if they can't make it there, they go to the nearest ER.
Okay.
But at Grady, which is where I trained primarily, I was there for 3 years. That's a level 1 trauma center. So I do have a lot of experience with trauma patients.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I would tender Dr. Blomquist as an expert in emergency medicine.
No objection.
So noted.
I want to talk to you about December the 8th of 2020. Have you had an opportunity to review your records from your treatment of Hannah Nicole Driver?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember that incident, her coming into the ER?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember that independent from your records review?
Yes. I just reviewed the records yesterday for the first time, but I recalled before that.
Okay. And tell me, apart from your review of the records, what you recall in terms of your memory of responding to that incident.
So I was an assisting physician on that case. The primary physician is one of my colleagues I've worked with for 10 years, but I came in to shift and there was a crowded room, so I jumped in to see how I could help. So I entered the room and I saw Hannah, and they were securing the airway when I entered the room, and then I just jumped in to see where I could help basically in the resuscitation efforts. Her clothes were bloody, CPR was in progress. I could see stab wounds on the neck that were no longer bleeding, and there wasn't any apparent sign of life. Dr. Albinger had already secured one access in one of her legs, and so I did it in the other leg so we could have more access for medications. And unfortunately, after all the attempts that we tried to get her heart back beating, it was very clear that that wasn't going to happen. I performed a bedside cardiac ultrasound, which we do a lot of times during ACLS before we call it, and we could see that there was no cardiac activity, so then time of death was called.
Okay. You indicated when you entered the room that they were securing an airway. What does that mean?
Intubating, putting on the ventilator machine. So basically, it's just a process that we do where we put an ET tube into the airway and connect it to the ventilator, or bag them until we get life back, basically, and then we'll connect them to the ventilator machine.
Okay. And you indicated when you entered the room, you entered into a crowded room. How many people were working on Hannah?
I don't recall exactly how many people. I would guess around 10, but I don't really know.
Okay. And then you said Dr. Albinger had secured access through one of her legs. What does that mean?
Yeah, so from what I read in the documentation, they were unable to get any peripheral IVs en route, so they didn't have any access to her venous system in order to give the medications that we have to give to get the heart beating back, like IV fluids, epinephrine, bicarb, which is what she had received. So we have to have access somehow. So an emergency situation when we can't get access in the veins, which often happens when they don't have any blood, we get access into the bone. So there's a drill that we use in order to gain access into the bone of the leg, and then we can give medications or blood or fluids in that area.
Okay. And you indicated that sort of at what point after getting those access points, securing the airway, at what point did you all shift to the cardiac ultrasound to make decisions about whether to continue life-saving efforts or call a time of death?
I believe it was 1502 from the documentation, but I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. If I show
But
you your record, would
that would be
help?
helpful,
Okay.
yeah.
May I approach?
Yes.
I think that's when I placed the IO, but let me see. Patient arrived at 1444. Looks like the patient was intubated at 1500, and that's around when I would have entered the room, because I remember that. And then at 1502 is when I placed the IO in the right knee.
And what is the IO?
The intraosseous line that I talked about with the drill.
Okay, you put that in her right knee, and you said Dr. Albinger had already put one in her left?
Correct.
Okay. And then, what time was that?
That was at 1502, and then at 1509 is when I performed the ultrasound. And then at 1510 is when time of death was called.
Okay. And when you performed the ultrasound at 1509, what did you see?
But there was no cardiac activity, there was no fluid around the heart, basically no sign of life,
Okay.
no sign that the heart was pumping at all.
Was there any other medical intervention you all could have done at that point to preserve life?
Unfortunately, no. She had gotten multiple rounds of epi, she had gotten IV fluids, she had gotten bicarb, and it was clear that the wounds were no longer bleeding. She had lost a lot of blood.
What does that mean, that the wounds were no longer bleeding from a medical position?
That means that she had basically exsanguinated already. Usually if you're doing compressions and there's still blood in the body, there's going to be blood coming out of the wound every time you do a compression. And that wasn't happening, which makes you think that she was empty.
Okay. You used the word empty. Was that?
Her blood was gone.
Okay. All right. And what time did you all call her death?
1510.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Prior to you jumping in to assist all the other doctors and staff on that day, did you know anything about any of the backstory about how Hannah came to the hospital?
No.
Did you ever find anything out in the course of your treatment or after the fact?
Afterwards, I had heard that her mom was at another hospital,
Thank you.
Mhm.
Anything else with this witness?
No, Your Honor.
You can be excused. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state needs to take up something outside the presence of the jury.
All right, we're gonna let you be in recess in the jury room. So don't, leave us your notepads, don't talk to one another, and we will call you in as soon as we're ready, hopefully in about 10 minutes.
That you saw on direct F10?
I believe so, yes.
And this is the document that contains all of your laboratory-specific star mix parameters, right?
That's correct.
Are you aware of how ESR calculated those parameters?
I did not go through all the calculations with them, so no.
You testified on direct that I think that they use something called Model Maker.
Yes.
You're not familiar with how Model Maker works?
I've never used it myself, no.
Are you aware of whether or not Model Maker uses its own MC algorithm?
I'm not aware of that, no.
In either event, you just have the answers here from whatever that algorithm was, right?
The answers for the allele and stutter peak height variances and that locus-specific amplification efficiency, yes.
You did not technically review the conclusions in this document?
I did, yes.
Well, you read the document, right?
Correct.
But you didn't conduct an independent technical review of what ESR did to get to the numbers in this document, did you?
No.
Like you just said, you don't know how they used Model Maker to calculate the parameters that your laboratory used.
Not specifically, no.
I want to go to the first page right here. Can we agree that there's a disclaimer on the front page of this?
Yes.
Can we agree that that disclaimer says this document is a guide only? Can we agree that it says that?
Yes.
Can we agree that the third sentence says, however, ESR makes no express or implied warranty regarding such information or data and hereby expressly disclaims all legal liability and responsibility to persons or entities that use or access this document and its content?
It does say that, yes.
Before we move on, I want to talk about your laboratory's drop-in parameters. You're familiar with drop-in being described as DNA raining from the ceiling,
I've never heard it
or
called.
snowing from the ceiling, I think, sorry.
No, I've never heard that.
It's unexplainable, or at least unexplained.
And non-reproducible,
That's right, it can't be replicated.
correct.
Would it be fair to call drop-in noise?
It could be noise.
In your parameter study, was drop-in modeling turned on?
Well, drop-in was one of the parameters that would be assessed, would be determined.
Well, do you know how the drop-in parameter was determined?
Yes.
Can you tell us?
So as I mentioned before, we did not see any drop-in in the samples that we gave to ESR to do the study. And so they looked at other laboratory drop-in rates. And these laboratories had they were using the same systems we were using. Same instrument, the same kit, the same what's called cycle number, which is how many times those billions of copies, how many cycles are needed to make those billions of copies. And it used a default drop-in rate, since we didn't see any, from all of those different laboratories that were similar to us. And that was 250 RFUs.
The record, I am turning down to the section of the parameter study discussing drop-in. We're at page 6 of 23. Are we looking at the same thing?
Again, we're on S10.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
Now, can we agree that it does say there that your laboratory observed an insufficient drop-in peaks within the 29 cycle profiles to inform a gamma prior distribution?
Yes.
Can you tell me what the difference between, well, first before that, and can we agree that as a result, rather than using a gamma prior distribution, your laboratory used a uniform distribution?
Yes, that's what it says, yes.
Can you explain to me what the difference between a gamma distribution and a uniform distribution is?
No.
Can we agree that your laboratory still uses a uniform distribution for drop-in peaks?
Yes.
Now, this particular document was made in 2017.
Yes.
So in 2017, your laboratory did not have enough data on drop-in events to be able to model it with a gamma distribution, correct?
Correct.
It's been 7 years since this document was created.
Yes.
Your laboratory still hasn't seen enough drop-in events to be able to model it with a gamma distribution?
Yes, because you would need to be able to determine that an allele was drop-in.
Do you know what a uniform distribution is?
I'm not familiar with that term, no.
Like we said, after ESR calculated your laboratory parameters, you could move on to the second part of the validation study, right?
Correct.
And this is the part of your internal validation where you applied the SWIG-DAN guidelines explicitly?
Yes.
ESR was involved in this as well?
Yes.
Much like with the parameter study, you made the mixtures and sent the electropherograms to ESR?
That's correct.
You did not have anyone within your laboratory conduct the deconvolutions themselves?
No.
That was StarMix that did that, or ESR?
For 2.4.6, that's correct.
Yes. And so all of the charts and graphs on your internal validation study document were created by StarMix,
Yes.
not by your laboratory?
By ESR.
Excuse me. All right, let me... I'm going to move to S11. This is the internal validation of StarMix version 2.4 in your laboratory.
Yes.
Can we agree that the first page of this internal validation study document has the same disclaimer as the parameter study document?
Yes, it does.
I would like to talk about section D. Specifically, the record, Your Honor, I am on page 11 of 50 of the internal validation study. We are looking at the sensitivity and specificity plots, right?
I believe so, yes.
Now, the y-axis there is the log of the likelihood ratio
Yes.
calculated for a given sample.
Yes.
The x-axis is RFU.
The x-axis is, I believe that is the likelihood ratio. No, I apologize. Yes, the RFUs, yes.
The average peak height
Peak
for a given
heights,
sample.
correct.
Where did that average peak height come from?
I'm not sure. I would think that it was from the samples that had been run, and Model Maker had accepted a range of average peak heights, or made a range of average peak heights. But I don't really know for sure.
So you're not sure how the average peak heights for these were calculated?
Well, these graphs are separated into the 2-person mixtures, 3-person mixtures, and so on. So it could be from those particular mixtures that the average peak heights were determined.
But did these numbers come from star mix or somewhere else?
They were calculated by ESR.
How did ESR calculate it?
I obviously don't know specifically.
You don't know whether they used star mix or not?
No, I don't know that.
You spoke on direct about a couple of samples from this study that had shoulder peaks.
I don't believe I did.
Were there not 2 false exclusions that were the result of shoulder peaks?
They were not from shoulder peaks. They were unresolved, 2 peaks that were unresolved because their sizes were so close to each other that the software only recognized one and not both.
And the software here being the Gene Mapper software?
That's correct.
You were able to look at these electropherograms and see what you're talking about, this 1-base pair resolution issue?
Yes.
You reviewed all of these electropherograms prior to sending them to ESR, right?
That's correct.
You didn't notice this when you sent them to ESR originally?
I don't recall if I noticed or not, but it would still be important to see how StarMix would evaluate something like that.
So you're not sure whether you noticed those before you sent them to StarMix or after StarMix sent you the results?
Yeah, I do not recall.
Before moving on, I want to talk about the Gelman-Rubin diagnostic just one more time. I know we said that that threshold of 1.20 is the threshold for whether or not the chains have converged.
That's correct.
So you're saying that if your Gelman-Rubin diagnostic is below 1.2, the chains have converged.
That is my understanding, yes.
And where did you get this information? How did you learn it?
From ESR.
Do you recall what ESR said? They just gave you that number, 1.2?
That was information, I believe, that was in the internal validation studies summary that we're seeing here. I believe that number comes from that study.
So you believe that that number came from this internal validation study?
I should say it didn't come from the study, but it was presented in the study as one of the troubleshooting methods. Yes, I believe it's in this particular study summary.
And you don't know, though, why 1.2 is the threshold for convergence versus not?
That's correct.
I want to clarify something from your direct because I don't fully understand it. You had spoke about your I think you called it the performance check for 2.5.11, right?
Correct.
And you reran Model Maker on 2.5.11, right?
Yes.
I would like to show you the charts. Let me see. So I think we're at S12. Right? Can we agree that these two charts right here on page 2 have the allele and stutter variances?
Yes.
Now you testify on direct that between version 2.4.06 and 2.5.11, the allele and stutter variances were the same.
We're basically the same. No significant difference.
I was going to say we can agree that these are two different distributions that are on this chart, right?
They have slight differences, yes.
They have slight differences, which means they're not the same.
That's correct.
After you conducted this parameter study, you did this Model Maker study again, did you choose to go with the 2.5.11 parameters or the 2.4.6 parameters?
Because they were basically similar, or not significantly different, it was recommended to us that we keep the parameters from 2.4.6.
Who recommended it?
The person from ESR that we were working with.
Why did they recommend it?
Because in their minds it hadn't significantly changed.
But there are some small differences, right?
Some small differences, yes.
And you had already done the work to calculate these new distributions for 2.5.11, right?
That work was done by ESR.
But to be clear, you could have simply started using these new distributions with these new parameters, right?
If that had been recommended to us, we would have.
You also said on direct that the reason why you didn't do this initially was because you didn't know that you had to when you had a new version of StarMix that you were implementing.
That's correct.
ESR didn't tell you that you needed to do that?
I'm not sure that they told me or not, but I did not remember, and therefore we just went ahead with our performance check.
Are you aware of whether or not the model that StarMix is implementing is different between 2.4.06 and 2.5.11?
I don't think
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I promise that I will be honest with you.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have some opposition to swearing? Is that
Yes,
the
I do.
concern?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you affirm that you will be honest and tell the truth today?
I just told you that I would be, and I will be. I will be completely honest and transparent in regards to the matter of which we're here today.
Okay.
And my experience with this circumstance.
Okay. Great. And can you your full name?
Jason Allen Spillers,
All right. How old are you, Mr. Spillers?
36.
All right. And you're wearing orange.
Yeah.
Are you in custody at this time?
Not in Cherokee County.
Do you have pending charges?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And the only reason I'm asking you that is, have we made any kind of deals with you or discussed your charges with you in any way?
Actually, you made it very clear that you're uninterested in the charges that I have because it has nothing to do with this.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And I'm not going to ask you anything else about that.
Okay.
So I want to know how you know Benjamin Ben Michael.
I call him Z.
Okay.
And I call Chloe a Lexus driver Kawani. Those
All
are the
right.
names of which they were introduced to me as.
Okay.
So just to relieve confusion for the court and for the jury, these are the names that I still call these people by.
Okay.
So I just want to make that very clear so there's no confusion. And maybe I just want to make that very clear. So I met Z in April of 2020 through an associate, and we met because of an interest in trust law and using trusts to legally incorporate yourself to minimize risk of obstruction by the government, like in the forms of taxes and being able to hold your properties and assets in a trust and making them safer. And there's a whole lot to that. So, I mean, how much would you like for me to talk about that? That's just the nature of how I met him.
Okay, and that's great. And I'll just keep asking small questions till we get to all the information that we need.
Sure.
You said that you had the interest in the trust law, but how did you actually come to know him? How did you forge that connection? Did you meet him somewhere in particular?
What do you mean? Like
how did you come to know he exists?
Through Peggy Schindler.
Okay, so you met him through a mutual contact?
A mutual friend.
Okay.
Yes. I saw Peggy in Whole Foods.
Okay.
And she was telling me about the trust.
Okay.
But she perhaps doesn't have the vernacular or the capacity to explain it.
Mm-hmm.
And so Z does, so I spoke with Z, and and then Peggy gave me the trust, and I began a relationship with Z from there.
Okay, and you said that was April of 2020?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and so going forward for the rest of this questioning, I'm going to refer to Benjamin as Z.
That'd be great.
Okay,
yeah, to avoid confusion for everyone.
Okay,
Thank
and
you.
Chloe will refer to as Kuwani?
Kuwani, yes.
That's how you
spell that, please?
Kuwani, K-U''A''N'.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And is that how you were introduced to them?
Yes.
Okay, and is that how you knew them through the entirety of your relationship and still with them? Okay. So in April of 2020, when you met Z,
Yes.
Was that an in-person meeting when you first encountered him?
Yeah, it was.
Okay, and where physically were you?
In a park. We met in a park in South Asheville.
Okay, in North Carolina?
In North Carolina, yes.
Okay. Was he living there or staying there at that time?
Yeah, he was staying with Peggy.
Okay, and when you met him, did you become aware of his relationship status?
Yeah.
Okay, and what did you learn about his relationship status?
That he has 4 wives, actually,
Okay.
and that he practices polygamy.
Okay.
Is that the question? Is that the answer you were looking for?
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I'm trying to get at.
Sure.
At that time, were you in a relationship?
Yes, I was.
And did you exercise any type of polygamy?
No.
Okay. And so when you initially met him, did you come to know his wives?
Not initially, but we did later. I believe I met Kwani briefly in May, but we really spent some time together in late May.
Okay.
When I went down to Florida to visit them with the girl that I was with at the time.
Okay. So you had a girlfriend at the time?
So we can call her my girlfriend, but
Okay.
she was living with me, and I mean, I guess you could say that I have always believed in plurality as well. That men should have multiple women, but I was never in a committed. I was with Jen; she lived with me,
Okay.
and I took care of her. I provided her. She didn't work, so I provided her with food and shelter and safety, and companionship, and love. But it was never in our agreement that I wasn't allowed to see other women.
Okay.
So.
And as it relates to Z and his relationship, who were his wives that you came to know?
So their given names on their birth certificates would be Chloe Alexis Driver, Jessica Lee Kafijian, and Sarah Stiles.
Okay.
But those women will be referred to as Kuwani and Anna, Gamliana, and Shalig, respectively, because those are their chosen Hebrew names.
Okay. Tell me about Jessica. You said, what did she go by as her chosen
Gamliana.
Hebrew? Gamliana?
Yes.
How do you spell that?
Gamiliana, I'm pretty sure. I'd have to look at it.
Okay.
Gamliana, yes.
And you all called her Gami?
Gami or Anna, she prefers now.
Okay.
Because she says that people have a hard time pronouncing Gami and they question her, so she goes by Anna now.
Gami or Anna? Okay.
Yes.
And is that a decision that she made to change that from Gami to Anna?
Yes.
Okay, because of
Like I said, she says that when she introduces herself as Gami, people say, what? And so she just goes by Anna now.
Okay. And then Sarah is the legal name. What?
Shaylig.
Shaylee?
Shaylig.
How do you spell it?
Sheilig. It's a Hebrew word.
Shaylig?
Shaylig. It's a
Okay.
Hebrew word, yes.
All right. So, when did you meet Kawani, Gami, and Shaylee?
Like I was saying, I think I actually met Kawani and Gami in May before they left, like briefly at Peggy's house.
Before they left North Carolina?
They left North Carolina to go to Florida, but
Okay.
I can't remember. It seems like I did. So you're asking me, this is like 5 years ago almost. So, whether I met them before I went to Florida, I can't remember. It feels like I did, but that's kind of irrelevant because we went to Florida, Jennifer and I, this girl that I was with at the time.
Okay.
We went to Florida to visit them and stay with them.
All right. Do you know when that was that you went to Florida to visit and stay with Z? And
It was after Kawani's birthday, which is the 18th.
okay, tell me when Kawani's birthday is. 18th of what?
May.
Okay.
Um,
So after May 18th of 2020, you and Michelle, Jennifer.
Yes.
You and Jennifer went to Florida,
Yes, we did.
and did you stay with Z and Gami?
No, we
Shaylee?
stayed in our van.
You stayed in your van, okay.
Yeah, but we spent all of our time with them though. Like they were staying in a motel at the time
Okay.
in Nokomis Beach.
Where?
Nokomis Beach,
Where's
Florida.
that?
It's by Venice. It's like south of Sarasota.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that when you first met them, they were in North Carolina, and then they went to Florida, that they were staying in hotels. For the duration of your relationship with them, was that routine for them to kind of move around or travel or stay in different places?
Yeah, they were moving around a lot
Okay.
at the time.
Okay.
From what I understood, but they had been in, I can't recall what they were doing before that, but they stayed in Florida and then they went to Connecticut and they would stay in different places for like months at a time. I know that they stayed in Florida for months. After we left Florida, they stayed there for at least another month, I think.
Okay.
And they would stay in one place, like a singular location for a few months, and then they would go to the next location wherever they decided to go. I know that Kawani and Z had been in Myrtle Beach together for a pretty extended amount of time in Virginia Beach. That's where they met Gamliana. So they stayed in these places for extended periods of time.
Okay. So you're aware of Florida, North Carolina, Connecticut, Virginia,
Yes.
anywhere else?
Gosh, I don't know.
Did they ever spend time in Tennessee?
I don't think any extended time. I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right.
So
And so you indicated sometime in May of 2020 you went down to Florida and spent a lot of time with them?
yes,
Okay.
we spent a week down there.
A week?
Yeah, about
Was
a
that
week.
the first time you saw Benjamin with all three of the women?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you first met him and learned that he had 3 wives, sort of what was your thought process on that arrangement or situation?
I thought that was really interesting because usually you only see that with like religious cults like Mormonism, even though scripturally even old Jewish and Christian tradition promotes plurality, like it's promoted in scripture that men have multiple wives, like it's written about all through the Bible, but you don't really see it that much anymore, perhaps in Mormonism only. And I had spoken with Z extensively about what was happening with his his wives in this situation, and I found it pretty interesting because he was providing care, all of the things that a man is supposed to provide for a woman. Like I said, and it was kind of like something that I was interested in because, like I said with Jen, I provided Jen with food, a place to shelter. She didn't work. I provided her with companionship and love, and I listened to her, and I was affectionate towards her, even though I was never in a committed relationship. But it's like the value of having a wife is profound, you know, like the value of having that intimacy that perhaps couldn't be achieved through a non-marital relationship. And so Z had basically taken what I found to be what I wanted in life was plurality, but also incorporating the deep intimacy of marriage with multiple women. And I thought that was highly interesting, and I was very curious to see how that played out and how that worked. And so was Jennifer. Honestly, you know, she's like, whoa, you know, like multiple wives, really? Wow. Like, you know, that's different. Like we should totally go hang out with him, you know? So we did. So we went to Florida. Sorry, I'm gonna adjust myself.
You're fine.
My niece.
And you said you were kind of interested to see how it played out from
Or
May.
basically, like, we're talking about like the social dynamic
Sure.
of a circumstance like that, which I think is really like where most people go with that.
Mm-hmm.
When they hear about polygamy, most individuals will question the social dynamic of such relationship, and how does that work? Like, what is the social dynamic between the women, and the social dynamic between the women and the women and the men? I mean, you can see these types of shows. There's shows on television now that promote polygamy and
Like Sister Wives?
like Sister Wives. Yeah, exactly. And so it's kind of like to see a firsthand perspective of that, of somebody who's really living like that. I thought was highly interesting. I was very interested in what these women had to say and what they were about.
Okay.
So was Jennifer.
Tell me, you said you were interested to hear what the women had to say and what they
Yeah,
were about?
well, yeah, I was just curious how they interacted with each other.
Okay.
You know, so.
From May of 2020, when you said that you and Jennifer went to Florida and started spending time with them, how
That's
much
right.
time did you spend with Z and the three women from May until December of 2020?
Oh, well, there's a lot.
Okay.
I mean, so I went to go see them in May, and then I broke up with Jennifer. I broke it off with Jennifer over the summer, so she actually never saw them again.
Okay.
And then I stayed in Connecticut at Z's parents' house at the Joyce home in Connecticut in September for, I think I was there for about a little over 2 weeks.
Tell me about his parents. What do you know about them?
Oh, I love the Joyces. They're good. Mike Joyce is great, is a good man, you know. They're essentially, Michelle Joyce is they're very powerful people. Like, even, they're like really intelligent. They're highly intelligent people, highly well spoken about their traditions and values, and they're very warm and open and welcoming folks. Like,
Are they, his biological parents, still married?
yes, they
Do you know what they do for a living?
Michelle sells real estate, and Mike works at a factory,
Works at a factory?
like a machine shop.
Okay. So you said you went to Connecticut and you stayed at his parents' house?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how much time did you spend at his parents' house?
Like I said, I was there for a little over 2 weeks, I think.
Okay. Was he there with the three women as well?
Kawani and Gamliano were staying there, and Shaylee was there sometimes, but her parents also live in Connecticut, so she was at her parents' some too.
Okay, so Shaylig's parents are from Connecticut as well?
Yeah, they live like, I don't know, it's like 45 minutes down the road in Southbury.
Okay, so Gami and Kawani and Z and you spent time at his parents' house?
We sure did.
While Shaylig spent time with her family?
Yeah, I was sleeping in my van. Again, I had a van
Okay.
that I stayed in.
Okay.
And so I was sleeping in the driveway
All
in the
right.
van.
And was it, from your observations, was it common for these women to go spend time with their families outside of their relationship with Z?
I mean, if they wanted to.
Okay.
I don't think, I didn't really get the feeling that Kawani or Gamliano were very, enthusiastic about going to spend time with their parents.
Okay.
And that they loved their husband and they stayed with him.
Okay. But Shaylig wanted to go see her family in Connecticut?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just like a matter of convenience too, because they're all like staying at the house, and, Shaylig she went back and forth,
Okay.
so.
Did you ever meet the parents of Shayla, Gami, or
I've met all these people.
Kawani?
I've met them all.
You met all of their parents?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Tell me the circumstances under which you went into their families' homes.
Let's see. I met Phil and Nancy Kafijian in October of 2020. I have actually stayed with Ben and Sharon Stiles at their home in Connecticut. I stayed there for the better part of a month.
At Shaylig's parents?
At Shaylig's parents, yes, I sure did. And I've met Eric and Renee Driver on several occasions. I met them for the first time in the summer of 2020. I met Kawani and Z and Eric and Renee Driver at a river in Tennessee, and we spent the day together.
Okay.
That was the first time I met them.
So Phil and Nancy Kafijian are
Jessica's parents.
Jessica or
Gamliana's
Gamliana's
Yeah, I knew
parents.
that. We're
Okay.
gonna try to avoid this confusion.
Where do they live?
They live in Virginia Beach.
In Virginia Beach. Okay.
Yep.
And then you said that Shaylig's parents live in Connecticut.
Yes, they do in
And
Southbury.
do you know where Eric and Renee Driver, Kawani's parents, live?
In Knoxville, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I've never been to their house,
Okay.
so.
All right.
But I know that she's from Jacksonville originally, but
Okay.
I think they moved
Okay.
to Knoxville.
Okay. And do you know what the order of the women coming into this marriage was? Like
Yes.
who was first?
Yeah, it
Okay.
was Kawani first.
Okay. Do you
And
know
the-
how long she had been with Z? Like as of 2020 when you met him, how long they'd been together?
Gosh, I don't know the answer to that question. Years.
Okay.
Yeah.
And who came next?
Jessica Gamliana.
Okay. And how long?
Since she was like right when she was 18, and then they met Gami a few months later.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know the answer to these questions
Okay.
exactly.
If you don't know, then
Yeah.
that's fine.
I'm
but
just
if
like
you do know,
telling you what I think it is.
Okay.
It's kind of like I haven't really considered that. I haven't, I'm sure I was told at some point, but I mean, golly,
and from your understanding, who was the last woman to kind of enter the picture?
Shaylig,
Shaylig.
yes.
And when you met them, do you have any idea how long Shaylig had been in a relationship with Z?
I'm gonna guess like 6 months or something like that.
Okay, so pretty recent.
Yeah, within the year. It would have been within a year.
Okay. Do you still have a relationship with Z?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you know whether Shaylig and Gami are still with him?
Yes, they are.
They are.
They
Okay.
are very much still with him.
Okay. All right. So when we were talking about the sort of the social dynamic of polygamy and sort of your interest in that when you met Z,
Yes.
what did you observe about sort of his treatment of the women or their interaction and treatment toward him? Like what was that from
I
your
observed a
perspective?
very beautiful, healthy relationship.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
All like they would wake up every morning and talk about feelings, which I thought was really cute.
Talk
And
about feedings?
feelings.
Oh, feelings. Okay.
Like they would wake up every morning. They would be in the hotel, and Z would wake up with these girls, and they'd all wake up and sit around and talk about feelings.
Okay.
And how they felt that day and why they were feeling that way. And he would sit and be patient and kind and caring to them,
Okay.
and treat them the way a wife should be treated, with compassion and patience and love.
Okay.
And even Jennifer and I, we both observed this, I was actually a little surprised at the amount, like the absence of petty argument and jealousy, because you have to kind of expect that. That's what Jen said too. Like we were like, wow, this is really, like they really have a healthy thing here, that they're all interacting with each other. They all share the same type of value for humanness, that like there's a real value here that you don't see in a lot of individuals. Like most people act solely in self-interest, And that's not what you saw with these girls and their man. And it was really sweet, actually.
Okay.
Like, Z was always, he was being very kind to them, and they all got along. Like, I didn't see, we stayed there for over a week in the van, and, we didn't see any bickering. And we were with them all day, every day,
Okay.
like this whole time.
And that was the week
so
you spent with them in Florida in May of 2020?
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
When you left Florida, I asked you sort of the broad question of how much time you spent with them between May of 2020 and December of 2020.
Sure.
But after that week in May, when did you later spend chunks of time with them and where?
Well, like I said, I met up with Z and Kawani and her parents at a river in Tennessee.
Do you know when that was?
Gosh, sometime in the summer of 2020. I actually cannot remember exactly when that was.
Okay.
And then I stayed with Z. I stayed in his parents' driveway for a few weeks in September. Then I went back home, and then I came to Virginia Beach in the middle of October, and I stayed there for about 3 weeks with Z and Kawani, and Gamliana too. Sarah Shalig was in Connecticut at that time with her parents.
Okay, so in October, you spent 3 weeks in Virginia. Shaylig was with her parents.
That's right.
And Kuwani and Gami and you and Z were together in Virginia?
That's right.
Okay. I want to get signed back into this computer. I want to show you, may I approach the witness? Yes. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 84. Do you recognize who this person is?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's Gami.
Okay. Does this accurately reflect the person you know?
That
or you're
is
referring to
that
Gami?
is Jessica Kafijian Gamliana, who prefers to be called Anna now, and I
Okay.
told her the name change has been a little difficult for me.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'm in the tender State's 84.
Okay.
States 84 is admitted.
Permission to publish?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so this is Gami.
That is Jessica Kafijian Gamliana.
Okay. Do you know how old she is compared to Kuwani?
Jessica's birthday is June 3rd, 1988.
June 3rd, 1988?
That's right.
Okay, so she's older. And this is State's Exhibit 85. Do you know who this is?
Yeah, that's Shaylee. That's Sarah Stiles.
Okay.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would tender State's 85.
It's admitted.
And this is, how old is she?
Shaylee was born February the 8th, 1997.
February 8th, 1997. How do you know all these women's birthdays? Is that something that's
I have a
important?
partially photogenic memory.
Okay. Would that be information that you seek out about people that you care about, or that
No,
you?
I don't even try to remember.
Okay, you just remember it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the nature of my mind.
Are these two pictures the scene that you remember of December the 8th of 2020, being at that residence?
Oh my gosh, that is the inside of Jerry's house, isn't it? Wow. Yeah, I don't know the inside. I was gonna say, because I see the picture of Shaylee there, and I'm like, wow, that's really messy. Like, because they never kept a messy place, but Jerry does.
Okay.
So I see that there. That is the inside, because like you see all the dirt and like just like it's kind of nasty looking. I was just like, where was this picture taken? Like, because they do not keep an unclean house like that.
Okay.
But Jerry definitely does. Jerry's kind of a slob, self-admittedly on his part. So I'm not trying to.
Okay.
He'll admit that.
All
so.
right. Tell me a little bit about that. You said they keep a clean environment. In terms of sort of the dynamics of the group when you were with them, did they have any viewpoints about like diet or like health in terms of?
Oh yes, very much. That's like a part of the way that they live, and it's part of the way that I live too.
Okay. And what were sort of were you all like-minded in that way?
Yes, very much. And that's
Okay.
one of the things that that I liked about Z immediately was that the way that he cared for himself and the way that he cared for his women.
What do you mean by that?
First of all, like there's like a standard of purity. You know, I've been on and off a vegetarian for most of my life. I met them and they're vegans.
Okay.
They eat no processed sugar. They eat extremely healthy, like no vegan. And the reason why they don't eat animal products is because of the inhumane treatment of animals. You know, so it's like, it's viewed as like an innocent life. So you have an innocent life in this animal, and Z feels that, you know, we are not entitled to take that life. And that was actually something that I picked up from Z, because before I had just been a vegetarian for my own health purposes. But then he told me about his reasoning for veganism, and I agree with him. You know, it's like one of the things that, you know, I met Z, and when I went down to visit them in Florida, I hadn't been a vegetarian for a very long time, like 2 years. It had been 2 years that I'd been on a meat-eating diet, and I got back around them, and I was influenced in a positive way, I would say, by being around them and being around their health again. And so I immediately went back to vegetarianism, and I've been a vegetarian ever since.
Okay.
Back to my routine. And Jen did it with me too,
Okay.
for the remaining time that she was with me.
All right.
Like we immediately switched back to vegetarianism.
Was everybody, during the time you spent with him between May of 2020 and beyond, was everybody a strict vegan?
Yes.
Okay.
And they also used like no drugs or alcohol whatsoever.
Okay.
Which
And
is
what was the reason for that?
because it's like toxic.
Okay.
And because it's like it dilutes your mind and your ability to process and be your most pure and able self.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were there any viewpoints surrounding like water, or what kind of water they could consume?
What do you mean?
Just did they have any rules about what water they drank?
I don't know that I can speak to that specifically. I mean, I know that, but I will say that reverse osmosis water, I know that Z drinks reverse osmosis water, and so do I.
Okay.
I've been filtering my water reverse osmosis for the past 20 years.
Okay.
Because, you know, you'd like to get there's a lot of particulates in the water, especially, you know, you get the water out of the sink, out of the tap here, it's full of chemicals and fluoride and chlorine and things that are heavy metals that are unhealthy for your brain and body,
Okay.
that should really be avoided at all costs by everyone. But like I say, very few individuals take the time to care for themselves at this like level of impeccability. And so that's something that I respected about them very much and attracted me to become closer and better friends with them.
Okay. From your perspective, was the observation of these practices something that was inherent in them, or something that required discipline from them?
No, definitely not. Like Kawani was the one who was like giving me a hard time about eating meat when I was in. She's the one who's like, you know, she's like, you just don't care about the animals, do you? And I'm like, she's like, maybe you're just an asshole. And I was like, maybe I
She
am.
said maybe you were just an asshole?
Yeah.
Okay, and you're talking about
Kawani, the
Kawani.
woman who's sitting right there.
Okay.
And I said, maybe I am, you know, and maybe I should stop eating meat because of this reason, not for my own health purposes.
Okay.
You know, because of the taking of life, and because, you know, it's better to live that way.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, maybe you're right, young lady, you know, like I see where you're coming from. And so I actually went back to vegetarianism then.
Was she expressive in communicating about sort of her belief system of subscribing to these practices?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not like it was like forced.
Okay.
You know, it's like, it's pretty logical, really. You know,
Okay.
it's like, and it's like, I mean, it makes sense. It's like, this is impeccability. This is taking care of yourself in the highest regard. This is eliminating toxic waste from your body. This is living a life that's clean and pure without drugs and alcohol of any type, including caffeine.
Okay.
You know, no nicotine, no alcohol of any type. They don't drink at all.
Okay.
You know, so it's like, it's really rare to find that level of commitment of care to yourself. And all of these girls were just on board with it. You know, they were like, of course they are, because it makes sense and you feel better and you feel healthier and you're like, you know, representing something that is separate from the regular world of toxicity and negligence to one's own well-being.
Okay. You mentioned that during your, I've used kind of December of 2020 as like a date just because of the incident that we're here for, but
Yeah, we'll get there.
how long did you spend time with the group even beyond that date?
Oh gosh, I'm still friends with Z now. I was in
Okay.
Shayla's parents' house for a month in March of earlier this year. Like,
Okay.
You
So
know,
for the last 4 years,
I've
you've
been-
maintained constant communication and contact
most
and friendship
definitely,
with them? Okay.
most definitely, and we've all been very hurt by this, and we've, you know,
Okay.
worked through this together and as the best we can.
All right.
You know.
So you mentioned that they didn't consume any drugs or alcohol. Are you referring to sort of illicit drugs or just all drugs? What do you mean by the term drugs?
Anything that is psychotropic in nature.
Okay.
Anything that's like no pharmaceuticals, no alcohol, no drugs of any kind.
Okay.
What do you mean? What drugs are there? What,
I guess what I'm going to get into is sort of like modern medicine or treatment of ailments or like healing practices. Like, did they have sort of didn't adopt the traditional worldview of like the exercise of medicine?
yeah, none of these girls really had very many ailments.
Okay.
So, you know, I know, but you mean like ibuprofen?
Sure.
Definitely not.
Okay.
Yeah. I prescribe to these systems myself. Like, I don't
Okay.
take those kinds of drugs either.
All right. And was the whole group sort of like-minded in that way?
They're all for it, yeah.
Okay.
100%.
So were there sort of healing practices or things that you all did for your bodies that were not traditional?
I mean, like what?
Like drinking your own urine?
Sure.
Okay.
I've been drinking my urine daily for 4 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
And can you tell me, like, obviously that's not traditional in a broad
Well, it
way.
was in the past when people understood their bodies.
Okay.
Now we've become so deranged and deluded and essentially live in a psychotic society of mental illness and addiction to pharmaceuticals and alcohol and toxic food that we have become so diluted and separate from what it means to be healthy on the deepest and most fundamental cellular levels that we would, you know, describe an attempt to achieve homeostasis in the body. Yeah, so urine therapy is non-traditional in today's modern terms of, you know, our deranged society, toxic society, but it's actually written about by medical doctors. It's written about by people all over the world. There's like, I mean, if you go online and look up urine therapy, there's like 15 books available written by allopathic medicine doctors, homeopathic medicine doctors, written by shamans and gurus from the East, written about by regular everyday people who have healed themselves, who claim to have healed themselves of things such as cancer by drinking their urine.
Okay.
And it tells all about, if you want to do your research, you know, urine is from the word orin, meaning light. And basically it's like when you go to an oncologist and they take a urine sample instead of a blood sample, that's because the urine is more telling of the malfunctions in your body. And so allopathic, homeopathic, and people from all types of different natures write about, you know, the photonic realignment of your DNA through urine therapy. So urine has like discarded nutrients in it, but those nutrients have passed through your kidney and bladder and are now contained within orin, the light production of your body. And it needs to be understood, and this is just like very common programming in the world, that urine is waste, and it's literally an antiseptic. It's the opposite of waste. your stool is your waste. Your urine is an antiseptic, it's a true sterilant, and it's antibacterial. That's why Boy Scouts 101, when you have an injury or you have a snake bite or a jellyfish sting or something like that, and you use your urine to sterilize and to act as an antiseptic and act as an antibacterial immediately on open wounds in the flesh. So you could think about this as like the same type of thing is happening inside of your body. We're talking about like antibacterial, you know.
How long have you been engaging in that practice as like a, do you consider it a healing practice or like a health routine?
Well, to me, it was a healing practice at first. And I would say that the first year, it took me probably like 6 months to a year. But actually, I would say maybe a little less than that. I think for some individuals, they would probably, you know, that would be a healing practice for at least a year. But I was considerably healthier and more fit than the average individual.
Okay.
Like I said, I've been filtering my water, all the fluoride and chlorine out of my water for like 20 years since I was in high school.
Okay.
You know, like I started these practices very young. I just realized that, you know, it's like, would you like to have toxic waste and heavy metals in your water, or should we filter these out? You know, I mean, it doesn't really take a genius to figure this out. Like, we should be taking these steps to heal ourselves and and not only heal ourselves, but as a health practice. So I'd say, like, for the average individual, I think their first year of urine therapy would be more of like a healing, but I use it to maintain my body still to this day.
And did you start urine therapy practice before you met Z?
No, actually, but I didn't learn about it from Z. I learned about it from Peggy.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I started drinking my urine, and after about a month, I was Z never even mentioned that.
Okay.
But after I had been drinking my urine for about a month or something, I was like mentioning it to Z, and he's like, "Oh yeah," he's like, "Yeah, we do that too."
Okay.
You know, so I actually know a couple dozen individuals who drink their urine regularly.
A couple dozen? Okay.
Yeah, sure do.
And as far as Z and Kuwani and Shalig and Gami, did they all participate in urine therapy also?
As far as I know.
Okay. Did you ever know of anybody be forced to participate in that practice?
No, I didn't, actually. All the individuals that I've met, or it's kind of like one of those things, it's like, oh, I didn't even know about that. You know, like I didn't know until Peggy told me.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started doing my research online, and it turns out there's a lot more people that do it than, like, there's this guy who I really respect online. His name's Troy Casey. He's the certified health nut. He's like an influencer on Instagram. And so he and like several other individuals, they really promote like urine therapy. They do it all the time.
Okay.
You know, so it's like, it's a little more mainstream than, you know, you would think. And unless you know about it, and then you hear about it, and it's like, oh, this is a lot more mainstream than I thought.
Mm-hmm. You already kind of just spoke about the sort of group's collective views on medicine, or traditional medicine.
Sure.
Were there any other types of healing practices to either like center themselves or strengthen their mind or their body that you were aware of?
Gosh, I mean, I personally use all kinds of, like, I use Rife machines. I've watched people have miraculous healings from Rife machines.
And what is that?
A Rife machine is a frequency generator developed by Royal Raymond Rife in the early 1930s at the University of San Diego, Southern California. And this man found that, and you can do your research on this, anybody who's interested, this man found that when exposed to that everything has a frequency and vibration, because that's the nature of reality. It's just an atomic structure. And so to understand the fundamentals of science, which we're all taught in school, but it just doesn't seem to sink in to a lot of people, you know, that everything that we're experiencing right now, the air is mostly nitrogen and the matter's it's mostly carbon. So we have a atomic pixelated holograph reality, and these things have been written about from, you know, the 1927 Solvay Convention in Physics and beyond, even to Michael Talbot and Carl Sagan, who write about the nature of reality. And so everything has a frequency and vibration, including illnesses inside of the body. And so this man, Royal Raymond Rife, was able to find that these illnesses, specifically tumors and things like MS and certain other illnesses have a certain vibrational frequency, and when exposed to certain frequencies, now we're talking about particles and waves, which is, you know, another foundational cornerstone of of the understanding of science, quantum physics, and reality. When you have the particulate matter of a tumor inside of your body, it may be exposed to the wavelengths of certain frequency vibrations, and it destroys tumors. I've watched some pretty miraculous healings. People being on their deathbed to walking around cancer-free.
Were those things that,
No, that's just me.
okay,
You know, I'm just introducing this to, you know, to the world
okay.
here, right now. I'm live
Let me
on-
ask you about, and I mean, I've got to just keep
But
it.
Z knows about frequency, Z knows about Rife machines too.
Okay.
You know, so I'm just curious, like, which ones?
Let me ask a more direct question.
Yeah, please.
Are you aware of them using any type of sensory deprivation or dark therapy?
Dark therapy, yeah, from the teachings of Montauk Chia.
Okay, can you
Absolutely.
tell me about that?
Okay, so I did dark therapy in September of 2020. I actually did it after I left Connecticut. I had like a small bungalow style house, and so I taped off the bedroom and the bathroom, and I blacked out all the windows, and I retreated into into a meditative place for 432 hours.
Okay. And was meditation or sensory deprivation or dark therapy, was that something that Z and the three women also subscribed to and participated
Z
in?
did dark therapy like 10 years ago.
Okay.
You know, he did dark therapy, but at the time when I met them, none of the women had done dark therapy.
Okay.
Gamliana was the first one to do it, and she did it for 2 weeks at my house in November of 2020.
Okay.
Like, she was the only one to have done that at that point.
What brought about her doing that? Did she want to do that, or was she made to do that?
No, definitely not.
Okay,
Like,
so
Z never made them do anything like that. Like,
Okay.
I mean, it's like they volunteered because they're interested in the same type of achievement. I know Shayla did the dark therapy for a very long time.
okay,
She went into the dark for like 2 months.
okay,
Yeah, and will speak highly of it, you know, but she was seeking that. She was seeking, I mean, Z didn't say, go be in the dark, you know, it's like, that's not the thing.
and
you know,
in practice of dark therapy or sensory deprivation, do you come out of it whenever you feel ready, or is it something that like you're locked in even if you don't want to do
I
it?
mean, no, what you're asking is like a personal question about the individual who's embarking on their quest for enlightenment. You know, so you're asking me to, you know, speak to the nature of another individual's personal. I set a time. I was like, I'm going in for 432 hours, and when that time was up, I came out.
Okay. And
You know.
from your observations of the rest of the group, was that personal to them? Did they make choices about whether they wanted to do it and how long they wanted to do it?
Sure.
Okay.
But it's also, you know, it's like, you know, I was raised in my household, and I know that this culture and society in the modern world has deviated a long way from traditional practice, but my father is the head of my house growing up, not my mother.
Okay.
You know, like, we lived in a house where my dad set a standard, and that's what we lived by, you know, and my mom was a wife, you know, her dad, like, it's a patriarchal household,
So
you know,
you-
and my mom was never oppressed, just like these girls were never oppressed.
So you
You know.
subscribed in that way to more traditional gender roles?
Yeah, more
Okay.
traditional gender roles where the man is the head of the household.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
And Z is the head of his house.
Is that biblically based or what?
No, it's psychologically sound.
Okay.
It's like, you know, men are better leaders, they're better decision makers, they can regulate their emotions in a way that women cannot, and they're just, you know, they're better leaders.
Did you ever
So-
see that manifest itself in the mistreatment of
Absolutely not.
Shaylig, Gami?
I've
or
already told
Kawani?
you how sweet and kind he was to these women. But also at the same time, he sets a standard. If they wanted to go do drugs and alcohol, then leave. That was the thing. It's like they all lived this life with him by choice. This was not, you have to live. It's like, if you don't want to do this, if you don't want to live your life, and this is the way that I live my life now, and every woman that I've had in my life, in my entire life, has been this way, and the way that I live my life right now. When I'm free again, which shouldn't be too long, I will be, and any women that come into my life now will live the way that I live. We will be clean vegans. We will not use drugs and alcohol in any way. You will be treated with care and respect and love and kindness and listened to. I will appreciate and respect your feelings, just as Z was doing with his wives, just as I've always done with the women in my life.
And
but when it comes to crucial decision making and setting the standard for the household, I am the head of the household.
Okay.
It's pretty simple.
And you said, if any of these women wanted to use drugs or alcohol, they could leave.
They could leave at any time.
Did you ever have any perception that they were not free to leave?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you about, now you said that you spent about 3 weeks in Virginia in October of 2020, and that was with Gami's parents?
October of 2020. No, we stayed in an Airbnb in
an
Virginia
Airbnb
Beach.
in
Yeah,
Virginia?
that's
Okay.
right.
What was the reason for that location?
Oh, that's where Gami's from.
Okay.
And I mean, it's a beautiful area.
Okay.
So.
And then after October of 2020, when you spent 3 weeks with them there, what time did you spend with them after October?
Gosh, we were together pretty much all the time from
Okay.
that point on.
How did you all spend your days? Did you all work, or what was the dynamic?
I worked some, at that time. I have a background in personal fitness training,
Okay.
yoga instruction, private yoga instruction, and I'm not a certified nutritionist, but I offer my opinion on nutrition and health, and I work privately in these areas, and like I say, all of my financial partakings and everything is private through my trust.
Okay.
So.
And what about Z and the 3 women? How would you all spend your day to day? What would you do during the day?
Gosh, most of this time from October 4th was caring for Kawani, honestly, and trying to help her find her way back to a place of sanity. Right? I mean, we use these terms insane. I know that these have psychological terms, and I know that these have legal terms, and so I don't mean to in my own ignorance to what is happening here, I may need you to educate me on which words are acceptable to use and which words are not. And but I would say at this point in time, most of the time that we spent together was trying to help to assist and do correct by Kawani to try to help her with the mental health, the severe mental health issues that she was suffering from.
Okay. So tell me in terms of timeline, you said that in October of 2020, that you spent 3 weeks in Virginia.
Yes.
And then where did y'all go after you left Virginia?
Back to Asheville, North Carolina.
And why Asheville?
That's where I lived. That's where Peggy lives. And it's another beautiful area.
Okay. And where did you all stay in Asheville?
I let them stay at my house.
Okay. So
in Candler.
All right.
41 Oakdale.
Okay.
And I let them stay there, and I stayed either in my van in the driveway, or at my parents'.
Okay.
Back and forth. I also stayed with my sister a little bit, but I didn't mind to open up my home to them at all. I let them stay there.
We've talked a lot about the 3 women and Z. During the entire time you knew them, was Hannah a part of that?
Yeah, she was there. She was there all the time. She was always around. There was never any point in time where Nimsi, as I will refer to her, there was never a point in time where Nimsi wasn't around.
Was Nimsi her Hebrew name that was
Yes.
given? Okay. May I approach the witness? Do you recognize what's depicted in States 86?
Yeah, that's her.
Okay. Is this the child that you spent time around?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna publish States 86. All right. And you said that she was always around.
Yeah. She was.
How did they manage the care of Nimsi? Was everybody involved in that, or was it?
I would say it was more predominantly Kiwani,
Okay.
but the other girls definitely were there to support, and Z definitely was there to support.
Okay, the tissues are there if you need them.
Yeah.
So, all these periods of time where you talked about weeks at a time spending with him and the
Yeah.
women, was Nimsi a part of that too?
100%.
Okay.
That's my little friend right there. We grew a pretty significant bond together.
Okay. What do you mean by that? What was your relationship with her like?
I mean, she was like like I say, she was my friend. You know, she would always wave and smile at me, and she would come to me and like allow me to hold her, you know, and she wasn't always like that with everyone.
Okay.
We were definitely, I was definitely pretty close with that baby, and all of the individuals in the group recognized that particularly the baby would go to me. But a lot of babies are like that. I'm like that with a lot of babies.
Okay.
Like, you know, I come from a large family. My dad has 5 siblings and my mother has 4. They all have children. All my aunts and uncles have children except my dad's oldest brother. And so, you know, I'm the oldest on my mom's side. I have like 11 cousins, you know, and some of those cousins have kids now, you know, and I've held dozens of babies and been around, you know, family, and I've spent a lot of time, I've held a lot of babies, you know, and interacted with a lot of babies, and she was a really bright light and a special child, and we got along. Yeah, she was, I cared deeply, as I still do, obviously.
All right. Let me go back. You mentioned a minute ago that, you know, in terms of the terminology of mentally ill or insane, and you said, you know, you're going to have to shoot me straight on that. What I want to talk to you about is just observations.
Yeah, okay. Well, that we
can
can do.
I don't need you to put labels on anything.
Awesome. Well, if you find me you know, I'm just speaking freely now, you know, so there may be points and times where, you know, words come where I use words to describe the state, Kiwani state, mentally impaired, insane. Like, I mean, erratic, manic behavior. You know, I'm using these words because I don't know what other words to use.
Okay.
And so if you would like to direct me in another way, I will use the words that you would like for me to use. So
let me ask you a pointed question. In terms of, do you think collectively as the group that you all maybe had some untraditional worldviews? Or not subscribed to by the masses, I'll say.
Not subscribed to by the masses? Yes, I'll take that compliment.
Okay. And I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm just trying to get to the root of it.
I'll take that compliment, like I said.
The purpose of my question is I want to establish with you, and I will do it through questioning, the difference between an independent delusion that Kiwani might have been having versus belief systems that you all adopted that maybe are a departure from the masses.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I find that to be rather irrelevant to the whole thing because, you know, we're talking about a woman, and so here's the thing. I'm going to lay it down for you like this. When we went to Florida, me and Jennifer, we had like a real curiosity about this, and we're like, you know, what kind of strangeness is this? Like, you know, I met Z. I think, like I say, I feel like I had met the wives like briefly at Peggy's house, but only for a minute, and I can't remember if that's how it was or not, or if I didn't actually meet them until Florida. But I feel like
I don't mean to be disrespectful or interrupt
Yes, ma'am.
you, but we have to have whatever your responses are be in response to my question.
Okay, very good.
Let me just ask a narrow question.
Very good.
In terms of the belief systems or the things that you may have discussed amongst the group, was there any type of belief that the world is fake or things are not real around?
Not real?
Mm-hmm.
Well, define real.
Okay. Do you recall having discussions or the group subscribing to some type of a belief that?
No, I asked you a question.
Okay.
I asked you to, or I made it as a statement, define real.
Okay. Was there any belief system amongst your group that like there is an alternate reality or that what we're perceiving or living is not actually what we're perceiving or living?
So I'm going to answer that with facts.
Okay.
Okay, and we're going to go back to what I was talking about before, that it is fact that atoms, A-T-O-M-S, exist, and that atoms are mostly just empty space, okay? And so they are colliding particles that form a visual and materialistic reality that we experience right now. Now, if we are to define what is real, I mean, then you are to define what is real by your senses, because these fundamental understandings of factual reality are understood by, intellectuals all over the world. Now, whether the common ignorant masses can put them into practical application for their own life and their own ability to strive to understand and comprehend themselves and see reality as it is, I mean, I live amongst the inept. But to describe something that is mostly empty space as real is scientifically, logically, and factually repugnant.
Okay.
So real would mean that we have our senses and we are connected to these bodies. And like many tens, hundreds of millions of individuals around the world, I hypothesize, and I would call it to be my belief that that we all have souls, that there is a soul, that there is an energetic manifestation that is participating in this reality in a body. So there's something greater. There is something greater. To answer your question directly, there is something greater happening here than what the inept can perceive or choose to perceive.
Okay. And did Z and Kuwani and Gami and Shalig, did they all sort of share that view? Are those things that you all discussed?
Well, this intellectualism was shared by myself and Z for sure. Like we talked about this immediately.
Okay.
But like I say, I mean, I know several individuals who are able to keep up with these types of conversations and comprehensions of fact.
Did you all believe that you had some type of broader consciousness, or I don't know if I'm using the right terminology?
I think that everyone has the potential to have a broader consciousness.
Okay.
That did I know it to be factual that I am pursuing that and that the average individual is not? 100%.
Okay. And was that sort of the tone of the group in terms of your
Absolutely.
I guess broader calling in the world?
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and try to put words into the mouths of these other individuals. Now, we have some agreements.
Mm-hmm.
We have some agreements into the matter of what is factual, scientific understanding.
And to your point on that, what were the agreements? In what way were you like-minded with Kuwani, Shalig, Z?
I mean, we're not talking about them. I'm talking about Z.
Okay.
I don't think
I want to talk about the collective group. And
I think these are women. They want to run and laugh and be silly on the beach.
Okay.
Me and Z are sitting here discussing, doctorate level, perceptions in quantum physics. Yeah.
All
But
right.
these women don't have these conversations.
Okay.
They play with the baby, and they do what women do, and they be,
Okay.
silly, and,
Okay. So you
smile and laugh and do things like that. Like, what are you
Okay.
talking about?
So
Like,
you observed them more to be sort of carefree and fun and playing and
yeah,
laughing?
we're not having these conversations. I'm not
Okay.
having these conversations with these women.
Okay,
Like, I don't even know if they're capable of that.
okay.
I mean, honestly, like, which is not an insult. It's just a matter of fact.
Okay,
And so that's okay. That's not their role anyway.
okay,
Their role is to be together and, have like fulfillment in their life from their version of reality that they're experiencing, which is, for the most part, what I saw. I mean, until Kawani started to really have her break, and become what I would call mentally ill.
Okay.
And her suffering and mental illness had completely consumed her.
Mhm.
Before that, it was really just like, mostly just a lot of like hanging out and playing with the baby and, laughing and being girls,
Okay. All right.
Like,
So tell me, when and we've talked about like the word insane, the word mentally ill, in terms of things that you saw from Kawani.
sure.
And the reason I started by asking you about worldview is because I was trying to distinguish between things that maybe she was being delusional or having an individual break from reality versus things that the group believed collectively.
Yeah, I mean, I get
So-
where you're coming from. And like I say again, I feel like that's like, I feel like that's like irrelevant because we're talking about a woman who had complete breaks in her cerebral capacity
Okay.
to understand, to where she didn't remember what just happened.
Okay.
She did, and I don't think that has anything to do whether she's a Mormon or a Christian or a Scientologist.
And that's
or,
not my point, but
Yeah.
to your point earlier, the law does have definitions, and
Okay.
it does relate specifically to certain symptoms or things that she exhibited. So
Sure.
what I want to know is, from your observations, was there anything that she exhibited that you saw to be a delusion?
Yeah, I mean, maybe, it's like, so what you're asking me is whether the verbiage and the information that was coming out of a psychologically unwell individual was or was not delusion by my judgment or my standards.
Okay.
That's what you just asked. So I'm not sure that, there is. Okay, so I want to make an example for you in direct response to your question. There are individuals who, and this is documented, there have been massive case studies on individuals with things like autism, or things like there are other psychological unwellnesses that we could call them, classify them as mental handicaps, as they would be labeled by society, who have these incredible abilities to give us information that is perhaps unperceivable by a mind. So what we're talking about is frequency and bandwidth. So with some of the things that I saw and heard Kawani say to be delusion, yes, but did I also in her like deranged mental state see, like, it's like, so what is delusion? Like, what, like these questions, it's like, yeah, I mean, she was outside of her mind blabbering about complete nonsense sometimes.
Okay. So tell
but
me,
when she would come back,
let's be specific. What was the complete nonsense she was blabbering about?
gosh, I can't even remember specific things. I mean, but there's also like, okay, so so we have to really dissect the mind here to understand, because there was an event that happened on November 25th, which involved a woman who pulled off on the side of the road. Kawani was having an episode, I guess you could say. And this woman pulled off on the side of the road.
All right, let me stop you for a second.
I'm just-
What do you mean by episode? What did you observe? What
Oh
did
gosh.
she say?
Okay, so So we'll begin there to come back around to what I was saying.
Okay.
Because it was only after that day that I heard Kawani mention at all the safety of the child.
Okay.
And that was on November 25th. And
Of
it was
2020?
and it was because of this woman who had this psychotic, drunk woman who was on drugs and who was threatening us with gun violence.
Let me
And
back up. On November 25th of 2020, where were you guys at?
We were at Peggy's house,
In what state?
North Carolina, Asheville, North Carolina.
Who's Peggy?
Peggy is, who is Peggy? Peggy is Schindler, is someone that I've known for like 20 years. Friend of mine.
Okay.
Yep. I used to work with Peggy's daughter at this sports bar called Hickory Tavern.
Okay.
And
We don't need to get into the weeds. I'm
Yep.
just trying to provide
Yep.
them some context of who Peggy is.
Peggy's a friend of mine for 20 years.
All right.
Yep.
So Peggy's got a house in North Carolina.
Yep,
You
sure
all
does.
were spending time at Peggy's house.
That's right.
Who was there?
Me, Shaylik, Kawani, Peggy, Z, and Nimsy.
Okay. And how long did y'all spend at Peggy's house in around
That
time?
day?
Just that day?
I mean, no. We were around Peggy's house a lot.
Okay.
You
And
know,
you
they-
specifically referenced November 25th. Why do you know that date?
Because that was the day that this woman pulled off on the side of the road, and I feel like I think that was like a real turning point for Kawani, which had massive effects on her psyche, which led to the death of Nimsy.
Okay. So tell me on November 25th, you're talking about this woman, which we'll get into that in a minute. Prior to this woman being involved, what were you observing of Kawani on the 25th?
On that day.
Yes.
Okay, so it was actually a pretty normal day. Like, she was being like relatively calm and clear, and like you could tell, like I could always tell it in her eyes when she'd be in a certain place, and then something would trigger her and she would just lose it. Like, I mean, like her eyes would change, and she would come back and she would not remember what happened. And
What do you mean she would lose it? What would she do?
gosh, all kinds of things. So this day, she was in it, and she'll start shaking and like, attacking Z and attacking the other girls, and she's tried to attack me before, and never the baby though. That needs to be clear. Never the baby, because I would have nipped that shit in the bud. I would have not tolerated that, and and I don't think Z would have either. Like they, so we were at Peggy's, and she starts like, and then she just runs out the door, like for no reason, like no clear and definable reason whatsoever.
So I want to know, what did you see? You saw her shaking.
Or just being like, it's like, she's just being like, she would get this look in her eye, like she like was absent,
So she had an absent look in her eye and she was shaking. Did she say anything?
She'll like scream, and she's like, I have to go, I have to get out of here. And she's like, starts screaming, and we're like, Z's like, honey, calm down, like he's trying to, was like constantly working so diligently with her and being so patient and kind, and working with her, because she would come back from these episodes and she'd start crying, and she'd be like, I don't know what's happening, and she'd just like completely like lose her mind. I don't know how else to describe it. This day she just took off running, and we're on Overlook Drive, which is a really dangerous road, because there's been people killed on that road before, literally, and pets, all kinds. It's like there have been major accidents. People fly on that road, and it's known that people go really fast through there. And so Z was like, I was probably in a little better shape than Z, probably a little faster on my feet at the time. He asked me to go run her down and cut her off and try to get her to like come back, Not that like we're trying to like, we're just trying to make sure she doesn't hurt herself, and
What made you think she was going to hurt herself?
because she's running in the middle of a road.
Okay.
Like, I mean, she's like running like a crazy person down the middle of the road for no specific reason that she made clear, that she just had to go suddenly at that point. And she made no specific reason clear why she was doing that. She made no specific, like, she wasn't trying to go anywhere. She wasn't she had no real purpose, she's just like, an endangerment to herself and to others. you know, like she's running down the road just like
In traffic?
in traffic,
Okay.
belligerently. And
Okay.
so I'm like, okay, yeah, we probably should like try to get her back. And so I ran down and I cut her off, and she ran back towards Peggy's house in the middle of the road now. And I'm like trying to avoid cars, and like their cars are stopping, and like she's just like running. And she finally like tired out and sat, and then she was sitting on the side of the road, collapsed, crying. And Z asked me to pick her up and carry her back across the street to our house.
You said she was
So-
sitting?
She was sitting like on this, like almost like on the side of the road, pretty much. And the shoulder is like very narrow on that road. So we're in the road,
Okay.
you know, like towards the white line.
All right. And did she articulate anything at that time? Or
No, she wasn't articulating anything. She was just like crying and sobbing, like just
Okay.
like incomprehensible jargon of like blabbering about, you know, like non-tangible things. I don't even know. I wasn't even really listening to her at that point. I was just kind
When
of
you say non-tangible, was I'm trying to get at, was she paranoid about something specific? Was
No.
she delusional about
I mean,
something
not that
specific?
day. Not
Okay.
that day, no.
All
She
right.
wasn't.
She was shaking.
She was just,
You said she had some kind of look in her eye.
yeah, the look, you know, the look that she would get when she would be like absent of herself.
Okay.
And like, you know, it's like, and then you ask her about it later, and like, she's like, I don't really even remember some of these things, you know? Like,
Okay.
she's like having a complete break in her like ability to perceive reality, basically.
Okay. And when you first saw her behave that way was when?
When I first saw her behave that way, it was in September. She was not like that in May.
September.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Kawani has, you know, she's admitted to me a lot about her past, which had led her to have like a really, some psychological unwellness anyway. Being like, this is her words to me. Like, we have talked about this as a group, that she was raped by her brothers when she was like 9 years old. That she had an older brother drug dealer who sold cocaine, and she was doing cocaine regularly by the time she was 9 or 10 years old, forced to have sex with her older brother's friends when she was like 10, 11 years old. She talks about how her parents abused her, how she went to her second grade teacher and told her teacher that her parents were locking her in the closet and abusing her.
These are discussions she had with you about her mental well-being?
Her past,
Okay.
which I think...
Was that in relation to sort of her
Yeah, totally. I think
mental
it was
and emotional
I think
health?
it was the foundation of her breakdown. The foundation of her breakdown and the mental unwellness began in her childhood, not like when she was like, you know, 20 years old. Like these seeds were already sown by the people that cared for her. And, you know, I remember her saying things like, yeah, my brother's penises were really small, so it wasn't that bad being raped by them. You know, like things like that. She would give details about these circumstances, details about being locked in a closet by her parents,
Okay.
details about using cocaine regularly. Like, so I think that the psychological unwellness and the foundation of mental instability, like she was already, you know, these were demons that were planted in her a long time ago.
Let me ask you, did you ever see anyone in the group or yourself be physically violent toward her?
No. And now I did carry her across that street. That's the only time I ever touched Kawani. Was that one time carrying her across the street to get her out of the road so we don't get hit by a car.
Okay.
You know, that was the only time. Now I saw Kawani be violent towards everybody in the group. I saw
Okay.
her be aggressive, but not when it would be like a total snap, like this. And so, do you want to finish because I'd like to tell about another day. You know.
Sure. Well,
when-
I asked you when the first time is that you kind of saw her exhibiting any behaviors, and you said September of 2020.
Yes.
And then you had referenced specifically November 25th as being, in your mind, some pivotal date
It
that
was a hugely pivotal date
changed things.
from my observation of her.
Okay.
Yes. And
So-
the things that she was saying, like that woman, there was a woman who pulled pulled off on the side of the road to kind of make whatever was happening there her business. She was drunk, belligerent, she assaulted me and Peggy and Z. This was like a very disturbed woman. And she...
Is this when you're carrying Chloe?
No. I was carrying her across the road, and a woman who lived in the apartment complex was pulling out at the time. And she was like, is everything okay? And I was like, yeah, she's just having a panic attack. I'm going to carry her back to the house to get her out of the road so no one gets hurt. And the woman who lived in the apartment complex where we were said, she said, I see, and if you need any help, if you need anything, just let me know. Okay? So that was the woman who lived there. Now, this woman who pulled in off the side of the road was just some stranger, who she pulled off on the side of the road, and Kawani ran over to her car and was like, I need to call my mom. I need to call my mom. That's what she started saying then. That's just like a random thing. She hadn't talked about calling her mom at all. That's just something that came out of her, just like some random thought or memory or whatever it was that was like just random that day. After she decided that she needed to run in the middle of the street, we got her back over to the house, and this random, complete stranger pulled inside this apartment complex to make this her business, like I say, rudely and belligerently. And Kawani started going to her and saying, I need to call my mom.
Okay.
And so...
Had she asked to call her mom up until that point?
No.
Okay.
Like I said, this was just like something that just started coming out of her. It's like, she's just like, all of a sudden, she's just like, I need to call my mom. I need to call my mom. She's like saying this. And me and C and Shaylee and Peggy are all standing around. Shaylee's holding the baby. We're all like, let her call her mom.
Okay. And
Let
did
her
she?
call her mom. No, she didn't, because this woman started being belligerent and jumping out of the car, and Kawani started to come back into herself. You could see it in her eyes that she realized that this woman was a danger to her, and the woman started screaming about how we're all going to jail, and she's going to call the cops and get the baby taken from her, and all of these things. These completely, just this belligerence,
So this was a passerby that
Just a
intervened when
passerby.
she saw you with Chloe,
That's
with
right.
Kawani.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
And so what happened after that?
Gosh, a whole scene happened after that. She started being verbally abusive to everyone.
Who's she? Who are you referring to?
This woman named Sandra Torres.
That's the woman that stopped?
That's the woman that stopped.
Okay.
Yeah. And she was like threatening us. Like she threatened, I have a gun in my car right now, I'll shoot you and kill you and all this stuff. Her breath, was rank of alcohol, So she's just this random drunk lady who apparently had a gun and was, there's like this whole scene that unfolded. But I think that it's the most important thing to take away from that day, and why I mentioned it is because after that day, after she was screaming at Kawani and Z that she's going to get the baby taken away, so she pulls over on the side of the road, and like her story is to be like this vigilante to help this woman who's being kidnapped and blah blah blah. She gets across the road. This woman who's sitting right there was screaming about how she wanted to call her mom. All of the other individuals said, let her call her mom. Simple. Let her call her mom. No one's objecting to this. The only reason why we just had this whole scene is because she's like endangering herself and other individuals. Let her call her mom. Sandra Torres makes this into we're all very calm, at this point. Like, we're like, okay, we got her out of the road. That was like our goal. We got her out of the road, and now we're just calm, waiting for Kawani to calm down. Whatever conversations, whatever care we need to show her to get her back into a calm place, we would do. And this woman is just like aggravating this situation, with her own drama. And she threatened to have the baby taken away and that she was going to kill us. And it was only after that day that there was anything in Kawani's delusional speak. Like I said, we have to define what is, in her delusional speak, in her blabbering when she would go outside of herself, and her eyes would change, and she'd start to be erratic and sometimes violent. That was the first time ever after that day that she said anything in those states about the baby.
And
that I
what,
saw.
after that incident, what was it that she said about the baby?
It started as, I need to protect the baby.
Okay.
Like the baby's in danger. The baby's in danger. Something's going to happen to the baby. And she was also talking about that woman saying that she was going to kill us. Like that, it got inside of her head somehow from this woman about the baby's in danger and all of this stuff. You know, like it was a really dramatic shift.
So as it relates to that dramatic shift that you just described and her feelings about Hannah
Yes.
and the baby,
That's why I mentioned it.
was it always she had to protect Hannah?
Those were the things that I heard her saying, that she needed to, the baby was in danger, and you know, like the baby, and then it started to develop after day, because this, you know, Nimsy died like less than 2 weeks after that.
Okay.
You know.
And so, did she ever articulate who she thought the baby was in danger from?
Not really.
Okay.
No.
But in terms of the things she was saying, it was a paranoia of her needing to protect Hannah.
Yeah, and then there was talk about how the baby is going to die. Like
Okay.
I heard her say that. I never heard her say, I'm going to hurt the baby. I never heard her say, I'm going to kill the baby. I never heard her say anything like that. I did hear her say, the baby's going to die, I have to protect her.
Okay. And when
So-
she said the baby's going to die, it was in the context of her role to make sure she
protect this
didn't.
child, yeah.
Okay.
Which it was still like coming out in this like really delusional, paranoid, schizophrenic, whatever you want to label these things, type of way, manic. Like she was having real struggles, and it was coming out in this way. But before that day, there was never any like mention of the baby in her delusions. Like it was about herself, like that, you know, evil was after her, and that I heard her talk about hurting herself a lot.
Okay.
I heard her talk about committing suicide. I watched her injure herself by punching herself in the face many times. And, you know, I've watched her be violent towards everyone else, never towards the baby. And there was never even mention of the baby until that day.
Okay. So you said prior to that day where Sandra Torres said the baby's going to get taken away, then she started having delusions or paranoia about protecting Hannah.
She did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Prior to that, you just mentioned a second ago that she had delusions or paranoia, or whatever word you want to use, related to her.
Sure.
What were her manifestations related to her that you perceived to be some type of mental health related incident? What types of things would she say about herself?
That she was like, you know, in danger of evil, and like there was all this evil in the world, and but see, there you go. We're talking about like things that are coming out of her, that so it's like she wouldn't remember saying these things. Like she would have these episodes and not remember, but some of the things that she was saying are valid. There is a lot of evil in this world. There's a lot of evil in this room. So it's like, is that a delusion? I don't think so. You know, it's like, is that delusional to say that? Is she in a delusional state when she's making these proclamations? Yes. Is she in a state where she has no memory of what she's doing and is like absent of herself? Because Kawani is a sweet and caring and loving mother. You know, like I saw her in May, and that's, you know, when Jennifer and I went to Florida, that was the whole thing. Like we saw this baby, and there was this bright, happy, joyous, cared for child. I've been around enough babies to where I know you can tell when they're not in proper care from their mothers. And there was no sign of that whatsoever. Like this baby was completely carefree and happy and joyous, and Kawani was an excellent mother. She was attentive, she was warm and nurturing and loving. She would never strike her husband or the sister wives in the way that I saw her later. She would never do these things. Like, I mean, it was just very apparent, and that was in the child. Like, you could see that in the child. It's like, if I had an aunt who was a little on the loud side, You know, it's like even when her children were little, they were a little on the loud side. You know what I'm saying? Like they, you know, children imitate their parents. And so you see it in this child, and you're watching Kawani care for this child, and they're all like fine and wholesome. There's like a lot of wholeness in their group, wholesomeness, and the baby was just fine. Like I would have instantly, I wouldn't have continued a relationship with these people. The foundation, because I like Z, I did, and when I first met him, you know, he's a highly intellectual individual who likes to, and we shared a lot of world views that are based on fact, and science, and understanding of like, you know, teachings and things like that. So we hit it off. But
Let me ask you, I don't want to get too far
Yeah,
afield
yeah,
of
I'm
what
sorry,
the
I'm
original,
sorry.
that's okay. Sometimes you get going and then we don't even remember what the question was.
I'm just trying to give a full scope.
I get it.
Yeah.
So I want to narrow back in on, you said you had seen her punch herself or injure herself?
100%.
Had you ever seen anybody else restrain her or physically assault her?
Not like that.
Okay.
There was this one time where she tried to jump out of a window in the place where we were staying in Virginia Beach, but and Z like hugged her, like basically put his arms around her and stopped her. But I've seen Z sit there and take licks to the face and do nothing. You know, like I've seen these other girls be abused by Kwani in her delusion. Like I say, she never did that. And when she would come back, she would start crying, and we'd talk about what had happened and how she was attacking people, and she'd start crying, you know, and have like an emotional breakdown. Like she'd just be like, I'm so sorry, you know, and like she's just not that way. Like Kwani's not really like violent like that. Like she doesn't hit. I mean, I had never seen her do that in a clear, and like I only saw her do that when she was like losing her mind, as I say.
Okay.
You know, and this just continued to get more and more intense and severe as time went on.
All right. Now you said, I want to go back a little bit to the incident on the 25th of November.
Yes.
So you said Sandra Torres intervened, that she said things about Hannah's going to be taken away, she's going to
Yep.
have the baby taken away, and that sort of set Chloe on this path where she believed that she had to protect Hannah.
Yes.
How did that incident end on the 25th?
The incident ended, so like I say, this woman that, you know, is sitting here, Sandra Torres pulls off on the side of the road to rescue this woman, you know, so she would say, and this woman who's sitting here willingly and knowingly gets into a car with her husband and her child and her sister to leave, to escape this belligerent, seemingly psychotic, definitely drunk, and threatening of gun violence individual. And Sandra Torres, like I say, Sandra Torres is trying to block Z from leaving. She's like, we're out of here. Sandra Torres goes into Z's car. Now this is a random person, you know, keep in mind, this is just some woman that pulls off on the side of the road, decides to make this her business. Kawani's screaming about how she wants to call her mom. We're all standing around, let her call her mom. No one's trying to prevent her from doing this or do anything except run in the road and cause harm to herself. Please, here's the phone. Like, here's the phone. Call your mom, you know? She never did call her mom. She was just being belligerent, and so is Sandra Torres. And then Sandra Torres gets out of her car and goes over to Z's car and takes the keys out of his ignition. So keep in mind, this is a stranger who pulls off on the side of the road and then goes into a man's car who's being calm and cool and let my wife call her mom if that's going to make her feel better. Goes into the car, pulls the keys out of his car, and says, you're not going anywhere. You're going to jail. We're taking this baby away from you. You guys are disgusting people, like all this stuff. To strangers. She's doing this. Z takes his keys back from her. Ma'am, this is my property. Give me my keys back. She starts slapping him and assaulting him. They get in the car and leave. Peggy stands, like after they had pulled like a 50-point turn to try to get past this woman, because she's like moving her car to try to block them from leaving. She pulls over to rescue somebody and then tries to stop them from leaving in their own will and tries to like make a huge scene out of it to try to like hurt them in some kind of way. She pulls off, and then she starts, and then Peggy is standing in front of the car, and she basically, Sandra Torres started attacking Peggy, beating the crap out of her, slamming her head up against the hood of the car. And I sat there and watched that. And now Z and Kwani and Shaylik had already pulled away at this point. So I'm just standing there watching Peggy get her ass kicked, pretty much. And I was like, I sat there and I watched for probably like a little bit too long, to be honest with you. That's how I felt about it, because of the way she was getting beaten by this woman. This woman's like very tall and broad-shouldered Nordic woman, and Peggy's this 5'0" petite woman who is not a fighter. This woman has a violent history, you know? And so she's, you know, assaulting Peggy and beating the crap out of her. And so I put my body in between Sandra Torres and Peggy, and then Sandra Torres punched me in the face once, and I went like this, and she punched me in the face again, and I picked her up and I put her down on the ground, and then I got in my car and I left. And that was the end of that day.
What do you mean you put her down on the ground?
I picked her up and I forced her body to the ground.
Okay. How would you describe a slam? A push?
I picked her up and I dumped her to the ground, yeah.
You picked her up
Yes.
physically off of the
I
ground?
physically picked this drunken, belligerent woman who had just assaulted 3 people and was threatening us with gun violence up off the ground, slammed her down on the ground, got in my car, and I pulled off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were the police ever involved?
Yes, they were.
Okay. When you were there, were the police involved?
No, they weren't.
Okay. Did you call the police?
No, definitely not.
Why not?
Because I rarely find that justice comes from these types of circumstances when police are involved. And I mean, I just like don't really like you guys.
You've told me that a number of times, right?
Yeah,
Okay. And that's okay. We don't have to like each other.
that's okay. And that's not personal. I just find that like the legal cult
Sure.
and the legal culture, you know, we use that word cult to describe culture. It's just a shortened version of that word. I find that the legal cult is, it brings injustice more often than not.
Were you all collectively as a group sort of not call the police type of people?
Peggy was definitely not call a police type person. I asked her, I was like, you know, you should really call the cops. You know, like she's got a black eye and she's all busted up and hair pulled out of her head by this woman. And I was like, man, you should really call the cops. She's like, I'm not calling the cops. She's like, I don't want anything to do with them. We'll just let this go. We'll just be gone with her, you know, and like we'll just go about my life.
So you said you got in the car and left, and when did you become aware that the police had been involved?
That's a good question. I can't remember. Like days later or something like that, or I can't remember honestly when I became aware.
Did you ever get interviewed or spoken to about those circumstances of what happened on the 25th?
No, I never did. Nobody
Okay.
ever asked me about this. This is the first time where I've been able to speak plainly before a court or before anyone involved in that openly about the events of that day.
Okay, so you left. At some point, you became aware that someone else had contacted the police.
Now, when Nimsy died on December the 8th, I gave an interview where I spoke about this circumstance to a woman named Tiana Cruz, I think is her name.
With Canton Police Department?
Yeah, I told her about what had happened and how, because, you know, that day was kind of like a breaking point and it manifested into, I mean, looking at this from like an outside perspective as best I can, you know, without, you know, it's like I'm very emotionally attached to the baby and to, you know, what happened. But it's like that day, Kawani's delusions go from I'm in danger, these things, to the baby's in danger, to the baby's gonna die, they're gonna take to a dead baby. You know, like that's what just happened. You know,
Okay.
so I spoke that very clearly, as far as I can remember in my interview, because I was just so in shock that day. Like I couldn't even believe that this has happened. Like it was just like.
All right, let me ask just directly. From that incident on the 25th, did you get charged with anything?
I did.
When did you learn that you were being charged with something?
I got charged with an assault on Sandra Torres.
And when did you learn that that was the case?
April of the following year.
April of 2021.
Yes.
Okay.
I had no idea.
Did you have any contact with law enforcement between November 25th when it happened and when you got arrested in April of 2021?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you just find out because you have a warrant for your arrest?
Yeah, I got pulled over.
You got pulled over and you
Yeah.
got arrested from a warrant from the incident on the 25th?
That's right, from
Okay.
6 months earlier.
Okay. And what happened with that case?
Well, I wanted to go to trial because I thought that I could win in the name of self-defense, you know, and protection of Peggy Schindler. And Peggy was going to come and testify in my trial that she was being attacked belligerently. Z and Shaylee were going to come and testify that this woman was threatening them and being crazy, and she reeked of alcohol. And she's a known drug user because I know her.
Mr. Spillers, I'm not trying to be
Oh.
disrespectful, but we just got to rein it in. So
Oh.
what happened with your charges?
Oh, I got a misdemeanor.
Okay.
I ended up with a misdemeanor.
Did you plead guilty?
I did plead guilty pursuant to Alfred Law.
And what does that mean?
Alfred Law, I was told, means that I maintain my innocence, but I was being held in jail. Like they held me they were holding me in jail, and I couldn't afford my bond, and so I waited for years for a trial for that, and they never gave me a trial, and so I finally pled guilty to a misdemeanor, and I think that they just gave me a misdemeanor because they knew that they would lose in trial, and they didn't want to afford that opportunity.
So you did a time served misdemeanor?
Time served. They sentenced me to 75 after 22 months of incarceration.
You were in jail for 22 months?
I was in jail for 10 months, and then I made bond, and then they reincarcerated me after 8 months. They held me in house arrest for 8 months.
Okay, so
All
some
over
of that was
this.
house arrest.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, all over that.
And then you pled guilty under Alford
Yes,
Which
to
is
be
just-
released from jail.
to a misdemeanor.
Do a misdemeanor.
Okay.
That's right.
All right. You mentioned that after that incident, Chloe started having paranoia surrounding needing to protect Hannah. Did you ever witness, perceive, or hear her say anything about ever believing Hannah was a danger to her?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever hear her articulate that she felt threatened by Hannah in any way?
No.
Did you ever hear her say that she needed to defend herself against Hannah?
No.
Okay. Was all of the things that you heard with relation to Hannah her needing to protect Hannah?
Yes.
Okay. You talked about the sort of response of Shaylig and Gami and Z and you whenever Chloe would have, whatever you want to call them, episodes.
Sure.
What was the response amongst the group in terms of helping her?
Well, I think mostly it was like trying to find patience, you know, and trying to find a way to keep her calm and get her to, at some points, like, stop hurting herself. Those are the times where I've seen Z, like, hold her arms, you know, because she's punching herself in the face, you know, or she's striking somebody else. And I have seen him, like, hold her hands, be like, honey, calm down, calm down, calm down, you know. And that was pretty much it, you know, like, I never, you know, we would all respond in our own way. I tried to just be as diligent and patient and kind as I could, you know, and try to talk her, because like I said, she would be, you know, she would come, Kawani's a pretty open person, you know, like she'd talk plainly and openly about, you know, sexual assault by her own family members and, you know, all of these things that had led her to be this like fractured person, individual rather. And I would, you know, just be there to listen. That's what I was getting at. Like I would just be there to listen to her about how she was feeling and if there was anything that I could do and try to avoid, you know, that right hook, you know, if she was trying to, you know, kick and scream and, but she only did that to me a couple times.
Let me ask you this. You mentioned that incident on the 25th where she ran out in the road.
Yeah.
After that happened, between then and December the 8th, did she go spend time with her parents at her family's house?
No, she didn't. Not
Was
that I
there-
recall.
Was there ever a period of time where
Oh,
she?
whoa. You mean after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. I thought you meant from October.
No. The incident on
Yes.
November 25th.
Yes.
And she said, "I want to call my mom."
Yes, she did.
Okay.
She did say that.
Did she ever go see her mom and stay with her mom?
Yeah,
after
actually,
that
they
incident?
came later that day, Eric and Renee. That was like the second or third time that I had met them.
Okay.
They came to pick Kawani up.
On what day? The 25th?
It was either that or the next day.
The 25th or the 26th?
Yeah, right around there. I can't, it's 4 years.
Okay.
So, I mean, you're at, like,
You're
doing the
doing,
best
you're
I
doing
can.
fine. So either on the 25th or the 26th, Eric and Renee Driver came and picked up Kawani.
Yeah.
Okay. Where did they come to?
They came to Peggy's.
To Peggy's house? Okay. And that was in North Carolina?
Yes.
All right. And where were they living at that time? The drivers?
Oh, gosh, Tennessee.
Tennessee. So they went from
Knoxville,
Tennessee.
as far as I know.
They went from Tennessee to North Carolina and they picked up Chloe.
That's right.
All right. Did Hannah stay with you guys?
She stayed with Z.
She stayed with Z. Okay.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did Chloe go back to her parents' house?
Yeah, she did for like a few days.
Okay. And when and how did she rejoin the group after she went to her parents for a couple of days on the 25th or 26th?
I'm pretty, she kept in contact with her husband, and then I think he went to go pick her up after that.
Okay. And
Yeah.
you said, were they still communicating? Z and she were still communicating?
Totally.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so he went to go pick her up. Do you know when that was?
Shortly after that, a few days, something like that.
Okay. A few days after
A
Thanksgiving?
few days after Thanksgiving, yeah.
Okay.
I think she got really jarred by that whole thing with Sandra Torres.
Okay.
Like I say, there was like a lot of dramatic shifts in her wording and the things that she would say after that.
Okay.
And yeah, like that was it.
All right. And then tell me about Thanksgiving. Where did you spend Thanksgiving 2020?
Oh, I was there. We did Peggy's, and then I was at my parents for the rest of the day.
Was Chloe around for Thanksgiving 2020 or was she with her parents?
That was that day. That was Thanksgiving Day.
What was Thanksgiving Day?
The whole event on November 25th.
The 25th was Thanksgiving Day?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. I'm not 100% on that, but I'm pretty sure that was Thanksgiving Day. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it would have been after Thanksgiving that Chloe went to her parents.
That's correct.
All right.
Yes.
And then you said it was a couple of days maybe she was with her parents and then Z went and got her and she came back to the group?
She came back. Yeah, she did.
Okay. And when she came back, what was her demeanor like?
Pretty much the same, really. I mean, she's a regular Kawani a lot of the time, even though at this point in time she had become kind of degraded. Like she was like, her whole like air had become different. Like she was like really like frustrated with herself. Like she was just like frustrated with what's happening, and she was sad. You could tell. And then there was like this whole different air about her that I think, like I say, was part of the whole interaction with Sandra Torres, where she just became, I don't know, she just got this idea in her head about Nimsy after that. There was just like a lot of
About protecting Nimsy?
protecting Nimsy, yeah.
Okay.
And like the danger to the baby, that they're gonna take the baby. All of these things that had never really come out of her before that I heard,
Okay.
And I mean, I wasn't with them like 24/7, but I was with them a lot, like a
All right.
lot. So,
Okay. You said that she first sort of started having those types of, I don't even want to call them episodes, paranoia, whatever it is, in September of 2020?
Well, no, it was before that, actually. It was really during the summer. Like Z, I was talking to Z pretty regularly. We would just, talk about all kinds of stuff. And he spoke of his wives openly, with me, and how Kawani had really started, it was really in July when he began to, because I think it was in June that I met them at the river that day.
With her parents?
With her parents.
Okay.
And she was fine that day. Like she was, behaving normally. providing excellent care for Nimsy, being an excellent mother, and yeah, I mean, gosh, I just.
And let me ask you this, at any point did you become aware of her getting any type of like counseling? Okay.
Definitely not.
What's that?
No.
Okay.
She did not.
Did you know about her doing anything on Zoom?
No.
Okay.
I did not know about that.
Okay. Did
Was she doing that? I don't know.
If you don't, I have to ask the question.
Okay,
So
that's
if you
fine.
don't know, that's
Yeah, I don't
completely
know.
fine.
I didn't know that. No.
Okay.
I didn't know.
And we already talked about kind of the group's views on drugs and sort of the holistic approach.
Yeah, Z did not want her to be institutionalized. That's for sure.
He did not want her to
He
be
did not want her to
institutionalized.
be institutionalized, probably for the same reason as like the institutionalization culture probably doesn't offer like, she's just surrounded by 3 or 4 people who really love her and care about her. And instead of just being a patient that gets doped up with medication and spoken to once a day for an hour by some doctor that she doesn't know, Z was really trying to do this in more of like a wholesome family way to offer Kiwani healing.
When she was just her normal self,
Yeah.
what was her relationship with Z? How did she interact with him? How did she treat him? What did you observe during
like
this
I say,
time?
it was like when Jennifer and I went to Florida, it's like there's like a lot of love there.
Talk to me about like Thanksgiving time, December. What was the nature of their relationship around that time?
I mean, sometimes she's around and it's the same. Like there's a very loving nature and a very there's like a lot of companionship, and between her and the other girls, I remember we were at my house right before, because they had found a house in Florida. Because that's one of the things that Kiwani was talking about, especially towards the end in October. She's like, we need to find a house. We need to find a house so I can be better, so I can find a place to be and just be in one place all the time, so I can be in this place and I can heal and I can get better.
Did she want a more stable lifestyle than traveling all over the place?
Not before, but no, I think she was just fine with it until she started to really degrade.
Okay.
And then she realized, she would come back from these episodes and we'd tell her what's happening, what had happened. She has no memory of it. She's crying and being all apologetic and, troubled by her own mind and how little control she had.
She believed finding a house and putting down some roots somewhere would be beneficial for her?
Yeah, and that really started to come out in October. After we came back from Virginia Beach, I was letting them stay at my house, and she started to talk about that, even incoherently. She's like, we need to find a place. And so they had found a house in Florida that was for sale.
All right.
And they were going to go buy it and live there.
All right.
And Z had already called about it, and it was in Florida, and we were moving there that day on December the 8th.
On December the 8th, y'all were headed from North Carolina to Florida to move into a house.
To move. We were moving them. I rented a U-Haul in my name for them.
Okay.
And they had all of their stuff packed up in the U-Haul, and they were moving to Florida, and we stopped by Jerry's house on the way down.
All right. So on December the 8th, how many days, if we start on December the 8th and we track backwards, how many days had you been with them? Had you been with them continuously from November 25th?
No, continuously since the middle of October when I went to go visit them.
Okay, so you spent every day with them?
Almost every day, yeah,
Okay.
pretty much, yeah. They were staying at my house, like I say. I went to Virginia Beach in October, in the middle of, I think I arrived there on October 11th or something like that. I stayed there until after Halloween. So it's the better part of a month, because I remember celebrating Halloween or walking around for Halloween down in Virginia Beach. And then we came back to Asheville, and they were staying at my house. So, I'd come by all the time. Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes I'd stay in the van, and I'd come and I'd walk in and we'd talk about feelings in the morning, and which I thought was great.
Okay.
And it was a real camaraderie and just family style life there.
All right. And as it relates to sort of the efforts to assist Chloe, did she also believe against like drugs and alcohol or things like that?
Totally. I mean, she grew up, like I say, she grew up being, using drugs by her own accord, by her own account.
Okay.
From the time when she was like 9, 10 years old, using cocaine every day. And like, she's like very against drugs.
Did
Yes.
you have any knowledge during this period of time about her desire to try to utilize CBD?
Yes.
And what did you know about that?
So I found that out because she was looking for like some kind of medical assistance, and Z was just not having her be on prescription medication.
Okay.
Because, and I agree with him in this regard that, that because she would come back from these episodes, it's not like she was like this all the time.
Mhm.
And this was a recently developing thing. So
and when you say it's not like she was like this all the time, what in terms
she
of...
wasn't psychotic, losing her mind, belligerent.
Well, in terms of quantifying how many episodes like that you saw or how often that would happen.
Right. Yeah. I wasn't around them all the time at that point, but I know that it really started to get bad in July.
Okay.
So by the time September came around, I saw her behaving erratically. She struck Z for one of the first times she had ever struck her husband when I was there in September.
Mm-hmm.
But Z's perspective was like a more like natural homeopathic type thing where he didn't want to institutionalize her, and he didn't want her to be on drugs. He wanted her to work through this and come to a healing on her own. And she was about that too, but she was also looking for, so they decided on CBD.
Okay.
They decided to try to use CBD, and Kawani had ordered some CBD offline.
She ordered it offline?
Yeah, she did.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you said that they were both kind of about not medicating traditionally, but that they had explored other options and arrived at CBD.
And arrived at CBD, that's right, to
Okay.
try to just give her some assistance.
Okay. And the CBD that she ordered offline, do you know anything about that?
I don't.
Okay.
I mean, I know she just ordered some CBD. She had been taking CBD, and that a package arrived.
From just like a traditional CBD?
Yeah,
manufacturer?
just something online that she
Okay.
ordered.
All right.
Yep.
And at any time did you provide her with anything in that regard?
I did. I
Okay.
had some CBD that I bought from a woman in Asheville, North Carolina, that I had purchased because my dad's cousin had cancer. He was using a Rife machine, and he had become cancer-free by using the Rife machine, and he was interested in taking some CBD. And so I bought some CBD from a woman. I could tell you who it was if you want.
Was it a legitimate CBD manufacturer? Was it
Yeah.
some shady,
No.
back
this is-
alley? What was it?
No, definitely not. This is a woman who worked in the hemp industry.
Mm-hmm.
This is a product that was being sold on store shelves that she had in abundance. And so I bought some of it from her, but this is like a legal product that I bought from her.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in which state?
What's that?
What state?
In North Carolina.
In North Carolina. Okay.
Yes.
So it was a off-the-shelf, legally manufactured hemp
That's what I
product.
was told by this woman who works in the hemp industry.
Okay.
Yes.
And so you said you bought that for your
I
uncle?
bought that for my dad's cousin.
Your dad's cousin.
It
Okay.
would be my cousin too. It's his first cousin, my dad's
right.
first cousin.
And so you had some left over, or what was the situation?
No, I had some. I was taking some of it.
Okay, you took it.
Yeah, I did.
And what did you take it for?
I was taking it because I have shoulder injuries from jujitsu,
Okay.
and I was trying to. And I had quit smoking weed at that point, and I had been without. I have been clean and sober off drugs for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And and that was something that happened before I met Z. Like, I quit smoking cigarettes and doing all kinds of things, but before I even met these people, like I say, that was another attraction, that we had, like a commonality that we had, that we were both sober.
So the CBD that you purchased from the woman in the hemp industry that you subsequently gave to Kuwani was
Yeah.
CBD you had also personally used?
I had.
Okay.
Yeah, and I used it because I have I have a shoulder injury and a neck injury from jujitsu, and I was trying to alleviate some of my pain.
Had you taken CBD before?
Yes, I had.
And anything special about this particular CBD?
No.
Okay.
I mean, it's fairly like non-invasive. It's CBD.
Okay. And what is it about CBD that sort of comports with your views or beliefs about?
Well, I was just trying something. I was just trying to take it and just see if it offered me any relief. Because I had become really opposed to cannabis marijuana at that point. in my life. Even though cannabis, marijuana had been a part of my life for a while, but I had stopped using it and I completely turned against it, which I think is, I think it needs to be, I think there need to be stricter laws on marijuana, and it needs to go backwards on this whole legalization thing.
Well, for the jury that may not know, what's the difference between CBD and marijuana?
Okay, so the cannabis plant has, from my understanding of it, the cannabis plant has over around 85 different cannabinoids found within it. And cannabis hemp is different from cannabis marijuana in that it's harvested for because it's abundant in CBD. And marijuana is like a hallucinogenic drug, which is heavy in THC. So this CBD that I gave to Z and Kawani, which I wouldn't have even suggested that, but they had already ordered CBD. Like they were already exploring this. And I was like, hey, I have this here. Would you like some of it? And they talked about it and they decided, yes, we will try this that you have. And so it was made from hemp, not marijuana. And it's like I say, it's a product that, that you can buy on the shelf. I bought it from a woman who works in the legal hemp industry in North Carolina.
Okay.
So.
All right, this is a good time for a lunch recess. So we're going to be in recess for lunch until 1 o'clock. Leave us your notepads. Don't talk to one another about the case or let anybody talk to you. You will have the lunch that you ordered in the jury room. You can, take a break, go outside, walk around if you want to, but be back in the jury room at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, is the jury ready? All right, we'll get out the jury. And you want to get your next witness headed this way? This, yes.
I'm also me and Mr. Sharp, he's discussing a very similar topic to our previous witness.
Okay.
So we have a stipulation about what case.
Great, thank you.
All right, for the jury.
Thank you.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give today is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
That's it. Spell your first and last name into that microphone, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Tanner, MarkTanner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tanner.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jury where you are employed?
Currently employed at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, also known as the ATF, in Huntsville, Alabama.
What do you do for the ATF?
I am a firearms and tool marks examiner for the NIBIN program, which is the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. In Huntsville, Alabama, we have what's called the NNCTC. It's the NIBIN National Correlation and Training Center, and I'm a firearms examiner there.
Now, how long have you been with the ATF?
I've been there for about a year and a half now.
Where were you before the ATF?
I was employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation here in Atlanta, but prior to that,
What did you do for the GBI?
I was a firearms and tool marks examiner in the Division of Forensic Sciences.
And how many years were you with the GBI?
About 7.5 years.
Now, can you briefly describe for the jury the training and experience you've had related to firearms examining?
Yes, sir. So I have a Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry from Armstrong State University. I then completed a 2-year microscopic analysis of bullets and cartridge cases, as well as the ammunition components, so what are bullets and what are cartridge cases, firearms operation and safety, muzzle to target distance determination, so how far away a firearm was from a shooting. And then I also did tool mark analysis, where it's like pliers, bolt cutters, and such. And then I did analysis of serial number restorations. So if a serial number was scratched off, I would help restore those. And then after the initial 13 months, I then did a 7-month supervised casework period. During this time, I would work normal cases at the GBI under the direct supervision of a fully trained examiner. So I would create the reports, create the notes, and then a second examiner would go back and ensure everything was done properly. At the completion of that, towards the end of the 2 years, I did verification and peer review training. So verification is where we will examine other analysts' work and ensure that the findings are what they should be. And then peer review is ensuring that all policies and procedures are followed properly. And that concluded my 2 years, and I became an independent examiner where I worked normal cases.
Now, have you ever testified in court before?
I have.
And have you been qualified as an expert?
I have.
What were you qualified as an expert in?
Firearms examination.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender Mark Tanner as an expert in firearms examination.
All right, he is so qualified and may testify as such.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I wanted to turn your attention to ask you if you ever had the opportunity to do some firearms examination for the DOFIS case number ending in 1001777.
Yes, I have.
And can you describe for the jury what you obtained for that case in terms of what were you examining?
So for the DOPS case number, or Division of Forensic Sciences case number, 2023-1001777, I received 5 cartridge cases. So that's actually cartridge cases that have been fired from a firearm. Most people call them spent shell casings. But their number, and then I received others under different case numbers.
In total, did you have 4 separate case numbers?
I did.
And did what you received, where did you get that from? What agency?
So there were 4 different cases submitted by the Atlanta Police Department, and they wanted me to do analysis of those cartridge cases.
Now, I wanted to ask you, you see that whiteboard over your right shoulder?
Yes.
Is the APD case number at the top ending in 00312 one of the agency case numbers that you examined?
Yes, it is.
And is the 0015 underneath that tethered to the 2830 Waters Road one of the incidents that you examined?
It is, yes.
And in total, did you receive 34 cartridge cases between 4 different cases.
50, 20.
If I did that math right.
34?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
And can you tell the jury when you have a situation such as this with different cases and cartridge cases, when you do your analysis, does each cartridge case get compared with every other?
Yes. So whenever I have 34 cartridge cases, I'm going to examine all of those to each other to just ensure I'm being thorough through the evidence.
And was it Investigator Kilgore with the APD Crime Lab who reviewed these initially before you began your examination?
Yeah, it's my understanding that Investigator Kilgore did the NIBIN analysis of these cartridge cases.
And what ultimate conclusion did you reach specifically focused on the 2 case numbers on that whiteboard, the March 11th, 2022, ending in 312, and the March 16th, 2022, ending in 0015?
So the agency number 3 ending in 312 from March 11th contained 8 9mm cartridge cases, and then the 0015 from March 16th that contained 5 9mm cartridge cases determined that all 13 of those were fired from the same firearm, and they are consistent with being fired from a Glock 9mm pistol.
Is there anything unique about a Glock when you analyze their cartridge cases?
Yes, sir. So Glock makes their firearms a very specific way. They've been doing it since they began. The hole that is punched out of the slide of the firearm where the firing pin protrudes through, it's called the aperture. It is rectangular in nature on these types of firearms, and the firing pin itself is in the shape of an elliptical shape. And they also have a very distinct ejector mark in the shape of what looks like a kidney.
I'm sorry, what was that in the shape of?
A kidney?
And can you briefly summarize for the jury what you did with these cartridge cases that is different than what the APD Crime Lab would have done?
So the Atlanta Police Department would have entered these cases onto the NIBIN program and then ran them through the system, correlating them against each other. And a lead was generated by Investigator Kilgore. He then submitted that to me because the lead is just presumptive. There's no finite conclusion to it. Whenever he submits that to the GBI for examination, I take the physical evidence, I place it on the comparison microscope, which is 2 simple microscopes joined by an optical bridge in the middle, so I can see them side by side at the same lighting and the same magnification. So whereas he's looking at the images on the computer, I take it a step further and look at the actual evidence under the microscope. I compare the pattern that is left by that firearm on each cartridge case, and I determine whether those patterns are the same or not. And if they are the same, they're indicated as being fired from the same firearm.
In the field of firearms identification, what is the national error rate in that field?
The error rate is currently sitting just under 1%, and that's based on federal studies by the FBI.
And just to conclude, the March 11, 2022 cartridge cases and the March 16, 2022 cartridge cases, from your determination, were fired from the same firearm?
Yes, sir, they are.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chandler. No further questions from the state.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Antonio Sumlin, ANTONIO SUMLIN,
And Mr. Sumner, how old are you?
34.
And are you employed?
Not right now.
Where are you from?
Atlanta, Georgia.
And what part of Atlanta?
The Cleveland Avenue area.
Okay. And if you're going to swing the shot, I need you to speak in your mic. So, are you a little nervous?
A little.
A lot. Okay. Well, don't swing in your chair just so that the jurors can hear you, okay? Did you say you're from the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes, ma'am.
And you just
Yes, ma'am.
And
You can move that mic and pull it closer to you if you want, or if that would help.
And what part of the Cleveland Avenue area were you raised?
I mean, like the Mount Zion area.
Okay. And do you have a nickname?
Yes.
What's your nickname?
Obama.
And how'd you get the nickname
Oh,
Obama? How'd you get the nickname Obama?
really, we was there playing around, growing up, and it just stuck with me. It just stuck.
As you were growing up in the Cleveland Avenue area, did you ever hear of a gang called Rock Crew?
Yes, I heard the Rock Crew.
Okay. And how did you know about Rock Crew?
I mean, it was just a little, it was popular where I was from, like where I was growing up at.
Were you part of Rock Crew?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you know someone by the name of Quentin Porter?
Yes.
And did you also call him Boo or Big Boo?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you join or become affiliated with Rock Crew?
2006, 2007,
How old were you?
16, 17.
And at some point, did Rock Crew transition into YSL?
Some people stayed Rock Crew, some people went YSL.
Okay. What did you do?
I mean, both of them from the area, so, I mean, I never really picked a side. I really just...
Did you ultimately just claim both? I'm Rock Crew and I'm YSL.
I mean, yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was the reason for the change between Rock Crew to YSL?
I really think, like, from my...
Sustained.
Do you know why there was a change from Rock Crew to YSL?
I don't recall it like 15 something years.
I didn't hear you.
I say I don't recall it was like 15 something years ago.
Okay. Now, is YSL a gang?
Me personally, I never looked at it as a gang.
What did you look at it as?
I had a friend that when I came home from prison, he was successful, so I thought I was a part of something successful.
When did you go to prison?
2013.
Was YSL formed before you went to prison?
Yes, yes.
And the person that you're saying, a friend who was successful, who are you speaking of?
Mr. Williams.
Is that Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
Now, you went to prison in 2013. Before going to prison, was he successful?
He had a buzz. I wouldn't say successful, but he most definitely had a buzz. Like, his name was getting out there.
And was YSL formed before he had the buzz?
I don't know, crowded. I don't know.
What does YSL stand for?
I mean, you can use it in any kind of way. Young successful living, young stoner lifestyle, young slime life.
Before you went to prison, how were you using YSL?
2003. Before, when I went to prison, it was young slime life, 2013.
And do you actually have YSL tattooed on your body?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have Slime Life tattooed on your body?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 408, 409, 410, 411, and 413. Have you had an opportunity to look at this before you came and testified today?
Yes, ma'am.
And did I show those to you earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
And without saying what's in the picture, well, strike that. What are you looking at in those pictures?
Myself.
And does it appear to be yourself in all of those pictures?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You're right. This time the state would like to attend the State's Exhibit 408, 409, 410, 411, and 413 as evidence.
Admitted.
And Mr. Summer, I'm going to take those back from you, and you can look either on the TV, on the screen in front of you or the screen behind you. These pictures are going to come up on this. I'm going to actually first start with 413. Looking at State's Exhibit 413, is this an Instagram post?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is your Instagram post _1 Obama?
Yes.
Okay. Where's this picture taken?
I think I was at a house on Brown Mill Road.
Okay. Where is that house at on Browns Mill Road?
Cross street from the golf course.
All right. And does that house have a particular name?
Yeah, we gave it a nickname, the Well.
Okay. And you said we gave it the nickname. Who is the we that gave it the nickname?
I can't. I just know we used to call it the Well. I can't particulate who made the name up.
Commissioner, approach again, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 426 and 427. Tell me if you recognize what's inside of 426 and 427.
Yes.
How do you recognize 426 and 427?
That's the living room.
Of where?
The house on Brown Mill.
Is that the living room of the web?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 426 and 427 into evidence.
They're admitted.
Now, Mr. Sumlin, I'm looking at State's Exhibit 408. Is that the YSL tattoo that we just talked about earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you get that tattoo?
In prison.
Okay. And about what year did you get it?
Probably 14. I don't.
All right. Now, looking at State Exhibit 409. And I'll zoom in, please. What is that tattoo of on your, and which arm is that?
My right arm.
Okay. And what is depicted on your right arm?
Slime life.
Okay. And is there a snake on top of Slime Life?
Yes.
What does that snake symbolize?
I mean, I said got it. What you mean? What it symbolize?
Was that was the snake a symbol used by members of YSL?
Yes.
Okay. And when it says Slime Life,
I mean, I just got it when I was in prison. I was hearing good things about. So, I was just getting stuff really. That was so long ago. I was trying to just. I put all that behind me.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 410 VV. And I'll zoom in a little. Thank you. What is depicted, and is this on your left arm?
Yes.
What's depicted on your left arm?
It's a street sign.
Okay. And what is your street sign?
Cleveland Avenue and Macon Drive.
Does that say Cleveland Avenue?
They say Cleveland Avenue and Macon Drive.
Why did you put Cleveland, not Cleveland?
Cause that's just like, around that time, that's the slang we were using. It was just some slang, we were just using it. I was just young and just getting tattooed.
And did you also get this tattoo while you were in prison?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And looking at State's Exhibit 411 VV, what is depicted in 411 VV?
It's a 5 with 5 stars.
And what was that? What did that symbolize? The 5 and the 5 stars.
No, when I was younger, I mean, when I was younger, I was claiming blood. When I was younger, like 15, 2000. I had it before I went to prison, so they like 2010.
And you said when you were younger, around 2000, you claimed the bloods.
I claimed blood.
Okay. Was there a specific blood set that you claimed?
No, I don't even think I was real blood. And I just know it came to Atlanta, and I was just saying I was a blood.
Okay. How many 5-point star tattoos do you have on your body?
On my body?
On your body.
I don't know how many on my body.
Do you have more than what's just depicted in this picture?
Yes.
Do you have some 5-point stars on like your stomach area?
Yes.
Do you have 5-point stars on your other arm?
Yes, ma'am. 5-point stars is really like fill-in work.
It was the 5-point stars significant to your affiliation with claiming the bloods?
I mean, not all. I ain't gonna say all of them. Some of them just really fill-in work just to make the tattoo look full.
What made you choose 5-point stars over something else?
I don't call.
Now, do you have any tattoos with Stoner Life?
Stoner Life?
Yes.
No, ma'am.
What about any tattoos with Successful Life?
I mean, the one on my chest can stand for all of them. You don't say none in particular.
Do you have anything similar to your Slime Life tattoo? Do you have anything similar like Successful Life spelled out?
No, ma'am.
Now, did there ever come a point in time where you would call yourself the original slime? Or a group of you all to be the original slime?
Yes.
What does that mean to be original slime?
Only thing I mean by original is day one before all this.
And we say day one before all this, what do you mean?
I mean, like before, like day one, back. I mean, I was just saying like before the fame and stuff.
And have you had the opportunity to view a video from your Instagram account where you talk about the original slime?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 415 VV. Tell me if you recognize 415 VV.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 415 VV?
I signed and dated her.
Is that the video that we watched?
Yes.
All right. And did that appear to be the post that you put on your page?
Yes.
Did it appear to be any more additions or deletions from the post that you put on your page?
What you mean addition?
Did it appear to have anything more than what you put on your page?
No.
Did it have anything less than what you put on your page?
No, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 415 VV into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
And before we play, what does the caption say on this IG post? God bless you.
Original slime shit.
And are there emojis?
Yes, it's heart, snake heart.
All right. And then who are some of the people that are tagged inside of the post?
Ocean Drive, Slim, say, no snitching, slime the grape, and Thugger.
Who is Ocean Drive Slim?
A friend of mine that was killed.
Okay. And is that Mr. McMiller?
Yes.
All right. And then no snitching. Is that who? Do you know who that is?
No, I forgot. It was 2017.
I can't hear you.
I said, I think that was 2017. I don't remember.
Who was Slime the Great?
He in the video. He was also killed.
Okay. And then it's who is Thugger on?
Mr. Will.
All right. Where is this video filmed?
On Cleveland Avenue.
Where on Cleveland?
In some apartments.
Where are the apartments?
I think we're behind the checkers.
And is that behind the checkers that's near I-75 and Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
All right.
I said we dead and pale, bitch. Murder gang, bitch. Yeah. Slick. Original. No cap. No cap. And we actually free. You know that. Niggas always free. Original shit, bitch.
And is that Mr. Williams right there throwing up the YSL sign?
Yes.
And is Mr. McMiller in that video prior to his death?
You said prior to his death?
Yes, that him in the video.
Yes.
All right. Is that him kind of behind Mr. Williams, behind the Y and the YSL?
Yes.
All right. And are you the one video recording the video?
Yes.
The other young man who passed away, what was his name?
His name was Tay. I know his name was Tay.
And is he related at all to Quindarius Xander?
Yes.
How?
It's blood, brother.
Now, Mr. Williams, back in 2017, or even up to 2022, what did you call Mr. Williams?
Lil Joe.
Is that the only name that you reference him by?
I might say slime sometimes. You use that like it's a universal word, like twin. Call everybody slime. I might say slime sometimes. I don't know, but I know how to say Lil Joe.
What about Spider?
I ain't never called him a spider.
How long have you known Mr. Williams?
2007, 2008.
And did you all grow up together in Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Did y'all go to school together?
I don't think we went to school together, but we grew up in the same area.
Okay. Yes or no, do you know Shannon Jackson, also known as Shannon Stillwell?
Yes, ma'am.
In number of years, how long have you known him?
I've been knowing Shannon 20, 25 years.
Yes or no, did you all grow up together?
I mean, off and on, like, I know Shannon way before the Cleveland Avenue area.
Yes or no, do you consider Shannon as a part of your original slime crew?
I can't say, like, before I went to prison, I was on house arrest for 15 months, so I don't know who was outside. I had to be in the house at 7 for 15 months. I didn't know who was outside with who. Then I went and did my 5 years. I can't say.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 414 BV. Do you recognize Exhibit 414 BV?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize 414 BV?
It's a picture with me in it.
Do you recognize people in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you recognize the people in the picture?
Well, it was person who posted, it say Slime Bean Bean, and I see me, Mr. Stillwell, and another guy.
And where did y'all take that picture?
It was at Cleveland Avenue Park.
And does that appear to look like the people that you know inside of that picture?
What you mean?
Do they look like the people that you know? The people that you took the picture with?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 414 BB into evidence.
All right, it's admitted.
And while we're getting ready to publish that, do you know an individual by the name of Diamante Kendrick?
What's his nickname?
Yet got it.
Yes.
In a number of years, how long have you known Yet got it?
Probably about 3, 4 years, something like that, like 3. Two, 3.
Yes or no, or maybe, do you consider him a part of the original slime crew?
I mean, I think when I came home, he was signed to the label, so, I mean, talking about the original, like,
Whoever you define.
I remember, I can't remember from him being around back then.
Okay. Do you know Trontavia Stevens Tick or Slug?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you known Tick?
Saying 20 years, something like that.
And is he considered for you someone a part of the original slime crew?
Yes, he growed up with us.
Do you consider him or Mr. Williams one of the founders of YSL?
What you mean by found? Like,
Who decided to start YSL?
yeah, they wanted to, yeah, yes.
What about Walter Murphy or DK?
Yeah, DK was around too.
Would you consider yourself a founder?
Founder. I was around. I never looked at it like that. Like, I never looked at it like that. I just know we was just hanging together and we were young. I can't even remember that far.
And we talked about Christian McMillan, Darius Ford. Did you know Darius?
Yes.
And what was your relationship like with Darius?
A friend.
And how long have you known, when he was alive, how long did you know him?
I met him when I got out of prison. He died in 22, so like 4 or 5 years.
And then what about Demikion Garlington?
We just know each other through past.
Do you know an individual by the name of Cordarius Dorsey, or also known as Polo?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know him?
I met Polo the day my mom died in prison. I was in prison, she passed away.
And when you left prison, did you maintain a relationship with him?
Yes, we talked.
How often would y'all talk?
I mean, when he called, I ain't talking to, not every day, but I'm saying we communicated.
Did y'all ever hang out?
Yeah, we hung out a couple times. Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Dorsey reach out to you in order to set up a robbery or a homicide?
Phone call, thinking. Me, actually, I don't even remember the phone call, but
Let me ask, during that phone call, was he trying to set up a robbery of a person?
yes, I think he asked me something about it.
When you say you think he asked you something about it, what do you mean?
I mean, he asked me something about a robbery, but you know, I was just, like, when you have people in that situation, sometimes you just tell them whatever, you just tell them whatever just to.
What did he ask of you or tell you to do?
I think he asked me to go rob somebody.
And did he ask you to rob somebody with another individual?
I can't recall if it was another individual. I know where he had me, like.
Did he ask you to put you in touch with a person by the name of Boule?
What you mean?
On that phone call, did he want you and Boule to go rob somebody?
I remember he wanted me. I don't even remember Boule even being on the phone. I don't even remember.
Did he give you some information for the person that he wanted you to rob?
Yes, he gave me information, but that's all it was. Like, I definitely did that. Like, when I hung up the phone, it was what it was. I never took the first step to do anything else. I never contacted or nothing.
Did he give you the phone number of the person?
Yes, he provided the phone number.
Did he discuss with you a plan on how to lure the victim to a location so that you could rob?
I don't recall all that. I don't recall all that.
Did you agree to do it?
Yes, I agreed, but once I hung up the phone, it was over with. I would just have idle talk.
And as a part of the indictment in this case, did you plead to that charge?
Yes, I pled guilty.
Do you know someone by the name of Christian Eppinger?
Yes.
And what do you call Christian Eppinger?
Call him, Big Bre.
Big what?
Big Briss.
Okay. How do you spell Boris?
You spell it Chris, but you just substitute the B out, yeah.
You substitute the C for the B?
Yeah.
How long have you known Mr. Eppinger?
Including this year?
Including this year.
Probably about 3 years.
Are you older or younger than him?
Older.
Do you know about how much older you are?
No.
How did you meet him?
I met him when he got out of prison. I met him. I don't know. We hanging in the same area, probably gambled together. I don't know.
And we say hanging in the same area. Was that the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes.
How often would you see him in the Cleveland Avenue area?
I mean, whenever I decide to come outside, whenever he decided to come outside, I ain't just coming outside looking for nobody. Like, if I seen him, I probably seen him. Then, you know what I'm saying?
Did you ever hang out with him?
Yeah, we probably hung out at the park.
Did he have your phone number?
Yes.
Did you have his phone number?
I don't know. You talking about, did he have my phone number when he was
When he was incarcerated and when he was not incarcerated, did he have your phone number?
He probably did have my phone number. He probably did.
Now, we talked about the web, and you said it was on Browns Mill Road across from the golf course?
Yes.
Okay. Who owned the web?
I don't know who owned the web.
Whose home was it?
What you mean, like who?
Whose childhood home was it?
Mr. William growed up in that house.
In 2021, did you spend time at that location?
Yes.
Who acquired it for you in 2021?
I think Mr. William had rented it for us.
And would people sell drugs outside of the web? Sell drugs at the web?
I mean, I sold drugs, but I don't know. Like, I don't know if nobody was selling drugs. Like, I can't say nobody was just selling drugs outside the web. Like, I wasn't even selling drugs at the web. Like, I go to the store, but like, he got that house for people who didn't have nowhere to go. They go lay their heads, and like, you get what I'm saying? Like, if you get into it with your girl, you got somewhere to go. You want to have some extra company, you got somewhere to go.
Did he also provide the web so that you would stop selling drugs at the gas station?
From my understanding, he secured the spot so we can have somewhere safe to be, because they kept shooting up our store.
Who kept shooting up the store?
I mean, I don't know who robbed y'all. Didn't never go get them.
So I'm going to ask you again, did you sell drugs out of the web?
I mean, like, I never really just sold drugs out of the web. I can honestly say that, like, I never.
I didn't ask about you. I asked, well, did they sell drugs
You
out of?
actually just said you, so.
Oh,
You
did,
wanna ask a different
excuse
question?
me, did YSL members sell drugs out of the web?
I mean, they weren't doing business with me, Miss. I mean, I went in a bed. And I can't tell you what another grown man. I wasn't watching another grown man do. Like, there's just something I ain't into.
Do you remember taking a plea in December 2022 in this case?
Yes, I remember.
All right. And as a part of your plea agreement, do you remember going over certain factual acknowledgments?
Yes.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to look at those factual acknowledgments prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's in Market States Exhibit 420 VV. Do you recognize 420 VV?
To the whole document? 20 VV, the whole document?
Yeah, you can flip through it to make sure it's the entirety of it.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's 420 VV, the plea agreement that you signed when you took a plea in this case.
Yes.
And does that appear to be the entire agreement with no additions or deletions?
Yes.
Looking at 420 VV, first I want to go to number 14. Here, the house on Browns Mill Road, is that referred to as the web?
I said it.
All right. Looking at number 13, does that say YSL members sold drugs from their home at 2539 Browns Mill Road, Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you initial that right there?
I did.
And did you initial that as a factual acknowledgement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm gonna ask you again. Did YSL members sell drugs from their home?
Overruled.
Answer, you can answer.
Like, even though just it wasn't just YSL member allowed there. Like, it just like what you saying? Have I ever seen somebody sell drugs out of the web?
I just asked, do YSL members sell drugs from the web?
Yes.
And I'm going to publish what we just admitted. Yes, Your Honor. 426 VV. And 427 VV. Right. Is that the living room at the web?
Yes.
All right. And is that a security system inside that living room?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 427 VV. Is that the same, just a different angle of the web? Or the living room at the web?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are you familiar with a home at 2830 Waters Road?
Yes, I've been there before.
And whose home is that?
I mean, I don't know whose spot it was. I know I used to go there and play the game and gamble and stuff.
Do you know someone by the name of Nicholas Carter, also known as Big Nick?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Do you know someone by the name of Nicholas Carter, also known as Big Nick?
I know somebody by Big Nick. I don't know Nicholas. I don't know Nick Carter.
And how do you know Big Nick?
Just from around the area.
Do you know him to stay at 2830 Waters Road?
Stay there?
Yes.
I know. I mean, I ain't frequent Water Road like that, so like I don't see him there, but I don't know if he stayed there.
You said that you would go there and play the game. What game are you talking about?
I'm gonna go play the PlayStation 5.
You said PlayStation 5?
Yes, young.
Did other YSL members congregate at 2830 Waters Road?
Like they just, like, I don't. Yeah, I used to see some people like visit. Some people come there, but there wasn't no YSL. Like there wasn't no YSL like spot. Like it wasn't no YSL spot.
Did members of YSL congregate at 2830 Waters Road?
Yes, we used to meet up before shows and before we go out and perform. Yes, yes, we don't.
Is 2830 Waters Road another location where drugs are sold out of?
Drawer probably sold out of the drawer probably.
Drugs probably or drugs were?
Like, I mean, they probably were. Like, I'm not watching nobody. Like,
Did YSL members sell drugs out of 2830 Waters Road?
I sold drugs out there.
Thank you for that. Did YSL members sell drugs out of 2830 Waters Road?
Yes.
Did YSL member keep guns at 2830 Waters Road?
I don't know nothing about no guns. I don't know nothing about no guns.
Permission to approach.
You may. Go ahead.
Yes.
The witness or me?
No, I wanted to approach the witness, but I thought you were
Yes,
asking
you may. No.
412 VV. Do you recognize 412 VV?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 412 VV?
It's a picture of me.
And is that a picture of you from your Instagram page?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 412 VV into evidence.
Admitted.
Permission to publish.
Nay.
First, where is this picture taken?
Cleveland Avenue Park.
And the clothing that you're wearing, what is it? What does massa? Does that say massa on your pants leg?
Yes.
What does that stand for?
I think Make America Slime again.
And is that a snake on the right hand side? of the pants leg.
Like that, that's supposed to be a snake.
Okay. And then what is your caption?
Can't spell slime without me.
And then do you have a hashtag?
The beast.
All right. Now, with YSL, does the YSL gang have a rivalry with the YFN gang?
I mean, a couple guys from both sides probably have some personal issues. But like as in whole, I don't. They probably have some personal issues, but as a whole, I can't just say everybody got a problem with everybody. Like they probably got personal issues, whatever they got going on, they got going on.
I'll ask again, is YFN a rival gang to YSL?
I mean, we don't been known to go back and forth, so like.
In that same factual acknowledgement, I'll show you again 420 BB. On page 2, what does number 3 say?
YFN is a rival gang to YSL.
And did you initial that with your initials on this
Yes.
document?
Yes.
All right. And did you also sign this document?
Yes.
All right. So, how long has the rivalry been in existence?
I was in prison.
So did it start when you were in prison?
Yes.
Do you know what year it started?
No.
How long were you in prison?
52 months.
So when did you get out?
2017.
Did the rivalry start before you got out of prison in 2017?
I mean, I hadn't heard some stuff, but I guess, yes. I don't know.
Do you know an individual by the name of YFN Lucci or Rayshawn Bennett?
Yes.
How were you familiar with him?
He's a rapper.
Do you know him outside of being a rapper?
Personally?
A person?
I said personally?
Yes.
No.
Back in February of 2022, specifically February 9th, 2022, were you aware of him being stabbed in a Fulton County jail?
No.
Do you know someone by the name of Jaden Myrick?
No.
All right.
Well, I heard about him when this case came about, but I don't know him. I don't know him at all.
I want to take you to February 22nd of 2022. Did you get a call from Christian Eppinger while he was in the Fulton County Jail?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he reach out to you to get permission to harm Lucci, YFN Lucci?
Yes, he reached out to me.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to that jail call in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 418 VV. Do you recognize 418 VV?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I mean, you showed it to me earlier.
Is that the jail call?
I mean, I thought you showed me 3 discs. I thought, yeah, you say jail call.
Have you heard the jail call?
Yes, earlier.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender and admit 418 VV into evidence.
All right, it's admitted without a question.
Permission to publish?
Oh, no! Is that Obama? Oh, yeah, that's why he's tall. Hold on. Oh, Yo, what's up, nigga? What's up? What's going on? What the hell you got going on, my brother? Shit, just popped out. I had court today, bro. I been stressing, boy. I got a warrant with Ned, shout. And I went to court this morning. I ain't bring that shit up, so I'm back out now. I'm sending up some shit right now. Me, Ted, and Rose. Send some shit up. They got some bad. You know what I mean? As soon as that shit go through, I'm gonna bless you, bro. Seen about 500 now. How much the phones is? I'm in Rice Street, man. I know, nigga, they got a phone down there. Yeah, that shit upstairs, though. Oh, it's upstairs? What's going on? They got me on PC with the boy Lucci. Oh, there's on PC? Yeah, hey, find out what I can get for that, bro. Huh? Now, find out what I can get for that, bro. Get for what? You know what I'm talking about. I know what you can get for. I just told you where I'm at. Okay, so what you need me to do? Find out what I can get, man. I just told you who I'm in the going with. Who you in the going with? Lucha, nigga. Oh, you in the drawing? Yeah. No, I'm finna make some call right now. I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let you know when you gonna be able to call back. Man, I call back anytime, bro. I've been trying to call you, bro. Bro, I know if one nigga gonna make sure nigga straight up, Obama gonna do it, bro. Obama gonna make sure nigga do it. Man, hey, yeah, you know that, but goddamn, I'm finna just put some, I'm just finna put something in some folk ear and see.
And I want to go back to that.
Chemical.
All right, Mr. Spillers, I want to ask you, we were talking about the CBD.
Okay.
And I want to go back to that. I'm handing you State's Exhibit 87. Do you recognize what's in this photo?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what.
Is
Yeah.
that-
Yeah, that's why I gave you that.
Okay. And does this truly and accurately reflect it in the manner you gave it to Chloe
Yeah,
Driver?
it's in a very, very small glass jar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'm going to tender State's 87.
Any objection? It's admitted.
All right. All right. And is this the CBD that we're referencing?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And was this the same sample CBD that you had given to
My dad's cousin.
your dad's cousin?
Yeah.
And that you had used yourself?
Yeah, it
Okay.
is.
And then you just gave the remainder to...
I just had some with me that I was taking for my
Okay.
shoulder issues, for my shoulder pain,
All
and
right.
that's the jar that I had that I was just using personally. I had purchased this a year before,
Okay.
and I still had some left over, and I just gave the rest of what I had to them
All right.
after they considered it. Like I offered it, and they considered it, and like the next day they were like, "Yeah, we'll try it," because it was free.
Okay.
Instead of spending all their money, I just gave it to them.
All right. So
You know.
she had ordered CBD offline,
Right.
and then you offered this, and they talked about it and accepted it.
Yes.
Okay. In terms of administration of this, do you just eat it? How does that work?
Orally, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And were you a part of the discussions surrounding the CBD or the use of CBD?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I found out that they had come to these, that they had come to like an agreement, about using CBD to try to help Kiwani to find some, without using pharmaceuticals. It seemed like a much softer and more organic approach to some kind of chemical alleviation for her lapses in what we will call sanity, if you will.
Was she interested in that approach?
Yes, she was.
Do you have any knowledge about her ever being involuntarily forced to take CBD?
Definitely not.
Okay.
I mean, it was her who ordered it. I
Okay.
mean, she had to convince Z to let her do that.
She had to convince Z to let her take the CBD.
Because it's like, he was trying to do this organically and like have her heal on her own.
Okay.
Because there was like I say, she kept coming back into real or whatever you're gonna call it, back into a place of mental clarity where she would apologize and not remember what she did, but he found it significant that she was, because she wasn't like, it's not like she was like she wasn't like clinical, it's not like she was like that all the time. This was just like something that had developed. Then I say because of her past and postpartum, and who knows what else was contributing to like these eruptions, and he was trying to heal her organically. So yeah, she had convinced him to allow her to use CBD, and he agreed.
Okay.
As an alternative, as a more organic and softer alternative to pharmaceuticals.
Okay. And you just used the expression, she wasn't like that all the time.
I mean, where she was like losing, I was just trying to make a clear and distinct difference between the woman who was a loving mother and the woman who would violently attack her husband
Okay.
and the other women.
When she was her normal self, that was
Yeah.
with Z for years.
Yes.
Have you ever described her as being a Spitfire?
Totally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was she strong-willed and spirited?
Definitely.
Okay.
Yes.
And you said earlier that, you know, she asked you if you were an asshole who liked to eat animals. Was that
Yeah, I mean, she was
demonstrative
kind of
her
snipey
personality?
sometimes, you know, but that's not like, she wasn't like aggressive or violent. She was just kind of like stern, I guess you could say, and like curt and to the point.
Okay.
You
Was
know.
she, did she speak her mind?
Yeah, totally.
Okay. And amongst the three wives, who was the clear leader of the three?
Kawani, I feel like, but they were all like, you know, I feel like Kawani was like the more like the more of the leader, I guess you could say. But those other girls, they were very vocal. Like, I mean, there was like all this interaction between them. It's not like Kawani was like commanding authority or, you know, like, or that she was like in charge of the other women. Let's not put it like that. You know, like it's not like she was like the boss over them or anything. But it was very clear that she was like the more like headstrong and, you know, like more iron-willed of the three, I guess you could say.
Did she like things her way?
I mean, doesn't everyone, you know? It's like, no, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't
Okay.
say that Kawani was like that. Like, she's like, has to have it her way kind of girl.
Was she afraid to speak her mind?
Definitely not.
Okay.
I mean, that's like very much the opposite of that.
Okay. I want to talk to you about the traveling from North Carolina to Florida.
Sure.
And you indicated that there was an intention to,
We were moving, you're talking about December the 8th.
yes.
Well,
But I
yeah.
want to talk about where you stopped en route.
Totally.
Do you have any knowledge about going to Chloe Driver's parents' house?
We did go to Kawani's parents on the, it was the night before that.
December the 7th?
I'm pretty sure it was the 7th, or maybe it was the 6th. Like I say, these, you know, you're talking about like the differential between a day that I'm trying to remember. Was it the 6th or the 7th of 2020, 4 years ago? I can't remember.
Okay.
But it was not the 8th because that's the day that we were traveling and Nimsy died.
And in terms of who was traveling and how many vehicles you had, what did that look like?
It was my van, and it was the U-Haul, and it was their SUV, I think. My head is itching. I can't remember if it was their SUV or their car, but I was driving the U-Haul, and one of the girls, I think Shayla, was driving my van, and then Z was riding with Kawani and Nimsy in the SUV. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember that.
And what about Gami?
I think she was with one of the others.
Okay.
Like these are details that escape me.
Okay.
You know?
But there were multiple vehicles.
Yeah, we were in it was, I know that my van was there.
Okay.
And I was driving the U-Haul.
Okay.
So, and then there was at least one more car. Maybe they had both cars. I can't remember this.
Okay. So 3 or 4 vehicles.
3 or
total?
4 vehicles, yes.
Okay.
ma'am.
And you know that Z and Kawani and Nimsy were all in one car?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And you drove the U-Haul by yourself?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did all of those vehicles go to Eric and Renee Driver's house on the way?
Yeah, they did, actually. We parked in the, they live in like a condo duplex type townhouse thing, and we drove the U-Haul up the hill to their house to load up all of Kawani's stuff, and we left all the other cars in the visitor parking by the pool at the entrance.
Okay.
And Shaylee took a nap in my van.
All right.
While they were there.
And what was the purpose for stopping at Eric and Renee Driver's house?
To get the rest of Kawani's stuff so they could move to Florida because they had found a place to live and be stationary and establish some kind of grounding, which she initiated this sequence, and we all supported that to try to help her find a place to heal where she could really like be still and not have to deal with like all the stressors from the outside world. The Sandra Torres thing was obviously hugely traumatic to everyone. And so she wanted to find a place to live, and they found a place in Florida.
What stuff were you all retrieving from her parents' house?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I just pulled the U-Haul up and
Okay.
they loaded it up. I didn't even like,
Okay.
I have no idea. I would say like personal belongings, probably, like things that she needed.
And do you know if her
Clothes.
parents were there and they
They were
interacted
there.
with her?
They were there, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That was the first time that was another time when I met Eric Driver. He came outside and I saw Kyle Driver.
Who's
her
Kyle?
brother. Kyle's brother.
Her brother, okay.
Yeah.
All right, and anything eventful happened while you were at the driver's house?
Nope, it's pretty smooth. We just
How was
rolled up.
Kuwani acting?
She was actually, by this point she had become like even in her normal self, she was kind of like, she's like really dealing with a lot of like mental health issues, and it was really starting to like drive her down.
You described her earlier as like looking sad?
Sad.
Okay.
Yeah, just like, like really needing to get like that, like needing some kind of like something, like the stable place in Florida where they could go, and she was really looking forward to that, and everybody was,
Okay.
like that was.
Do you know who made the decision to go to the driver's house to get Kuwani's things? Was that something that she
Gosh,
requested?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, that's fine. How long were you all at the driver's residence?
Probably like an hour and a half or so.
All right.
We just stopped in, picked up stuff. She had just been there after Thanksgiving and then had come back to Z and her family, and with her sisters and her baby, and they had like, things had like mended, and they were going to Florida, and Eric and Renee opened their house up, and Z was there talking to Eric. Like it was just like, this is all after that. This was December the 6th, right before Nimsi died.
Okay, so December the 6th, in interactions between Z and Kuwani and her parents and her brothers there, did you observe anything that was abnormal?
Not at all.
Tension, conflict, anything like that?
Actually, not at all. Like
Okay.
it was just smooth.
All right.
Like Eric and Renee were, they were there. They're like here, they opened their home. Z was talking to Eric. He went inside, gathered their stuff with Kuwani, and loaded it into the U-Haul.
At that time, was Kuwani excited about going to Florida?
They were all very like eager to get to Florida, or like, excited, I guess,
Okay.
as excited as a person who's that kind of, who's like sad like that could be, I guess.
Okay.
But yeah, they were
right.
They were all like ready to get to Florida and be stable, and they wanted to have she was talking about having a garden and growing food and doing, some self-healing meditations and being stable and being away from stressors of the world, like, they had found a spot in the country, that was kind of like a way, to where, she wouldn't have as many triggers to go into these.
Those were the things that she expressed she wanted?
Yeah, totally.
A garden and land and to
That's
be out
it.
in the country?
That's it.
Okay.
Yep.
Was Nimsi with her and Z and the group whenever they were there with
Yeah.
Eric and Renee Driver?
Yes, she was.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you said you believe that was either the 6th or the 7th?
The 6th or the 7th, yes.
Okay. And then I want to talk about the 8th. You all
Yeah.
went to Jerry's. Did you know Jerry already?
Yeah, I know Jerry.
Okay.
I had been to Jerry's house a couple times before. I'd spoken to him on the phone. It's kind of like one of those situations with Z. Like I met Jerry. Jerry's a really interesting guy. He's intelligent, and he does like a podcast talk show that's like really, it's like an interesting thing that he does. And so I had spoken to Jerry for hours on the phone. Like I just called him up just to chat, like I do with people that I meet that I'm interested in. Kind of the same thing when I first met Z, just the same thing. Like I met Jerry, I liked him, I still like Jerry, and so yeah, I knew Jerry, yes.
Okay.
I was just trying to give you just descriptive details into our.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. So you were familiar with his home. You come to Cherokee County with everybody we've already discussed, right?
Yes,
Okay.
on the 8th.
On the 8th.
And I had been there before several times.
Okay.
Yeah.
So any idea what time you arrived at the house?
Sometime in the afternoon, I'd say like, gosh, I don't know what time that was. Like, what time was that? Maybe like noon or
Okay.
11? Gosh, like I say, these are Because we had woken up early that morning and gone to the 12 tribes.
And what is the 12 tribes?
12 tribes is like a quasi-Jewish, quasi-Christian cult of culture of individuals who, you know, they have like a long-standing foundation of devotees, and they have like delis and stuff like that, and they have like a minha, you know, where they sing and dance in the morning and stuff like that. And
so you all went there that morning?
We went there that morning.
Okay, and did Kuwani participate in that?
Well, we were all there. I mean, participate. Okay. We just sat there, you know.
You said there was singing and dancing.
Yeah,
and
no,
stuff.
she wasn't doing that. Neither did we.
Okay.
But yeah.
What were you all doing?
Just sitting there.
Okay, were you communicating?
We spoke to each other, or yeah, of course.
Okay.
I mean,
anything about her behavior on that day at the 12 tribes that, was she normal Kuwani?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Was she in a bad mood, good spirits, just?
It seemed like she was pretty normal. Like I say, she was pretty disheartened overall in general at that point, like pretty worn down and just tired of dealing with the mental illness that was plaguing her. I'll call it that.
Okay.
Yeah, but during the 12 tribes, she was, just normal Kuwani. She did have an episode, an outburst at Whole Foods later that day, where she would just have panic attacks and start screaming, and, you know, like, she was pretty much in the car while that was happening. I knew it was happening, but I didn't really see it.
Okay.
Like she had gotten like overstimulated on the road or something like that.
Okay.
And some kind of trigger.
Were you interviewed by law enforcement in this case back in December?
Yeah, I was that day. That's
Okay.
the only
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
And is it fair to say that everybody kind of described her as acting like herself on the 8th?
For the most part, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know that she was having like a little bit of a freak out, you know, episode in the car, but that was it at Whole Foods.
When you say freak out episode,
yes,
you know, in the context of what we've already discussed about her being a little bit of a spitfire and speaking her mind, when you say freak out episode,
I'm talking like on a whole nother level from. But go ahead. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
is it something you observed? The
What do you
freak out episode you're talking about, did you see that?
On the 8th?
Yes.
Actually, I knew it was happening. I knew that she was having a hard time because Z was just like, Z got out of the car and he was like, you know, Kawani's like, needs some space right now.
Okay.
But no, I didn't actually witness that.
Okay, so let's just talk about the stuff you actually saw.
Okay.
There was an incident with her in the car on that day where he said she needs some space.
Right, and so
Okay.
I just went into Whole Foods by myself, and
Okay.
I needed some food. So I went into Whole Foods, got some food, came back out, got in the car, and then we took back on the road to Jerry's.
Okay, and did he give her some space whenever he said she needs some space? Did everybody give her some space?
Oh no, I think he was like doing what he normally does and talking to her and trying to, you know, like guiding her back to, you know,
Calming her down?
trying to get her to come back to him, you know, in like a
Okay.
place of like normalcy, like, you know,
Okay.
wholeness.
You don't know what that conflict was about? You didn't see her?
No, I
Okay.
don't. But I mean, so I could only make assumptions.
Okay, we don't
So.
want you to do that.
Yep.
So on the 8th, when you get to Jerry's house, you said it was around the noontime hour. There's at least 3 or 4 cars and the group of you. What happened when you got there? Where did all of the women go?
Okay, so everybody went into the house,
Mm-hmm.
except for me. I stayed out in my van and I took a nap.
Okay. And did you assist in moving any of the stuff out of the house?
No, I did not.
Okay. And at what point did you wake up from your nap?
I don't know what time that was.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Is there anything that awoke you?
Sometime, yeah, Z woke me.
Okay. And
Yeah.
tell me about that.
Well, I was sleeping in my van, and Z was like, hey, I got all this stuff, because I wanted to take a nap, and he was cool with that, and he was loading up all of his stuff, and he got all of his stuff loaded. He said, hey, go ahead and wake up. And I woke up, and I got up, and I was standing in the driveway, and Jerry was in the garage, and Shaylee and Gamliana and I were all standing in the driveway.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what happened next?
I heard Z scream.
Okay, and
Like
what did
this.
you hear him scream?
No, just like this, like at the like this terrified, painful scream, like just like a scream. Like it was like shocking, you know, like Z doesn't really scream like that. That's the only time I've ever heard him express any sound that even closely resembled that. It was
Is he typically quiet?
No, he just doesn't, you know, I mean, the trauma, the pain, it was just a scream of utter, just so much pain was in his voice. And so I didn't even know what had happened. I had no idea what had happened. But I was outside and I told Gami, I was like, you need to call 911 right now. And so she started calling 911 and I ran inside the house. Shayla was already running back in the house and so did Jerry when we heard him scream like that.
You
This is how I remember. Maybe Jerry wasn't standing outside. I feel like these details are probably more or less irrelevant, but at one point Jerry was standing outside. I don't know if Jerry was still in the garage right there at the house when I heard Z scream, but Gami and I definitely were. And I told her to call the cops.
Okay.
To call 911 because something was definitely wrong. Like I had no idea what had happened, but it was a scream of pain and like something like bad, you know, like.
You previously testified that you're not a call the cops kind of guy, and you're obviously sitting here wearing orange.
That's
so, tell me what about what you heard made your first instinct be call 911?
You know, I can't really remember. I don't remember. I just remember hearing the scream and perhaps like, I can't even remember what happened in between there. It's like, it's been so long. It's like, I don't know exactly what the sequence of events was, but something compelled me. I said, Gami, you need to call 911 right now. And she did.
Okay.
And I ran inside and then I ran upstairs because that's where the scream was coming from. And then I walked into this like really horrible thing.
Okay. What happened when you walked into the room?
I walked into the room and there was blood everywhere. And Z was, I'm gonna talk through this one. Z was trying to give Nimsi like mouth to mouth. Like she had obviously had some laceration wounds to her neck and there was like blood everywhere. And Kawani was laying on the ground and she had tried to kill herself by stabbing herself in the chest and in the throat. And she was bleeding profusely. And so I was just went into shock, basically. Like I have very little or no experience, especially with a child. Like, I mean, I've witnessed a couple things, but not like this. And so Z's like giving his daughter mouth to mouth, trying to like breathe some life back into her, and she's like gurgling her last breath, and Kawani's laying on the floor bleeding profusely.
Was Nimsi still alive when you went into the room?
She was on her way out.
Okay.
Like I mean, she was gurgling, but she wasn't moving, and she looked very not alive.
Okay. And tell me about your interaction with Kawani, sorry.
I went to the ground, and Z said, keep pressure on the wounds. And so I did. I went down and I kept pressure on the wounds, and I tried to just stop them from bleeding. I was using my sweatshirt and my hands to put pressure on the wound that was on her chest and on her neck until the paramedics got there.
Okay. And how was Kawani reacting to you? Was she saying anything or doing anything?
She was saying that she wanted to see Nimsi one more time, and she was actually trying to push me away. She was, you know what, earlier I said there was only one time when I touched Kawani, but that was the second time, when I was trying to save her life. I was holding pressure on the wound, and she had blood all over her hands, and she was pushing my face away, telling me, stop, I'm supposed to die, and I wanted to see, and then she was like trying to lean up to see Nimsi one more time, but I held her down because I thought that, you know, I just didn't want her to lose any more blood because there was blood everywhere and all over me and all over our clothes and all over the floor and the bed. It was like a massacre. And I just wanted to try to save her life. So I held her down and kept pressure on the wounds for probably about 2 minutes because the paramedics came really fast.
Okay. So she told you to stop. She tried to push you away.
Yeah.
She said, I'm supposed to die, and that she wanted to see Nimsi one last time.
Yes.
Is that what you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you were attempting to save her life, and that
Yeah.
he was attempting to save Hannah's life.
Yeah, he was.
Did you care about Kuwani and Hannah?
Of course.
Do you still care about them?
Yes.
Okay. And after this happened, did you maintain a relationship with Kuwani?
Actually, yeah.
After she was arrested, did you all continue to communicate with her?
Yeah, she called from inside jail a lot.
Okay.
And we had a chance to speak a couple times. Yeah.
Okay. And do you know for how long she maintained a relationship with you and Z and the other women after she was arrested for murdering Hannah?
Gosh, I can't remember. I have no idea.
Okay.
A while, more than a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were you a part of some of those phone conversations?
I was, yeah.
And what was the tone of those phone conversations?
Pretty, like, mellow, really. Like, just, pretty, just, you know, she's in jail, and we were talking to her and just reminding her that we love her, and that even though this was like a horrible thing, that we forgive her, and we know that that wasn't her that did that. And we still love her and care about her, and we forgive her for that, because we know that she would never do that.
And did she continue to express love for all of you?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And have you maintained contact and stayed in contact with Z?
Yeah.
Okay. And have y'all discussed that, you know, you still care about Kuwani and you don't want anything bad to happen to her?
That's right.
Okay. And have you discussed that it is your desire that she go to a mental hospital and not be in state custody?
I mean, honestly, when it comes to that, I feel like my opinion is that this woman has suffered enough, you know, with all of her, you know, I can't imagine having to deal with knowing that something that you lost control of your own mind to the point to where you know, killed your own daughter. Like, women don't kill their babies. Like, that's really rare, you know? And when you do see it, it's usually a case of, like, the child is unwanted. You know, that's not what this was. This was not an unwanted child. This was some kind of deep thing being expressed through Kuwani that started, like I said, the trauma that fractured her, I think, began when she was a child. And Z did what he could to help her with that, and so did all of us, and it ended up being this really horrific thing. And I do think that basically, like, I know that, I mean, I just don't think that prison is the place for her. No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't think that she's gonna, I think that she's just gonna degrade, and these prisons are horrible, you know, and they're just like.
Have you stated previously that you think she suffered enough and that you all believe she needs to be free in society?
I mean, that's a question mark. Like, free in society, I think that she should be, I think that it should be acknowledged that in the term of what we'll call, you know, not guilty due to insanity. It's like you hear about people using this as a cop-out plea, and this is actually like one real one,
Okay.
you know?
And we've discussed that you don't know what the law in Georgia is, right?
I don't. I mean, I'm not trying. I'm just trying to speak as as much familiarity with it as I have.
And my question is whether you have stated that you think she suffered enough and that she should be free.
Okay, I think that she has suffered enough. Do I think that she needs to be immediately free? I don't know. Maybe. I think that she could be, you know? I mean, I don't think that she's a harm to anyone. I don't think that she's a harm to society, and I don't think that she's a harm to herself. But maybe she is. Maybe she does need to be institutionalized. You know, I think that should be determined by a professional.
When's the last time you spoke to her?
Gosh, it was a while ago. Like a couple years ago, you know? I don't know. I mean, do I personally feel like Kuwani should be free? Yeah, but maybe not. But maybe I'm wrong. You know, like I say, I think that should be. I do personally feel that.
Okay.
And you have to understand, like, I have zero toleration for abuse of children. I think that the laws aren't strict enough on those who abuse children and, you know, individuals. If it is so the case that Kuwani was abused as a child, then her abusers should be brought to justice. And I don't think there should be a statute of limitations on that.
Did you ever tell Detective Cruz in the investigation of this case that woman chose to do what she did today? She took those actions, she made those choices?
I don't remember saying that, no.
You don't remember saying that?
No.
And the person that stabbed Nimsey to death, do you see her in this courtroom?
From what I understand, I didn't see her do it, but Kawani's sitting right here in this room.
Okay.
Yeah, that's her.
Over here?
Yep, that's her.
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions at this time.
All right, cross-examination.
Yeah, just making sure it's not a password I needed to do. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Spillers.
Hey.
Nice to talk to you again. You and I first spoke, I think that was Friday or Saturday while you were at the jail by
Yeah.
a Zoom call, is that correct?
Yeah, we sure did.
Other than that conversation, we've never talked before.
No, we have not.
You never reached out to us to try to speak to us in any way about this case.
Actually, I have.
Did you?
Yeah, I've called several times. I've called your office. I've left messages for you
Okay.
over the past few months.
While you were in custody?
Yeah, I was in custody.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Apologize if I didn't get those messages.
Yeah, I probably called you half a dozen times. I've left messages with your secretary. I was told that you were the person that I needed, the individual that I needed to talk to probably like 4 months ago. I've been locked up since July, and I have called you many times trying to get in touch with you to reach out and just let you know that I'm here to get to speak my perspective.
Okay. But before Saturday, or when we talked by Zoom at the jail,
this
we
is
had
the
never
first time we've
spoken
spoken
before.
Yeah,
Right.
that's right.
Okay. We had never talked at one point about what your anticipated testimony was going to be today. Before
Absolutely
Saturday.
not. No, your questions for me on Saturday are mostly in the nature of my relationship with the group. We only talked for 30 minutes.
Right.
I mean, I've been on the stand now for 2.5 hours.
Yes, sir.
You know?
Yes,
So,
sir. And I am going to talk a little bit more about your relationship to the group, just to flesh some of that out. Okay.
Let's do it.
But I'm going to start with December the 8th. I know
Okay.
I know that's a tough day for you. I've seen the emotion on your face about what happened that day.
I care deeply about Kawani
Yeah.
and that baby too.
Yeah. I just want to understand a couple of things. When you came into the room at first, Z was already in the room, right?
Yes, he was.
And when you came in, Z was attempting to resuscitate and deal with Hannah, correct?
Yes.
When you first approached Kawani, and I'm going to call her Kawani because that's what you call her. I'm
Sure.
going to try to keep that consistent. When you first approached her, was the knife still in her chest?
No.
Or was she holding that in her hand? Or
It was
where,
on the
where
floor.
was the knife?
It was on the floor.
Okay, so the knife was already on the floor beside her.
Yeah.
You didn't do anything to touch or move that knife when you walked in, when you came into the room.
Nope.
Okay. And you said that she was saying that she wanted to see her baby. She was moving up to see Nimsey, correct?
Yes.
And she said to you, "I'm supposed to die. I'm supposed to die." That's what she was telling you.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when she was laying there on the floor, do you recall her reaching out to Nimsey with her right hand?
It's really hard to know. I don't. I remember her like pushing my face away, like she was trying to get me to stop, like she like wanted me to stop trying to like put pressure on the wounds. You know.
Was she also trying to get to the child, did you think?
No, I don't even think she could get up at that point. Like she said very clearly, I can't even see. Like she says, I can barely move, I can't see. I would just want to see her one last time. And I told her she needed to be still because she's bleeding profusely and the EMS people need to get here.
Okay. I'm not going to make you watch the body cam videos from the officers that came into the scene. The jury's already seen those in this case. If I tell you that one of the prior officers in this case testified that Kawani was reaching out and holding Nimsey's hand, do you have any reason to dispute that that could have happened that morning?
Well, it couldn't have been that she was touching her because there's too much distance between them.
Okay.
Like there was too much distance there.
Okay.
Like the baby was on the bed, and Z was trying to like breathe into her because she was gurgling blood, and there was blood everywhere.
But if an officer says that he saw that, you don't have any reason to dispute what that officer would have said?
I will dispute that.
Okay.
I'll 100% dispute that.
Okay. Have you ever seen the body cam video in this case?
No, I haven't.
Okay. All right, let me get you back to...
So you're saying, let's be clear one more time. You're saying that Kawani's body was touching Nimsey's body, and that you're saying that if an officer said that, would I dispute it?
I'm not asking you if their bodies were touching each other. I'm asking you if you recall her reaching out and touching her with her arm, with her right hand.
Yes, that's what you're saying.
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying, touching the baby with her hand.
Yeah.
No, that's impossible. There's too much distance between them.
Okay. All right.
There's no way that she could have been touching the baby.
Okay. Now, you did say in response to some questions there by Ms. Gropper that she was asking you about what you thought should happen to Kawani from this case.
Sure.
You understand that what your belief is about that doesn't truly mean a lot. The jury gets to decide that, correct?
Sure, but I mean, I feel like it's a fair question.
Sure, because you saw her consistently for about 5 or 6 months.
Yeah.
And you have testified to us pretty extensively about a significant change in her mental state from when you first met her in April or May of 2020 until December of 2020, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Your testimony is, and I think I wrote this down right, you know that wasn't her that did that.
Yeah.
You know that wasn't Chloe Driver that did this, right?
Yes.
You know that because everything that you ever saw her do with that child was what you would expect for a loving mother, right?
Yes.
You know that because of what you saw in that child's eyes and face when that child saw her mother, right?
Yes.
You described her earlier in your testimony that the child was bright and full of life, right?
Yes.
And she got that personality, she got that as a reflection from the treatment she got from her mother.
From the love of her parents.
Yeah, Z too, right?
Z too.
But from her mother.
Yeah.
You said that her mother was particularly the one responsible for most of the day-to-day motherly things with the child, changing the diapers, right?
Yeah, I mean, Z changed some diapers too, obviously, but yeah, she was.
But she breastfed this child
Yes,
every
she
time,
did.
right? They did not believe in bottle feeding or
No,
formula.
she breastfed her child.
Right.
Yes, she did.
So she was up all night feeding the child when the child needed to be fed,
She was
right?
an excellent mother, I've already said that.
Yeah. So you know,
She loved her baby.
you know from being with her that, as you just said, there's no good reason why a mother would ever kill her child. You know in this case that there was no good reason why she would ever kill her child, right?
No.
Okay. So just taking you back to May when you first met her, the first time that you saw and understood the dynamic of this group relationship, and you talked about the trust and that, you didn't really understand the group dynamic at that point in time.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. It was, that's kind of hard to, that's why I was so interested in their group and in their family. And so was Jennifer, this girl I was with at the time. And, it's, you can talk to someone, but you need to see that type of social interaction in person to gain
You'd
it.
never had an experience relationship-wise like that, right? You never had a polygamous plurality relationship.
I've had multiple women that I've balanced. I've done that my whole life, really. Had multiple girlfriends, if you will. But no, I had never taken the time to introduce them to each other and be like, hey, we're a family now. I'm gonna actually be devoted to you as a husband and show you that level of commitment and care and love and appreciation and all these things. Even though I was never really I always showed those things to the women in my life, but never to the level of calling them my wife.
Right.
You know, so like I say, when I heard that, I thought it was very interesting because it was kind of what I had always done anyway with plurality in women, but actually having the intimacy and the fulfillment of having a wife, which I had always had missing from my life and I really wanted. But I never wanted to just settle for one woman, and Z kind of seemed, it was just like, oh, it just like a light clicked on in my head. I was like, oh, so you have multiple wives. That's how you do that. Okay.
And
So-
like I said, you never had that relationship with multiple women in a wife type setting.
No,
correct?
sir,
Right.
I have not.
So you were curious as to how that existed.
Yes, sir.
And whether or not these people all got along with each other.
Right.
Was the relationship built towards each other, rather were there infighting amongst some of them, right?
Yeah.
And when you first met them in May, you found that everything was, they all agreed. They got together. They got along.
They
Everybody
really
worked
did.
together, right?
Yeah, it was beautiful. I was inspired by it. And even like when we left, I told Jennifer, I was like, I'm about to like change my perspective on, yeah.
Let me show you. We're going to mark this as Defendant's Exhibit 1, Judge. This is a photograph, I believe, that was taken off of Kuani's phone by law enforcement. You see that photograph on your screen there, sir?
Yeah.
Do you recall an instance like that in May, June at the beach?
I mean, that was pretty much like their life. Look at how happy Kuani is. You know, like, look at her face. Look at the baby. You know, like, these were just like, it was just like happy people, like just living their lives.
Does that seem to be a fair and accurate reflection of things that you exhibited with them at that time in May?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, Judge, let me show you, we'll call this one Defendant's Exhibit 2, and I'm going to see if I can
There's Kuani holding and feeding her baby on the beach, you know, like,
zoom
look at
in
her
on that
face.
to make
like,
it a little bigger. Appears in that photograph, she's actually breastfeeding the child. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Same photograph, time frame, they're on the beach, obviously. Does that appear to be a representation of what they would have been like in May or June of that year?
Yeah, I mean, like I say, when I left, I told Jen, I'm like, I'm doing this now. I'm gonna have multiple wives one day. And she was like, I was like, so what do you think about that? And she's like, actually, she was like, okay. She was like, so I told her, I'm like, I'm gonna bring some other women into like this relationship, because she was living with me at the time. Even though I told her, you know, and I was very clear about, you know, that it was more of like an open type of relationship, you know, that I was not like fully committed to her, that I wouldn't see other women, but she wasn't like fully committed to me either. It was more like an open relationship, kind of that we were both okay with that circumstance.
Yeah.
We did, even though we did live together.
Okay.
And I told her, I was like, man, we should move another girl in. And she's like, if it could work like that, then okay, you know? Like, this is a woman who 24 hours before, she's like, I don't know about this. We have to go like see these people and see how this works. To, you know, we get down there and we see, she's like, okay.
That
She's like,
ultimately did not work out though with you and Jen.
no, it did.
Right.
You know, that's a whole different story. So,
Judge, I will move to tender Defendant's Exhibits 1 and 2 at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're
but
admitted.
yeah, Jen said, you know, if it could be like that, if it could be the way that they are with each other, and they're not like jealous, fighting, bickering little women, you know, who have these, you know, like all of this stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like it's like the things that you would expect, like the jealousy and fighting and bickering between
Yes.
women. It was not there.
Okay.
And we stayed for a week and we saw them in and out, and you know, like when you're around somebody for a week straight, like we were really observant of them. So yeah, I mean, I can't say enough about how their family was just working in this beautiful kind of way.
All right. And then your next interaction with them together was roughly in September when you went to Connecticut.
Well, I saw them a couple times. Like I say, I remember seeing them. I saw Z in Asheville. I met him for lunch at the 12 Tribes one time over the summer. I met Kawani and her parents at the river one day. in June. Yeah.
But the next extended time that you spent with them was September up at Z's parents' house.
Yeah,
right?
I need to use this real quick. My notes. Yes, the next time I was with them extensively was in September at Z's parents' house and Mike and Michelle Joyce's house in Bristol, Connecticut.
I'm showing you now.
I'm sorry. I'm going to object to publishing all the exhibits before they've been admitted. I don't know what else he intends to get into. The state's previously provided an exhaustive list of all of our exhibits, but I have no idea what he has on there that he
It's just photographs of her and the child during the time frame that we're talking
we just
about.
review whatever he's seeking to admit before we publish it to the jury.
I just don't have them printed out. They're just
It's the
here.
same ones that were used during opening.
Oh, okay. No objection to those.
All right. So that's, you withdrew your objection?
I withdraw my objection if
All
they're
right.
the same ones during opening.
All right.
This photograph, Mr. Spillers, I believe, was taken in August, so maybe slightly before your visit with them in September, but does that seem to accurately reflect how you would have seen Kawani and Nimsy at that period of time?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I'll mark that as this defendant's exhibit 3, and we'll move to tender that, I guess, as well.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And then in September, when you were in Connecticut, you were there for about 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
And I think you said that you stayed in your van for the most part. You slept in your van while you were there.
Yeah.
Kawani, Z, Nimsy were in his parents' home.
Yeah.
Right. And at that point in time, his parents knew her, knew the other women that were involved, right? They were well aware of the relationships that he had.
Yes, they were.
Okay. Did he ever talk to you about a time in which he took Kawani back to his house in Connecticut before the child was born, when they first met, and he had her living in his parents' basement?
Yeah, I do remember him talking about that, like briefly, like that's how they met or something like that. That's when they first met.
You recall him telling you that he kept her in the basement because he didn't want his parents to know about her at that time, and he took food down there to her?
Definitely not. And they definitely knew that she was there. That's ridiculous.
Okay, this would have been not September of 2020. I'm talking about before that.
Oh,
when
yeah.
they
But I
first
mean,
met.
dude, Michelle Joyce is not the kind of lady who has somebody in her house and doesn't know about it. That's impossible.
Okay.
So, you know, like, that's just not our thing.
Okay.
You know, like the idea that, you know, that they didn't know that they were, he was keeping someone in her house, like, yeah, right. Have you met her?
I have not.
Okay, well then you would know. Like, there's no way that that's like,
Okay.
yeah. But no, I never heard him talk about that. But that just strikes me as like, if you knew the Joyce family, like,
You don't think that would have happened?
I don't think that's possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in September,
Just-
though, in Connecticut, your testimony is that you begin to see her, a change in her personality, a change in her.
Yeah, a radical
self.
change.
Yeah.
You know, she struck Z when I was there. And that was just like so, like, you know, just out of character. Like,
This is when these episodes were starting in which she would basically zone out or be in a catatonic type state.
definitely.
Is that right?
Yes.
When she was in these states, she would come out of them and not have any recollection of what just happened. Is that right?
Yes, sir. And I witnessed this many times.
Yes.
Especially because it developed even more when I, you know, into October and through November, it was severe. I've never seen anything like it.
Was she telling you the type of things that she was hearing or seeing during these delusional spells? Would she tell you that she was hearing voices?
Well, not really like that. No, she was more expressing it as just like this, like aggressive, manic, like thing. You know, she would talk about all kinds of stuff, but you know, it was like really hard to you know. And I was listening attentively and with care and respect for Kawani when she was expressing these things. And, you know, it's like certain things that she would say kind of made sense sometimes. You know, like she would talk about like, gosh, I can't even remember these things specifically. Like, she would talk about like evil in the world and like, you know, like which there is a lot of evil in the world.
Sure.
You know, so it's not like everything that she said, but some of the things that she was saying were completely like.
But she was expressing to you that this was evil that she felt like was directed at her, right?
Definitely.
Not something that she was just talking about.
But
like,
just like an ambivalent force in the room as well, too.
Yeah.
Like not just like an indirect, like just the presence of evil.
Yeah, she sensed this.
Yes.
It's not like she was mad at the war in Israel or something. She was feeling a presence of a body or a presence of an entity that was coming towards her or directed towards her, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, she was.
This was so profound to you when you saw her in September and such a difference in how she was in May. You recall talking to Z about this and telling him that, you know, she needed to get some help?
Yeah, I did actually. I was like, dude, you know, I don't know, but I mean, I was trying to say like maybe she should go to an institution or something like that. But at the same time, I've never been to one of these institutions.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. And Z has a lot of familiarity with these things.
You said you told us in your conversation we had with you Saturday, your sister has some relation to social work, right?
My sister has her master's degree in social work and behavioral sciences, and she works as a counselor. And you know, I have a very close relationship with my sister, so we talk about these things. And I pride myself in being an intellectual and having the ability for divergent thinking and to, you know, gain objective understanding for concepts rather quickly. You know, so I've always excelled and been in like, you know, the top of my class kind of guy. So I speak with Chelsea, my sister's name is Chelsea. I speak with Chelsea and I've spoken with her about these things, and, you know, we spoke a lot about Kawani when this was happening with her.
And I'm not going to hold you to an expert in psychology by any means or psychiatric issues, but you believed, and I think you even told Detective Cruz this in your interview, that you believe that, in fact, Kawani was suffering from specific disorders, such as bipolar or schizophrenia, that type of thing, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I do think that. I do think that some kind of individual could, but it's like these things came on very suddenly. So it's like I was telling the state earlier in my testimony, and that's why I didn't really push it too far when Z said that he didn't want her to be institutionalized, because this wasn't like how she was all the time. So so perhaps I'm incorrect, you know, because to diagnose somebody with schizophrenia means that they have schizophrenia, not that they have schizophrenic-like episodes. Do you understand the differential here? It's like, that's how I'm viewing it now. And honestly, you know, at that time, you know, I had just witnessed Nimsy breathe her last breaths, and, you know, I'm trying to save Kawani's life. So, you know, it's like I don't even really remember that interview with Tiana Cruz myself. That there was like a lot of trauma.
You were still in shock to some degree about what you just.
I'm still
gone through,
traumatized
right?
by this to this day.
Yeah.
You know, like this is like a huge thing for me to deal with.
But Z's response to you reaching out to him about what you were seeing and your concerns, he did not want her treated.
He didn't want her to put her. Well, his expressions were very clear. He didn't want to put her in an institution where she would get less care and less time and consideration than what she was getting from him and from her sisters.
He didn't want pharmaceuticals.
And he didn't want her to become some brain dead pharmaceutical girl, you know. And
he didn't want that for Kawani, but he also didn't want that for Nimsy, right?
Thank you. Yes, that's where I was going. Like, you know, she's breastfeeding this baby, and you know, he didn't want that, and he didn't want her to be institutionalized because she has this. You know, he was trying to keep their family together, man. You know, and I respected him for that, and I respected him for trying to do it organically and without drugs.
So let's talk a little bit about this CBD here. That was State's Exhibit 87. I think when you testified earlier, I thought you testified that you had bought that from a store, but maybe I misunderstood. You got it from a friend of yours who
I
had
bought it from
right?
an individual, a woman who's in her 50s, who works in the CBD industry.
Is her name Kylie Cross?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So this appears like in this jar, it appears to be something that was homemade or manufactured by someone and put in that substance. Is that fair?
I'll tell you what I was told.
Okay.
I was told that that was manufactured in a large quantity, and that it was processed in a legal type circumstance, and that it was legal to be sold in stores, but it was excess that she had access to.
Okay, but you don't, like, that's how you got it, right, in that jar?
That's exactly how I got it.
You were told what it was, you were told it was CBD, but other than that, you have no reason to understand that it's CBD or anything else, correct?
I'm just going by what I was told, yes.
Okay. And you had used some of that yourself.
Yes, sir.
And I think your testimony earlier was you didn't think that it had much of a effect on you.
It really didn't.
Using it for your shoulder, I think.
Yeah, I got a bad. I have a bad neck and a bad rib. I did jujitsu for years and years.
And it didn't really give you any relief.
It did in a way. It did a little bit, but I discontinued my use of CBD.
You didn't have any side effects from it, such as delusions or paranoia or concerns like that, right?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. But you definitely saw what you believe was an increase in paranoia and delusions from Kiwani that occurred at the time she was taking this substance as well,
yes,
right?
sir, I did.
Did you believe that the CBD or whatever this stuff was causing her symptoms to get worse?
Not at first. When she first started taking it, I gave it to him in September. And then that only progressed until that was way later, and she was the one who was saying that, because I don't, her delusions, it was it's hard for me to differentiate, was this actually, but she was the one who started saying that.
She was telling you that she was having concerns that this substance was causing.
She was telling us, and then Z started to pull it back and stop giving it to her.
Okay. Ultimately, and you talked a little bit about this earlier, the nature of this relationship and the control, and I don't mean control in necessarily a negative way, but the patriarchal structure of this family, right?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, Z had the final decision about whatever was happening in this family, right?
I mean, yeah, for the most part, but these women were heard. It's not like these were not oppressed, silenced women, and by no means. In fact, very much the opposite. Like I say, he wakes up every day. It's like we want to talk. He wants them to talk. They were encouraged to speak. They were encouraged to speak their minds. They were encouraged to tell how they were feeling, so he could be a better man.
But if Z felt like the CBD was something he wanted to have her use, he would be the one to say, let's use that,
Well,
right?
he was vehemently opposed to it at first, but she talked him into it.
And he did agree to it.
And he
right?
finally agreed to it. Yeah.
But if he had not agreed to that, she would not have been able to use it.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the nature of a relationship, unless two people are in agreement. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think that he would have, just like he didn't want her to use pharmaceuticals, like I said, she's breastfeeding a child.
Did you ever tell him that he needed to stop giving her the CBD?
No, I did not.
Never?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Now again, this time frame of September when you're in Connecticut, October when you're in Virginia with them, despite the concerns you're seeing for her declining mental state, her treatment of Hannah was still 100% top-notch motherly treatment.
It really was.
Right?
It really was. Yeah, I mean, there were a couple times where, she was so out of it and having these episodes of panic and discomfort and violent aggression, where, I felt like she wasn't her best self as far as giving Hannah all of the attention that the child needed, but that was uncommon. That was only a few times, because it's like when she's manic and screaming and pulling her hair out, it's like there's a baby in the room.
When she was in that state, she obviously couldn't be a good mother.
There were a couple times where
I
I had to hold the baby because she was Z was here, hold the baby, because Kawani's becoming aggressive and violent and screaming at the top of her lungs in public places, and
But nothing that she ever did during those times, nothing that happened while she was in those delusional states or those paranoia states, nothing she did was ever violent, aggressive, or harmful to Lindsay.
No. Very much the opposite.
Okay.
Still.
All right. Now, when you were in North Carolina, this is, I guess, late October into November, when you got back to North Carolina where you live, right?
Yeah.
Candler. That's not, it's like a suburb of Asheville, is that right?
Yes.
Peggy, how far does Peggy live from you?
In Candler?
Yeah.
To South Asheville, it's like 20 minutes.
Okay, but your house from Peggy's house is same distance, or?
What do you mean?
Where you live versus where Peggy lives, how far apart do y'all live?
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Peggy lives in South Asheville.
Okay.
Off Overlook Road.
Okay.
I live in Candler. 41 Oakdale was my address.
Okay.
And I would say it'd take, 15, 20 minutes to get over to South Asheville.
So when y'all were in North Carolina, was the rest of the group primarily living at Peggy's apartment with her, or were they staying in both places?
Yeah, basically like both places, but I let my house out to them. I let them stay at my place.
Okay.
When we came back from Virginia Beach, they stayed at Peggy's for a little while, and then Z asked me, and we stayed there. And then Gamliana started doing the dark therapy there at my house. So at that point, they were staying at Peggy's, and that's where she was during the events that happened on November 25th.
Yeah. And
that's why she wasn't there, because she was doing a dark therapy, like I say, for her own pursuit of a higher vibrational frequency.
We'll come back to that November 25th incident in just a minute.
Okay.
But at that point in time, they were staying at Peggy's house. Is that fair to say? Okay. So let's talk a little bit more about the group dynamic and some of the stuff that were practiced. And you talked on this earlier. This was a patriarchal driven dynamic, right?
Right. Well, Z's like the center. Z's like the, he's the man of the house, and
he calls himself a prophet, does he not?
A prophet?
Yeah.
I don't know that Z would use that word to describe himself.
You never heard him call himself a prophet?
I've never heard him call himself a prophet.
You never heard him call himself Prophet Elihu?
No.
No? If he told Detective Cruz that when he was giving her his name in an interview, would that surprise you?
Eliyahu?
Yeah.
Eliyahu's his given middle name. That means Elliot. That's a Hebrew name.
Okay, but if he called himself prophet, that would surprise you.
I mean, that kind of would surprise me that he would use that word.
Do you recall him talking about, at times, Z or any of these women in the group? Yeah. Do you recall them talking about the CIA coming after them and out to get them?
Yeah, there was some talk about that.
Okay. Part of the idea of this trust system, as you talked about, was keeping your property away from the government.
Sure.
You have a, let's say, healthy distrust of the government. Is that right?
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah.
Sure.
You part of the trust idea is that it insulates your property and your income from taxes.
Yes, it does.
Right.
No, that's a fact.
And at the time that you were with this group from May to December, Z didn't have a job, did he?
No.
Nobody else in the family had a job, right? None of the wives had jobs?
No.
Kawani's job was being a mother to this child, right?
That's right.
Do you know what source of income they were living off of?
I know that all of their finances are private through their trust. I mean...
But you don't know how they got them?
I mean, that's...
Do you know anything about him submitting loans to the government during COVID with PPP money?
Yeah, I do remember there being some talk about that, but...
Setting loans up in the name of a religious organization that they got money from?
Okay.
I mean, are you aware of that?
I mean, I remember them doing that, yeah. But, I mean, I didn't really, know all the details about that. you know. But I do remember that. Yeah, I do remember there being them using the trust.
What about also this belief in this group that there are only 168,000 souls that are alive in the world? Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, that's not unique to them.
Is that something that you hold as well?
Is my belief what's on debate here? How does this relate back to? I'm trying to understand
Just trying to understand the nature of this group.
Okay, the nature of the group in relation to the death of the child, or
in the relation to what they believed.
Okay, what does that have to do with the death of the child?
Mr. Spillers, I get to ask you questions about what I would like to ask you questions about, as long as they're generally relevant.
Okay,
I'm asking
trying
you
to
questions
understand how
about
this
the
is
nature
generally
of this group.
Trying to understand how this is generally relevant.
I'm trying to understand why somebody believes that there's only 168,000 alive people in the world.
I personally believe that there's only 500 million bodies in this place, that the population records are all lies, and that there are much less people than there are now, and that there are only about 500 million people instead of 7 billion. So it's like when you go to New York City, and there's like, this is why I believe that. And so when you go to places like New York or San Francisco, or you go to any major city really, all you have to do is count. You know, so we're talking about a population demographic, and we're talking about a specific number of people that they say there's 2.5 million people on Manhattan Island.
Mm-hmm.
So all you have to do is go and count the people. You know, all you have to do is drive by and look at the traffic. All you have to do is like do some mathematical equations, which would really lead you to believe that there are significantly less people than what they say.
Well,
so
let me put
what does that have to do with NIMSI?
It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with NIMSI, sir, but I'm going to ask you questions about it for a reason.
Okay.
Let me put it to you this way. You're from the South. You grew up in North Carolina, right?
Yeah.
Born and raised there. You're familiar with the idea of college football, right?
Sure.
This weekend, there's going to be a football game between the University of Tennessee and the University of Georgia in Athens, and there's going to be about 96,000 people that fill a stadium. Do you not believe there's 96,000 people that are going to be sitting in that stadium watching a football game?
I mean, if you see them, then they're there. That doesn't mean that there's 7 billion people in the world. The population charts and the demographics and the census records, I think, are a lie, much like a lot of other things. You know, there's a lot of lies in the government, sir. So, yeah, I mean, how much of these lies would you like to expose here in this room? You know, how much fact-based information are we going to discuss?
Well, let's talk a little bit more about some of that in a second. When we get to this idea about the polygamy relationships that he had with these 3 women, there was a 4th wife that he had previously. Is that right?
Yes.
You're aware of her named Gabriella Kuykendall?
Yes.
You ever met Gabriella Kuykendall?
No.
Were you aware that when she had a child with Mr.
Relevance is your objection? You want to respond?
I think it's relevant, Judge. He talked earlier about the fact that Z had 4 wives, and we're talking about 3 wives here. And I think it's relevant to his understanding of how this group dynamic worked.
He's already testified he never met her.
I'm not asking him to met her.
All right, overrule the objection.
You're aware of who Gabriella Kuykendall is, right?
Yes.
You're aware that she had a child with Z, right?
Yes.
You're aware that she left him in the middle of the night with the child and basically ran away from him, right?
Okay.
Matter of fact, it took place at the same house where this incident happened on December 8th of 2020. Did you know that?
No.
It happened at at Jerry's house.
Okay.
Part of what Z was trying to do with this group was to grow this group, right? He was constantly looking for other women to bring into his group here, right?
Are we not all constantly seeking the companionship of compatible individuals?
I'm asking about Z right now.
Okay.
Wasn't he always trying to talk to other women about bringing them into the group as well?
I mean, sure. Yeah.
Part of what he ultimately wanted to do was to have multiple children with multiple wives as well. Is that right?
That's what I want to.
Okay. He, in fact, right now, Anna
There's
just had a child.
There's a beautiful baby in this world that Gami just birthed. Yes, she did.
And Shaylee is pregnant today, right?
Shaylee's about to have one too.
His mentality is to grow his religious following, right?
You just used the word religion, which I feel like is inappropriate.
Okay, his mentality is to grow his following.
His mentality is to find like-minded individuals to participate with each other. As is mine. And that's what attracts us to each other.
But Mr. Spillers, he and you don't look for like-minded individuals. You and he look for strays, like castaway dogs on the side of the road. Isn't that true?
That's really ridiculous.
Is that not what you told him in a phone call with him at the jail just a few days ago?
Is it?
I'm asking you.
I don't know. I mean,
you and he have not talked about treating these women like strays? Finding these women that you can bring into your group and treat them like strays? That's not a comment that you made on a phone call?
I don't know, maybe, and maybe it was made in sarcasm, you know?
Maybe it was.
Like, I don't know. I don't remember every single word of every single thing that I've said. But no, I've never treated women in my life like that.
Well, you definitely treat them as submissive individuals, right?
No, I treat them as...
Women are subservient to you, right?
He can explain his answer.
So, yeah, so what's your question again?
I said at first that you treat them as submissive individuals.
No, I don't.
They're subservient to you though, right?
I think that women should be in a place that is in
servitude of the man.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
100%. Yes.
Meaning that Benjamin or Z or Brian Joyce, whoever he is, he controls what they do.
No.
And if they don't do what he wants, they can get out, right?
Of course.
Right? He controls what they wear, right?
So you're asking...
Yes or no?
You're asking me...
Yes or no first?
I don't know the answer to this question.
He controls what they eat, right?
We have already discussed that there is a standard, and this is the same thing that it is with me and women that I've had in my life since then. Since I've had in my entire life. When I've been a vegetarian, women who come into my life they're vegetarian, or you can not be together.
Right.
Yeah. So you're manipulating this into a control thing when it's just a standard that's set that can be avoided at any time.
If Kawani wanted to go have a hamburger at Wendy's, he'd kick her out of the car, right?
That's really a petty and childish way to describe something, and I mean, your rhetoric is utterly offensive. But no, I mean, why would she want to have, what would motivate her to eat an animal? She's the one who's telling me.
Maybe she really didn't believe in all of that.
Maybe. I mean, why not?
You testified earlier that she didn't really get to talk to her parents much, right?
Well, she was raped by her parents when she was younger and abused by them, according to her.
My question, sir, is she didn't talk to her parents much, right?
She did from time to time.
Are you aware there were times where Z would take her phone from her and she wouldn't have access to her phone to make calls to people?
Not when I was around.
Never saw that?
Never. I never saw him limit them like that. I mean, Shaylee, like, they still do things, you know, independently. Like, if you want to use that word.
His control extended to you too, right? He told you could never touch her.
Yeah, that's a very common Orthodox thing, that men do not touch each other's wives, and I respect that.
Well, I'm not suggesting that men should touch each other's wives in any other sexual way. I'm just, a handshake. You couldn't even give her a handshake.
Why would I want to? Why would I want to touch another man's wife?
You started drinking urine because of him.
I started drinking urine because Peggy Schindler told me about it, and I did my research online and did some self-edification. Perhaps you should do the same.
But Peggy Schindler, well, I'm not drinking my urine, sir. Peggy Schindler got that information from him, right?
Did she? I don't know.
I'm asking you.
Told me about it. I don't know.
She knew him.
Yeah, I mean, so what? Like, so there's like millions of people who drink their urine. There's like forums online with, you know, tons of individuals, and this has become way more mainstream. And now there's like all kinds, like I say, I mentioned Troy Casey, and I'd like to drop his name again because he's like a really prominent influencer online. And yeah, so I heard about urine therapy from Peggy. I immediately did my research about it. And I've heard about people, you know, surviving on their urine, so I knew that it wasn't going to kill me, so I tried it. And then
And you said you do it daily.
I do.
You still maintain contact with Z?
Sure do.
Day-to-day contact?
Sure do.
You've called him probably 10 times since you've been in the jail here in Cherokee County, right?
Sure have.
You've talked to him, I guess, beginning in August or September, even through today, about the mental state that you saw from Kwani at that time.
Totally.
And your belief is, and you continue to tell him that your belief is that she was insane. I'm not making it to a legal standard of that, but you felt like she was insane.
I mean, yes, I do. I mean, call it insane, call it whatever you want. It's like, you know, this woman was like outside of her ability to discern what was even happening, and her behavior was erratic and out of character, and she would go in and out of these phases, and yeah, I would qualify that as insane from my perspective. I've never seen anything so severe in my life.
Okay. Now, let me back you up to this incident in November in Nashville with Miss Sandra Torres.
Let's do it.
And I know your testimony from what you told Miss Gropper is that you believe Miss Torres was the instigator of an aggressive, violent act here, right?
Most definitely.
Okay. You did acknowledge that you were the one that got arrested,
yeah,
based on that incident, right?
Yeah, she was the one who called the cops. So.
Yeah, and you left, right, before the cops got there.
Yeah, before I got shot by a woman who was threatening me with gun violence.
You could have stuck around and talked to the cops about that, though, right?
So you're saying that I should have put myself in harm's way?
Well, I don't know. Maybe you drove a mile up the road and called the cops yourself. You didn't do that either, did you?
No, I didn't.
You left. Before you left, Z had put Chloe in the car with the baby and took off, right?
Kwani got in the car by her own free will, and it was actually her that insinuated that they needed to leave.
Okay,
like I said earlier, because she could see the.
But, sir, Miss Torres called the police because she believed there was an issue going on there, right?
Miss Torres called the police because, I mean, I don't know why she did. I mean,
she didn't have anything to do with you all. Right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's so bizarre that someone would go so far out of the way, especially like I say, when I was carrying Kwani across the road, one of the individuals who lived in the apartment complex was walked out, and she walked by us and asked if we needed any help. And I said, no, we don't.
So maybe that lady just didn't want to involve herself with what was going on with you, right?
Or maybe that's probably what a normal person would do if they, you know, saw some woman having a panic attack and all of the individuals around her trying to help.
Well, calling the police is not necessarily calling to get somebody in trouble. As you know, sir, you called the police yourself on December 8th because you knew there was a problem.
That's more like emergency medical.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's what calling 911 does. It gets law enforcement, it gets medical personnel, it gets EMS people out there to determine what the issue is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if they believe that Kwani was having a medical emergency that needed to get attention, they could take her to the hospital. They could take her to see a doctor, right?
Sure.
You didn't want that to happen.
I don't think that my desire has any reflection on the
Z didn't want that to happen. He was the one directing that they get Chloe in the car and get out of there, right?
Actually, like I said, it was Kwani that initiated the sequence for them to
She
leave.
was telling Miss Torres to call the police.
No,
she was telling Miss Torres to call her parents.
She was telling Miss Torres that she needed to call her parents. And then Miss Torres began behaving erratically, like I said, and began behaving belligerently and aggressively and threatening us.
When you left,
so then Kwani said that I mean, she initiated the sequence for them to leave. Like she could see that this woman was like this drunken. I mean, you could smell the alcohol on her. You know, that she was just this, you know, drunken individual who wanted to involve herself and make you know, probably so bored with her own life or whatever that she wanted to cause drama and involve herself in somebody else's business that had nothing to do with her.
You believe that Miss Torres involved herself in someone else's situation so
Yes.
she could get attacked by you and receive a broken eye socket?
Yeah.
Sir, this is a picture that's dated November 25th of 2020.
Okay.
That's a picture that Miss Torres sent to us.
Okay.
She took of herself that day.
Continue to object to publishing evidence that has not been admitted yet.
I'm not admitting it yet,
It's
Judge.
being published to the jury, it's not been identified with an exhibit number, it's not been admitted.
Sustain the objection.
So I just told you the story of what happened. And, you know, that was never brought to trial. So your assumption.
Yeah, it was never brought to trial, sir, because you pled guilty to that.
I was never brought to trial because they would never give me a trial. I sat, yeah, that's very much what happened. I mean, you can make assumptions and,
Sir, I'm not making assumptions.
You are making
I've seen the
assumptions.
documentation of your sentence that you received for that case out of North Carolina.
Yeah, I know.
It
Like I
says you
said.
pled guilty to assaulting and inflicting serious injury as a misdemeanor on Mrs. Torres.
Pursuant to Alfred law.
No, it actually doesn't say pursuant to Alfred law. That box isn't checked at all. It
Okay.
says you pled guilty.
Then that's misinformation. You could pull up the court records.
That's who I got it from.
Well, then you should pull up the court records from August 29th, 2023.
That's
when I
the
was-
date that you pled guilty.
Yeah, I mean, it says, the judge said very clearly before the court that it was pursuant to Alfred law. So perhaps you have some kind of,
So you're saying there's a mistake in the document?
yes, there is.
Okay.
From
You
what I was-
understand an offered plea is still a plea of guilty though, right?
Yeah, but the reason why I pled guilty is because they were actually, so they didn't give me they were refusing to give me bond dates. They were refusing to give me court dates. They were refusing to give me a trial.
They refused to give you those things because you had violated your bond before, is that right?
Yeah, I was actually framed by and false evidence was submitted against me by Buncombe County.
Really?
Absolutely.
Have you initiated a civil lawsuit against them for them?
Not yet, but I have spoken with some civil rights attorneys, and I have not initiated that sequence yet, but I have spoken with several attorneys.
And sir, you're currently incarcerated by the federal government, right?
Yes, I am.
For threatening a man online, right?
That's an allegation, which
Yeah, I understand it's an allegation. You haven't been convicted of anything, and you stand absolutely innocent until proven guilty.
then I think that we should, not talk about that.
I'm not going to talk to you about it. I'm not going to ask you what you did. I'm not going to ask you who it is. I'm not going to ask you any of those questions, but you are currently charged with that, right?
I have currently been charged with a crime.
14 counts of crimes, correct?
Is it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Counts 1 through 14.
Okay.
For communicating threats to kill someone.
Yeah, like I say, that's still.
That's not the first time you've been charged with communicating threats to kill somebody either, is it?
Can you specifically?
I can.
No, it's not. I have never actually threatened to kill someone.
Kylie Cross.
Kylie Cross.
The girl you got the CBD from.
Kylie Cross, I had a sexual relationship with her, and I told her that and she stole $1,600 out of my dresser drawer, and I told her that if she ever came back to my house, that I was going to end her. I didn't say I was going to kill her.
That's what she thought you said, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
that's
this
why
is
she
like-
went to the police and had you arrested.
Yeah.
That's why you were charged with threatening her.
I probably should have taken that one to trial because I feel like I would have won.
That's two, I guess, you should have taken to trial, but you didn't. You pled guilty to that one too.
Yeah,
You
I
got
should
probation and 45 days in jail on that case too, right, sir?
It was actually, I'm still trying to figure out what this has to do with Hannah and what your
It has to do with
prerogative
you.
is. Okay, and?
I get to ask you questions and it has to do with you.
Okay.
But that's what you did. You threatened her And you spent time in jail because you pled guilty in that case.
I mean, a lot of the circumstances in my life, if I really would have just called the cops, and I should have called the cops on Kylie Cross when I caught her stealing $1,600 out of my drawer, but I couldn't really prove that. And like I say, I mean,
maybe it didn't happen.
Just as you're proving right now that there's like a real sinister nature by your tone and your, I mean, we're here to talk about a baby, and all you seem to want to be is obsessed with me. So it's like, I mean,
I'm not obsessed with you, sir.
Then stop asking me questions about myself and let's talk about the crime that happened.
I'm asking you about sinister things because you've committed sinister acts.
Saying,
and I'm asking you those things because of how they have affected this young lady as well.
Saying and doing, these all happened after this incident with Kawani. All of these circumstances happened after this incident with Kawani.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
So do you want to maybe, give some, maybe we should talk about the trauma that I experienced and how that has affected me, and, what has led to me being irate with people. And like I say, the Sandra Torres thing, I'm happy to talk about that because, I mean, I want that. I plan to appeal that to the Superior Court of North Carolina. And I've already spoken to civil rights attorneys about the false evidence that was submitted against me in Buncombe County.
So you're testifying, your testimony earlier was that you never struck Sandra Torres in the eye.
No, I didn't. And there's some evidence that would prove that in the motion of discovery.
So how did she get the black eye that she says she got in those photographs?
Who knows? I mean, there was so
I can show you other photographs from her of her black eye that developed over the next 3 days. Would you like to see those?
She went to the hospital, and her hospital visit was 4 hours after the event. Maybe it was her son, the one who came and slashed tires. Maybe she had her son punch her in the face.
She might have, but we don't get to know that, sir, because you pled guilty to assaulting her.
Well,
you pled guilty to doing exactly what she says you did to her, which is punching her in the eye.
I had been held for 22 months, and I felt that I had a really strong civil rights case, and that's only been a year ago. Like I say, I've already spoken to civil rights attorneys, so I did. I wanted to. I pled guilty pursuant to Alfred law because I wanted to stop being oppressively persecuted by the Buncombe County government and get out so I could.
You were in jail a lot of that time because you violated your probation in your case with Kylie Cross as well, right?
No, that was not the case with Kylie Cross.
You were on probation for that case from 2022.
No, I was not. That's so I had actually become off probation, and it wasn't a violation of probation that. Can I have some more of this water? It wasn't a violation of probation that got me reincarcerated on the 5th of April 2023 after they had held me for 8 months on 24-hour house arrest. So I did 10 months in jail. I finally made bond, and they held me for 8 months. And I'm happy to talk about this. This is like a really good venue. I appreciate being able to speak this out before a court because this is all factual information that's going to come out later. And so after they held me for 8 months on 24-hour house arrest, there was a document submitted to the court by a DA, a specific DA that was targeting me named Amy Laura Broughton, and there was false evidence submitted to the court. She brought this photo of a Facebook post that she said that I made, but it was right there it was not on my Facebook, nor did I make this post. And so, like I say, there was false evidence submitted to the court in order to persecute me and frame me, and I've already spoken to several civil rights attorneys about this, and they say they have a very strong case.
Okay.
So, we're moving forward with that in due diligence, and I absolutely have every intention of appealing that guilty plea to the Superior Court of North Carolina, and making sure that I get a fair trial. Because that's the refusing to give me court dates even by law. But like I say, my incarceration. But yeah, I came here today to tell my experience with Kawani and give an account to my observation of her, that I do feel like not guilty. A reason of insanity would be the correct call from my unprofessional perspective. Perhaps there's something, you know, I just don't feel, and this was just like, she was like not herself when she did that, and I wanted to know that I care about her and I forgive her and I love her very much. And that's it.
Redirect.
Indicated that you had had multiple conversations with her after she was arrested for murdering Hannah, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And when she called Z from jail.
Okay. And so you indicated the nature of those was communicating how much you all love her and that you forgive her for what she did.
Yes.
Did she ever tell you why she killed Hannah?
I don't think she ever really did. I mean, she spoke to Z about it. I remember, and I'm giving you secondhand information here.
Don't do
about that.
Okay. Did she ever tell you that she told the police that she killed Hannah because she just wanted to be with her baby and her husband, but he refused?
What do you mean?
Did she ever tell you that that's what she told the police? That she just wanted to be with him and Hannah, but he refused?
Oh, no way.
Okay. You've
No,
never heard that before?
Nothing like that.
Okay.
No, I mean,
Did she ever tell you that she told doctors that she killed Hannah because she thought it was the only way for her and Hannah to be able to escape the situation? Nothing.
Any further cross-examination? All right. We are going leave it. We are going to, as I said, we're going to ask you to be back at 3 o'clock in the jury room, but you can step down. You back at
Act. And in your position now, do you have type of specialty, or are there any type of things that you focus on mainly?
I focus on pediatrics. Aspects of forensic pathology. It's continuing education by way required to maintain the license.
Are you
I'm in Georgia and Wisconsin.
And have you had an opportunity to testify in any courts regarding how many times have you performed an autopsy?
Directly supervised 7,542 hours.
State tenders, Dr. Darasol is an expert in forensic pathology and autopsies.
No objection?
So noted.
All right, Doctor, we got that out of the way. Let me just ask you some questions.
Yes. So, an autopsy is an examination of a person who has died. There are two major parts of the autopsy: the external examination and the internal examination. Type of examination that you and I get when we go to the doctor. We obtain height and weight. We look at the body in general in terms of just the features of the body. If there are any injuries that may be identified, those are documented. An internal examination is when are removed, those organs are evaluated and looked at for either a natural disease process, or the overall purpose for doing the autopsy is to determine the cause of the individual's death and then ultimately a manner of death.
Forensic
organs, if you have surgery, for instance, if you have an appendix taken out, the pathologist is the doctor that looks at that appendix and the diagnosis, infectious process. The forensic specialty of pathology involves focusing on cause and manner of death, particularly if the death is sudden, unexpected, of violent means, or under suspicious circumstances.
And you talk about cause of death and then type of death. What type of causes of death and things do you look for in cases?
So causes of death may be a natural disease process. It may be an acute drug toxicity. It may be an injury such as a gunshot wound. These are the type of things that are causes of death. It's the thing that actually finally results ultimately in a person dying.
Do you also classify what type of manner of death it is?
Yes, sir.
And what are those categories for that?
And the manner of death is a limited amount of manners. So manners are limited, at least in the state of Georgia, to 5. Most states have 5, some states may have 6. The manner of death involves or is focused on the circumstances by which an individual has died. So a homicide manner of death is when the circumstances are that another individual's actions caused that person's death. Suicide is a manner in which your own actions cause your death. You've taken your own life. Accident is a manner in which some inadvertent event like a car accident causes your death, such as pneumonia or a heart attack. And when you can't really be definitive about either of those 4, another category of manner is undetermined.
Do you do autopsy in all homicides in the state of Georgia?
If they are reported, yes, sir. They should be reported. So under the laws of the state, yes, they should be.
Under the Georgia Death Investigation Act, are there certain times when you have to do autopsy? Yes. Perspective of a homicide is a place where the remains of the person is sent for an autopsy.
That's correct.
And when you
well,
have,
I should say, in some counties have their own medical examiner's office. So GBI is the state's medical examiner's office. The GBI is responsible for 152 to 159 counties in Georgia. There are 7 metro counties that have a county medical examiner's office. In those instances, the body would go to those offices.
do you know how many autopsies a year that you have to do? On an average?
I'd probably average around 350 to 370, or in some cases I've done more than that, just depending on our staff purposes. I believe our office handles about 4,500. Currently, in our GBI system, there's 15.
When you do an autopsy, do you generate a report?
Yes, sir.
Is that in every case that you do that?
That's correct.
And when you do a report, what are the things that you are documenting in that report when it goes to evidence of injury?
Autopsy itself is going to have the sections that deal with the external examination aspect of the autopsy that I talked about, and then it's going to have the section that involves the internal examination. Then there's also a summary and an opinion, and the cause and manner of death are indicated in the autopsy report.
And approach the witness, Your Honor. Dr. Aaron, you states Exhibit 88. You just double check that, make sure that your autopsy report in this case. Judge, I tender to evidence states 88.
No objection.
It's admitted.
May I post it, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, Doctor, what I want to do is I kind of want to walk through your report, and I'm not going to show everything, but that relates to the autopsy and all the reports for the GBI. What would that be?
That's correct. So that would be the unique identifying number for a specific case. It begins with the year of the autopsy and a specific number that is assigned to that case.
Top right is, what is the case number in this case?
It's 2020 representing 2020, and the case number is 10314.
And what was the date that you we'll get into the evidence here? And if you would give us the what day did you receive it?
That I have to find out where that is on the report. I can tell you the day I did the autopsy was on December 10th.
You see where it says evidence on this first page here? December 9th, 2020.
It was received, the autopsy was performed.
A person, the remains.
So I talked about the GBI is responsible for the 152 counties. Each county the bodies are received at our office in a body bag from the county. I performed the autopsy on Hannah Driver.
And details of how much she weighed and how old she was.
Yeah, so that is in my autopsy report on page 3, beginning in the general external examination. This was a 13-month-old white child who was.
When you perform an autopsy, I want to get into the section. You have a section in the report here, and I believe this is. What page is it on yours there?
It starts on page 2 and ends on page 3.
So evidence of injuries, I've noted, is it correct that you actually, when you go through this, I think there are 8 injuries or
8 injuries.
And tell the jury, if you would, when you are performing an autopsy, do you visually give an entire perspective and look over all parts of the body to see what type of there are and how they relate to the other case before you did the autopsy?
So at the beginning of any autopsy, there is always investigative information and circumstantial information of that individual's death. And in fact, we will really not start an autopsy until we have some basic information. And this is just very similar to when we go to the doctor, we have to provide some information as to why we're there. And that focuses us on, what we should expect and the type of autopsy we want to do. So the information that county, they provide information of the circumstances of death. For instance, this was an individual that was found dead in bed, and the husband says she has a history of hypertension. That would be a hypothetical of an older person died in bed. In this particular instance, this was the information that we received was this was an individual child who had recently moved into a family with her mother, and then there was injuries that were identified on the child at the home. And there was a lot more information, but I'm giving a very brief summary of such.
Did you know that this was a stabbing case?
Yes.
And when you're looking for the injuries, let's go through Tell us about that one. Number one you have.
So she had stab wounds on the Yes, this was the most significant stab wound of the neck. In terms of the injuries that it caused, the sharp object, in this case being a knife, penetrated the neck, it severed or supplies blood to the brain. There was an injury of the esophagus as well, and there was a defect that went all the way to the cervical vertebra related to this stab wound. It did not go through the vertebra into a defect or a small nick on the vertebral bone.
And this third injury that you noted here, it appears to be, you talk about extensive hemorrhaging, and then I think you just talked about the trail of the injury itself. How much?
So in terms of all the tissues that are in the neck, I can see all the blood that's in the tissues, and I can just measure the extent of it. Also, though, there was also, as she was received, she was wearing a shirt and like a volume of how much blood there is, but I make note of a size range of the hemorrhage in the tissues.
It appears the knife traveled through, I think I've got here the muscle trap, carotid artery, esophagus, and then into the fourth vertebrae. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then how deep ultimately was at least how deep was the wound depth?
I measured it as at least 2 inches.
Now the fourth, there's an injury, paragraph 4 here. What was that?
5 were much more minor. Number 4, there was a collection of abrasions on her chin, the lower part of her chin. Those are grouped together as one injury. Yes.
Just some marks there too that you noted.
Yeah, the other injuries, well, I should say the 4, 5, and 6 were abrasions, which are small little marks. Sometimes they can be caused by, some of these may have been caused by the sharp object maybe nicking the skin. It was kind of unclear whether these were actually caused by a sharp object or maybe something else that scraped across her lower chin as she was being stabbed.
For the 7th evidence of injury, you talk about an injury to the back, the right upper back. What was that?
She also had her back only penetrated into the muscle of the back. It did not go deep into and actually go into her body cavity at all.
And then finally, the 8th evidence of injury, what is that? The medial upper chest.
Yeah, on her chest, she had 2 small little puncture type marks. Unclear again here whether these were related to the knife causing small little punctures on her chest. So I described them as puncture marks.
Your map. I mean, State's Exhibits 89 through 98. See if those are photographs that you recognize from the autopsy.
Yes, sir.
Just at this time, I tendered to evidence State's Exhibits 89 through 98.
89 through 98 are admitted.
And published. So
Yes.
tell the jury what we have here, if you would.
So I testified that the bodies come to our office in a body bag from the county of origin. This is the bags, identification tags on there with the individual's name.
Going to State's Exhibit 90. What is this one?
This would be the initial photograph that's taken after the body bag is opened. You can see this is just how the body was received. She had gone to the hospital for emergency medical intervention. All of those devices and intervention things are on her body. The defibrillator patches, the endotracheal tube, and her clothes are on. And I previously mentioned that she had very clothes that were saturated with blood from the injury.
Is this how normally, when you do an autopsy, you receive the individual as they come to the, I guess, from the
Part
hospital?
of our routine photographs that are taken, the routine photographs including the body bag with the tags, and then as soon as the body bag is open to show how the body was received before we began removing clothes and medical intervention.
States 91, what are we looking at here?
So now this is a photograph that documents the stab wound in the right upper back. This would be part of the external examination after all the clothing is removed, the body is cleaned. And if there are injuries,
When you do an autopsy, do you use markers or relation to the body and other things?
yes, sir. And then you can see on each of the photographs, the rulers will also have the identifying number or that specific case number.
States 92 is just a close up look at injury to Hannah's back.
That's correct.
And the way the blade makes an indention or wound like that.
The injury itself doesn't always allow one to make a specific identification of the knife. There are things that, characteristics, that if we are shown knives, we may say that wound is consistent with it or not consistent with it. But in terms of just documenting it, it's documented as the type of wound it's a stab body, and the orientation. This particular wound is oriented horizontally from 3 to, we'll do a clock face type of orientation. So I'll document all the features of it. I'm not able to say specifically what knife or what caused it, but it's or not consistent with that particular implement.
And is it accurate that if we see a photograph with a placard showing an injury, those are the injuries that you found on Hannah and there's no other injuries? In other words, if the photographs where we show the actual stabbings or things like that, are you showing the rest of the body, there's no injuries like on the feet or the legs or things like that?
Oh, yes, sir. I didn't understand your question, but yes. So the photographs that we take some general photographs that we take on our face, and then specific documentation photographs for the injuries. If there are no injuries, no pictures, I should say, for instance, of the feet, that means I didn't see any injuries there.
Are there could be other pictures or pictures we don't do your autopsy and your opinion in this case, is that right?
That's correct.
States 93, what do we have here?
This would be one of the routine photographs of the face. We typically will always take a picture to document a specific injury.
And then 94, you did note something around the chin on Hannah?
Yeah, although you can see, on the front of her chin, this patchy orange type appearance. This is, I don't remember if I caught this abrasions or excoriations, but it has the appearance of somewhat like a diaper rashes type thing. It's not a specific injury, but it is something that is documented. Let's put it that way.
Stacy, 95, here on Hannah, what do we see here?
This photograph shows the specific stab wounds on her neck. We talked about the 3 stab wounds on her neck, and I also talked about some of the cluster of abrasive wounds that were into the subcutaneous tissues and the muscles and didn't go deep into the vital structures or vascular structures of the neck. And the lower wound in the center of her neck was the wound that resulted in the most damage to the internal structures of the neck.
Under your summary of findings, you have a category stab wounds of the neck, and you have 3. Is that what you're discussing here?
That's correct.
And you have a transection of the artery here. Tell us about that. What does that mean? Of the right carotid artery, what does that mean?
So the carotid arteries, they are the major arteries that come from the heart and supply the blood to the brain. So they travel up through the neck. There's a right and a left. What did I say, the left one?
It's the right.
It's the right. So the right one, as one of the injuries to this stab wound, when I would say transect, it means it was completely cut in half. So, the artery is like a tube, and it's just completely cut in half.
And we say that Hannah died of a stab wound, and the cause of death is the stab, but what is the mechanism, or how does she die? Is it lack of blood, or what causes the death?
Correct. Basically, and you can just pretty much say she kind of bled out. And we don't really, when we talk about cause of death, it's not a mechanism. It's a specific injury or a cause. Mechanistically, this major artery was cut in half. There was a significant amount of blood from that artery, and she basically lost a lot of blood coming from that artery, which then subsequently did not allow her to have sufficient oxygen to her brain and ultimately to other parts of her body, and her heart stopped and she died.
Doctor, as we look at State's Exhibit 96 here, we're looking at the 3 stab wounds here. Any significant about the number that there are? And could one of those themselves have caused the death, or is it a combination? Or tell us, in your opinion, how that works together when we look at the injuries.
Well, I typically 3, and plus she also has a stab wound in the back, despite the fact that I talk about the two of them on the neck and then one on the back didn't really go deep into tissues. There's also, I mean, there's injury there. There's always small blood vessels, so a major stab wound causes the most significant internal trauma. But collectively, there's injuries that involve. So in that instance, I said stab wounds of the neck as her cause of death.
As we look at Stacy's Exhibit 96, as we look at the major injuries, the bigger one we see on the left, is that what you're talking about? These injuries that we're talking about, or?
The most significant one was, let me see, I believe it was the one in the center of the lower neck. Yes.
Okay, which one of these, as you see that?
Would be that one. If you go down, yeah, that one would be the most significant.
Now, when it comes to the death of Hannah, and I know the timelines may not be the right phrase. I'm a lawyer, I'm not sure. The question is, how long did it take Hannah to?
How long it takes one to die, we can never say for sure. But certain instantaneous, seconds, minutes, hours, sometimes days, months, use a carotid artery, this would be categorized as a that results minutes. It's certainly not going to take hours for this injury to have occurred, and then she's not going to die for hours.
And this is the major injury that you know when we were going through, I think, paragraph 3 on the evidence of injury.
Correct.
And the depth of this, again, what was the wound depth?
At least 2 inches.
And this is the one that penetrated all the way to the vertebrae?
Yes, went to the vertebra, but not through it.
Go through 97. Ruler is, what do we have here?
Yeah, these are the 2 little marks on her chest that I mean, obviously documented that there are injuries on her body. I cannot be definitive and conclusive about what caused them in the setting of her having stab wounds. Could they be from the tip of the knife? That would be a reasonable suggestion, but I just categorize them as 2 punctate official.
Sense of natural diseases or natural deaths that could explain the death of the child here.
Correct. So during the course, complete autopsy is further performed where all of the organs of the body are taken out. They're looked at other cause of death or a competing cause or a contributory cause. This was a 13-month-old child. I didn't find any other natural disease processes or injuries that caused her to. Yeah, I'm not actually sure, but oftentimes in such a do toxicology analysis.
Going to page 6 of your report and your opinion summary. In your expert opinion, can you even say, you can say there are 4 stab wounds, is that right?
Yes, the 3 on the neck and the 1 on the back.
But can you in any way tell the jury which one occurred first and what order those happened in?
No, sir.
Is there anything else about the stab wounds that you could give the jury information about that's relevant to the cause of death and the manner of death of Hannah?
Not more than what we've talked about so far.
And when it comes ultimately to your opinion, what is your opinion for the cause of death of Hannah?
I certify the cause of death as stab wounds of the neck.
And in your expert opinion of death, what is the manner of Hannah's death?
So based upon the circumstances, I certified the manner of death as homicide.
cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well.
Good. I just have one or two brief questions for you. So the manner of days that you have to classify.
That's one of the 5 manners that we have available to us, yes.
Okay, and typically the medical definition of homicide is that it's a death caused by the actions of another individual.
That's correct.
Okay. It doesn't, you're not making any assessment as to the underlying facts of the case or anything related to that when you make that medical determination, correct?
Correct. It's not a legal definition. So there's the difference between legal standards of things that happen when other people cause the death of another. Ours is homicide being hands at the actions of another individual.
Okay. As a medical definition is what you're telling me.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Go ahead.
And Dr. Defense Counsel asked you questions about your opinion. Basically, your area of expertise is medicine, so you're reaching an opinion on the medical side of it being a homicide. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you're not giving your opinion whether or not this was murder because to make it not an expert in the field. Is that right?
That's correct.
So at times there are certain opinions that are given by experts, but ultimately some questions, the legal, the forensic question is going to be reserved to the jury. Is that right?
That's correct.
But we can't agree that it's causing the death of another person, right?
Yes, in this case, yes, this is a homicide.
Thank you, ma'am. Nothing further, Your Honor.
I have no other questions. Thank you.
Any reason to keep this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hathaway. You can step down. Thank you, ma'am. The state may call its next witness.
May I approach the photographs?
Can we just take a quick break? Ms. Driver, a quick break.
Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10 in the jury room, and we will resume in 10 minutes.